Orders of the day.
That's right. Oh, sorry.
Okay, very good. So what is that? Tabling of documents. I have the honor to lay upon the table the report of the Privacy Commissioner on the application of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act and the Privacy Act for the year 2018-2019. Conformément à l'article 108.3h.
Pursuant to Standing 108.3h, this document is now deemed to have been referred to the Standing Committee on Privacy and Personal Information Protection and Ethics.
Oh, so okay, sorry. Put this down for a second. J'ai l'honneur de déposer.
I have the honor of tabling it on the table pursuant to the Auditor General's Act, the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development report.
Referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Orders of the day. Nope, sorry. We've got a. I'm sorry.
Yes. So you'll go through the rubric.
Yes, very good. Sorry. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Don't have anyone here. Okay. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Présentation de pétitions. Questions inscrites au feuilleton. The Honourable Parliament.
Questions on the order paper.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux de subside. Debate on an opposition motion on a special committee on Canada-China relations.
Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending December 10th, 2019, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bill. In the view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the bill be distributed now?
Agreed.
Agreed. Monsieur O'Toole, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that in light of the prolonged diplomatic crisis with China, the House appoint a special committee with the mandate to conduct hearings to examine and review all aspects of the Canada-China relationship, including but not limited to consular, economic, legal, security, and diplomatic relations.
12 members, of which 6 shall be government members, 4 shall be of the official opposition, 1 shall be of the Bloc Québécois, and 1 from the New Democratic Party. B. Que les changements.
B. That changes in the membership of the committee shall be effective immediately after notification by the Whip has been filed with the Clerk of the House.
That membership substitutions be permitted, if required, in the manner provided for Standing Order 114.2. D. Que les membres.
D. That the members shall be named by their respective Whip by depositing with the Clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee no later than January 15, 2020.
E. That the Clerk of the House shall convene an organization meeting of the said committee for no later than January 20th, 2020. F. Que le comité.
F. That the committee be chaired by a member of the governing party.
G. that notwithstanding Order 1062, in addition to the chair, there be one vice chair from the official opposition, one vice chair from the Bloc Québécois, and one vice chair for the New Democratic Party. H. Que le quorum du comité.
H. That quorum of the committee be as provided for in Standing Order 118, and that the chair be authorized to hold meetings to receive evidence and to have that evidence printed when a quorum is not present, provided that at least 4 members are present, including 1 member of the opposition and 1 member of the government.
I. That the committee be granted all the powers of standing committee as provided in the standing orders, as well as the power to travel, accompanied by the necessary staff inside and outside of Canada. J. Que le comité.
J. That the committee have the power to authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all of its proceedings, and
K. That the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Canadian Ambassador to China be ordered to appear as witnesses from time to time as the committee sees fit. L'honorable député de Durham.
the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very important debate that our Parliament is seized with today. And I want to thank the leader of the Conservative Party and our caucus for bringing this to Parliament. This is actually an example of how this Parliament can fulfill its function, challenging the government, holding them to account for a record which on foreign affairs is quite weak, but also propose methods that allow for better resolutions. And that's what this Opposition Day motion and the proposal of a special committee of Parliament on Canada-China relations is all about. I do want to start off with 2 reflections, though, Mr. Speaker. The first is today marks 1 year since Canadians Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig were arrested by Chinese state authorities and detained without charge, without access to a lawyer or to the rule of law. They were arbitrarily detained as a diplomatic response to a lawful extradition arrest performed by Canada, a rule of law country, on behalf of the U.S. and a decision by a U.S. court. So Canada acted with full respect of its rule of law traditions, and China's actions have reflected and reminded us there is no rule of law. We, the Conservatives, and I'm sure I speak for all parliamentarians and all Canadians, we stand in solidarity with the families of the 2 Michaels. We want their well-being to be safeguarded, and we want to see them return home to Canada as quickly as possible. Today, we will be talking about many facets of the Canada-China relationship, many challenges, some opportunities, but we're not going to speak further about the 2 Michaels out of respect for that case and the need for a resolution. What is promising with this motion, Mr. Speaker, is the specialized committee that we're proposing, all-party, multidisciplinary, able to look at all aspects of the Canada-China relationship, from complex consular cases to national security issues to trade to global affairs, within the context of a committee that can go in camera and respect secret and sensitive information. That is probably the best venue to come up with a plan for a swift resolution for the situation of Mr. Spavor and Mr. Kovrig. So I hope the government takes that into consideration when they consider voting on our motion later today. I hope all members of this House realize this could be an opportunity to actually take the politics out of it, but allow us to do our job, because Canadians are concerned about the well-being of these citizens. Canadians are seized with issues related to China, from the South China Sea Islands to Huawei, to the situation with the Uyghurs, to China's ambitions in the Arctic as a self-declared near-Arctic state, a new diplomatic term that really didn't exist until they created it. The challenge of the China relationship is the foreign policy challenge that Canada will face over the next generation. So this is a perfect opportunity for a specialized committee of parliamentarians to examine it, to make sure that Canada gets the balance right, Mr. Speaker. The second thing I will say at the outset of my remarks is that there are tremendous opportunities in China, but for those opportunities, many of them business, many of them export-driven, Canada cannot and must not relinquish our unbridled support for the rule of law, for human rights, and for standing up for our allies and friends around the world. In many cases, economic opportunities would not be worth it if Canada has to sacrifice the very values that we're respected for and have been respected for from our Confederation, Mr. Speaker. All governments in the modern era, going back to the Prime Minister's father, have tried to balance the need to engage, trade, do business, help develop parts of China, alongside the need to push on human rights, democratic reform, rule of law, and a higher standard in global affairs. So there is a tremendous opportunity, and I'm frustrated that in recent years, the Communist Party of China seems to be stepping back from their path to engagement as a serious, law-abiding world power. Years ago, before my election to Parliament, I spoke at a business luncheon in Toronto. The law firm I was at, like many exporting companies in Canada, saw the tremendous growth potential in China. The second largest economy, growth rates in the double digits in recent decades. And I got to introduce the ambassador to China at the time, who was speaking to this Toronto business audience. And I used this Chinese proverb, Mr. Speaker. One generation plants the trees, the next generation enjoys the shade. The hard work going into the early development of modern China, started by Pierre Trudeau, continued through all prime ministers, and actually going back to iconic Canadians like Norman Bethune and hundreds upon hundreds of missionaries, Canadian citizens that engage with China. These relationships have planted the trees, done the hard work. We should be enjoying the shade now. When I used that proverb, it ended up being the ambassador's favorite expression, Mr. Speaker, because it gets to the heart of diplomacy. You spend the hard work so that future generations can benefit. Canada has been a leading partner in the development of China from truly a developing country into the world's second largest economy, a global power. We've been there literally on the front with Dr. Bethune, but we've also been there to help with agricultural practices. We've been there with our CANDU technology to provide greenhouse gas emission-free power through nuclear generating stations, Mr. Speaker, in a country that's too reliant on coal. We've been there to trade. We've seen pandas come. We've seen trade missions go. We have tremendous companies in financial services, in agriculture, in transportation, leading companies like Manulife, like Bombardier, Agrium, others doing tremendous billions of dollars of business with China in the last decades, Mr. Speaker, and we should be very thankful for that. But we should also be very cautious that in recent years, particularly in light of the 19th National Congress, China has been stepping back from serious engagement on the world stage. The Communist Party has been exerting its influence through all levels of Chinese life, including state-owned enterprises and their global effort. We've seen the Belt and Road Initiative allow countries to be beholden on a debt level to China for infrastructure and other projects, Mr. Speaker. We have to be cautious with the turn that China has taken in the last 10 years. And rather than this generation walking in the shade of the trees that were planted in the past, Mr. Speaker, we're now almost lost in the woods on how best to handle this important relationship without sacrificing Canadian values. And why do we bring this debate on our first opposition motion? Because we've had serious concerns with the Prime Minister's ability to govern in Canada's national interest on the world stage. All Canadians now literally have no confidence in the Prime Minister when he goes abroad. You know, we used to bemoan the fact that Canada would never be talked about on the world stage, Mr. Speaker. Now you can't see a late-night talk show or Saturday Night Live and not see our Prime Minister lampooned for actions on the world stage that are gaffes that actually hurt Canada's national interest. At the NATO meetings, the Prime Minister mocking the U.S. President, the very person that we need to help apply pressure for the release of our citizens in China, Mr. Speaker. That's right. At a very time where NATO is being questioned by the President of France, by the U.S. President, and Canada could play its traditional role as a linchpin, as Winston Churchill described us, between Europe and North America. We're a G7 nation, we're a NATO nation, we're a NORAD nation, we're a Five Eyes nation. Canada's never the biggest, but we have those relationships that normally we could use to influence our national interest and the freedom and liberty of others and the interests of the Western Alliance, Mr. Speaker. That is eroded. Canada is now seen probably best represented by the Prime Minister's state visit to India, where he puts photographs, his brand, and the Liberal Party's fortunes ahead of Canada's national interest. And with respect to China, our concerns have been grounded in the very earliest actions of this government. And I'm hoping many of the new Liberal members of Parliament listen, because their role now in caucus is to ask questions. They should be just as worried as we are when it comes to China. A former Canadian ambassador to China, David Mulroney, has called the Prime Minister's approach to China naive. And I would agree, Mr. Speaker. I won't make much of his comments before the election where he said he had admiration for the basic dictatorship. It was largely seen as, not sure if it was a joke or just that's how it was received, because it was such a ridiculous answer. But the influence of a very pro-Beijing element of the Prime Minister's core team was evidenced right in their earliest days. The Liberal transition team in 2015 was led by the President of the Canada-China Business Council. He's now sitting in the Senate at the appointment of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. In May of 2016, so the first year of the government, the Prime Minister was revealed to be in some cash for access fundraisers with major figures, oligarch-type level people with close ties to the Chinese state, Mr. Speaker. And it was revealed, thinking back, I remember my friend from Red Deer Lacombe was bringing it up in the House with great delivery, Mr. Speaker. Not only were the Liberal Party coffers being filled, a $200,000 donation was made to the Trudeau Foundation by a wealthy business person connected to the Chinese state. In fact, money was put aside for a statue to Pierre Trudeau, Mr. Speaker. These are the earliest days. What also happened in the first few months of this government? They reversed a decision that stopped the sale of a technology company to a Chinese-controlled company, Mr. Speaker. In fact, late in the Harper government, the sale of ITF technology to ONET Communications was blocked by the Conservative government on security grounds. There's direct energy research and development, could be weaponized, could be militarized. the sale was stopped, Mr. Speaker, in July 2015. Within the first few months of the Liberal government, they set aside the blocking of that transaction, Mr. Speaker, and a few months later approved that sale with military-related technology to a Chinese state enterprise. Do you not think our Five Eyes allies noticed that, Mr. Speaker? It was seen as reversing a responsible security decision by the previous Conservative government out of the new Prime Minister's desire to engage with China towards a free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. It didn't end there. The next year, they approved the sale of Norsat to Hytera, another Chinese-controlled enterprise, Mr. Speaker, leading to outrage from the Pentagon, which had contracts with this Canadian military communications company, Mr. Speaker. In fact, a trade commissioner in the U.S., a Democrat appointed by Obama, said this about the sale, quote, "Canada's approval of the sale of Norsat to a Chinese entity raises significant national security concerns for the United States as the company is a supplier to our military. Canada may be willing to jeopardize its own security interests to gain favor with China, but it shouldn't put the security of a close ally at risk in the process." End quote. Commissioner of the U.S.-China Economic Security Review Commission, a Democrat appointed by the bromance partner of our Prime Minister, President Obama. So this isn't agitating language, Mr. Speaker. These are serious concerns that were brought up to our Foreign Affairs Committee when we traveled to Washington. So right off the bat, we saw the ability to sweep through sales that likely should have been stopped on security grounds in order to curry favor in the relationship, Mr. Speaker. There's also a significant number of human rights concerns. I've raised in the House this week millions of people over the last few months protesting on the streets of Hong Kong, Mr. Speaker. The government has been virtually silent on that. There are 300,000 Canadians living there, Mr. Speaker. 78 years ago this week, Canadians from the Winnipeg Grenadiers and the Royal Rifles were fighting in defense of Hong Kong. We lost hundreds in the battle that ended on Christmas Day, and we lost hundreds more in POW camps in Japan, Mr. Speaker. So we have not only our national interest, our citizens, but our blood represented in Hong Kong, and the government has been reserved in its comment. They've also been reserved in their comment on the very, very disturbing internment and re-education of up to 1 million Uyghurs, Mr. Speaker. This is an area where we must be able to balance our values as a country and the need for us to speak out with that commercial interest, Mr. Speaker. Under this Prime Minister, all of the other issues have taken a back seat. In fact, before his state visit there in 2016, they were pre-positioning for a free trade agreement announcement, Mr. Speaker. So it's clear that the commercial interest has been overdriving with this Prime Minister and with the Liberal government, and national security issues, the Huawei decision that never comes, Mr. Speaker, our virtual silence on many significant human rights cases, the fact that our Asia-Pacific partners are very worried about the militarization of artificial islands built in the South China Sea, Mr. Speaker. 70% of global trade passes through those waters, Mr. Speaker. Canada, its last Pacific naval visit by one of our frigates was surveilled by China for their whole time there, Mr. Speaker. China's efforts to keep Taiwan off of bodies like the World Health Organization, which is meant to actually stop contagions and spreads around the world, Mr. Speaker, isolating countries like that, Canada, once again, not being as forceful as we should. So in the last few minutes we are asking for this specialized committee so that we can make progress to have a balanced position on China after 4 years of no balance under this Prime Minister. In the last year alone, since we're acknowledging the year of the detention of our citizens, Conservatives recommended a travel advisory immediately. It took the government 3 months to implement that. We asked within weeks for the Prime Minister to engage directly. He refused and claimed it was just a regular consular case when it was not, Mr. Speaker. By the time he did try and engage and the previous minister tried to engage, they couldn't get calls returned. We said there was flexibility within the Extradition Act to actually move Ms. Meng's trial to a faster jurisdiction. That would have shown within the rule of law, within the Act, expedited process in return for favor to our citizens. They did not act there, Mr. Speaker. We called Minister McCallum in camera. I can't talk about it, but I wish it was televised, Mr. Speaker. You can probably understand why he's no longer the ambassador. He contradicted himself several times and had to resign. We wanted an immediate ambassador appointed. They waited until the election to appoint Mr. Barton, Mr. Speaker, with no consultation with opposition parties. We asked them to withdraw Canada's participation in the Infrastructure Bank. We asked them to immediately bring a WTO challenge with respect to canola and other commodities unfairly impacted by trade. They waited until 2 days before an election, delayed 6 months, Mr. Speaker. Our allies are not there for us, Mr. Speaker, because of the current lack of seriousness the Prime Minister has on the world stage. Let me leave you with Mr. McCallum's final comments in this House that could illustrate why we need this committee and why we need to be serious with China. He said this when he was leaving for the assignment. When Canada and China have disagreed, and sometimes that happens, all three Prime Ministers I've served have drawn on the friendship to speak respectfully but frankly to their Chinese counterparts. I know this long tradition will continue, Mr. Speaker, end quote. It did not continue. With this specialized committee, it can continue. We can be serious and have a balanced approach when it comes to China.
Questions and comments. Come on, the honourable member for Don Valley North. I'm sorry, Don Valley West, pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Durham for his remarks and for his raising the concerns I think that every single member of this House has with respect to the very sensitive and at times trying diplomatic relationship we have with China. I have a very simple question for the member. Last spring, the Canada-China Legislative Committee, which is the body which looks at the relationship, parliamentary relationship between Canada and China, took a mission to China. And the Conservative Party opted to send no members from their caucus on that trip. In that mission, we were able to meet with officials from the Central Committee, particularly members from the Foreign Affairs Committee. We were able to raise sensitive issues around the consular cases, as well as other issues around trade and the arbitrary detention of Canadians. However, newfound interest in this case has now been coming to Parliament. Why did that party choose to not send members on a very important trip to make sure that their voice was heard in a good parliamentary tradition?
Well, member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the member from Don Valley West engages in parliamentary friendship groups and many of these very informal social engagements that many MPs can engage with. But that is not a serious diplomatic effort on behalf of Canada, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'm disappointed because at the time, the member was the parliamentary secretary for Foreign Affairs, and he would have known that if you send a few lowly functionaries, or higher than that, a parliamentary friendship group, and the Prime Minister is not seized with the matter, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs is not seized with the matter, you're not showing seriousness with the relationship with China. This is why last December, Conservatives and our leader asked the Prime Minister to engage personally. As Mr. McCallum's word said, engage personally to show how serious Canada viewed the diplomatic dispute and the detention. Months later, sending a parliamentary friendship type group is not the way to show Canada how seriously we take the detention.
Some comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as it's my first time standing in the House, I just do want to say thank you to the voters of Elmwood Transcona for having sent me back to represent our community here in Ottawa. I do want to make a point, actually, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the Canada-China Legislative Association. It has a very different name than the other associations. I'm familiar with this because my father actually had some bearing on the name. There were Liberals and Conservatives at the time who wanted to call it a parliamentary association. But by virtue of the fact that China is not a democracy, some people on this side of the House felt that it was inappropriate to call it a parliamentary democracy. So we have a Canada-China Legislative Friendship Group for a very particular reason, and I just thought it might be nice to remind members of that House, or of this House, of that fact when they're speaking about it. There's an important point to that. I did want to ask, I know that back in the Harper government, with some controversy for some, Canada signed a trade deal with China, notorious for the fact that it allows a fair bit of secrecy in announcing the edicts of the adjudication under that trade deal. Now, you know, part of the member's speech had to do with the fact that we've had a lot of trade issues with China, including when it comes to canola and other agricultural products. It's an agreement that doesn't seem to have done much for Canadian producers. I'm wondering if the member imagines that within the scope of this committee we would look at that agreement and whether it's been a success or not for Canadian producers.
Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Elmwood, Transcona, for the clarification on the friendship group or the legislative group's name. But he does raise a good point. This committee should be seized with the FIPA agreement. That was the Foreign Investment Protection and Promotion Agreement signed between Canada and China. I was involved in that as parliamentary secretary at the time. That was intended to provide some certainty to exporters. Here's the challenge we face. Chinese exporters into Canada can use our courts, the most fair and judicious system of justice in the world, Mr. Speaker. What do our exporters rely upon in China? No rule of law, Mr. Speaker. So the FIPA agreement was meant to take some of these disputes in a manner, almost a mediative type manner where they could be resolved. It maybe has not functioned as well as it should have, in large part because of the Chinese state stepping back from engagement. Socialism with Chinese characteristics, they call it. Well, now, the state-owned enterprises, to be an executive or on their board, you have to be a member of the Communist Party. All of these companies, including Huawei, are extensions of the Chinese state. All of these things can be considered within this professional, all-party committee. I hope the NDP and my colleagues support this motion.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my first time to stand up. I want to thank the people of Oshawa for re-electing me, and my promise to do the best for my community here in the House again for the sixth time. And I do want to thank my colleague from Durham for bringing up this important proposal, because this committee actually will help all of Canada and all the participants in this House. So I want to thank him for putting his hand forward to the other parties, because obviously on the China file, this current Liberal government does need a lot of help on the international affairs. I remember the first trade agreement the Prime Minister had an opportunity to sign, and my colleague remembers the Trans-Pacific Partnership, how our Prime Minister was there with Mr. Obama, the most progressive president ever in the history of the United States. It was his deal, and what did our Prime Minister do to our Asian Pacific partners and the Americans? He just didn't show up to sign that deal. The continued blunders, whether it's the India trip or the latest faux pas at NATO, the Chinese really want to see some certainty from Canada. They want to see some respect. And I was wondering if my colleague could comment on how important it is to get that relationship back on track, like Mr. McCallum was said, that we have a principled approach, a respectful approach, and we can deal with them frankly.
For Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to thank the good people of Oshawa for electing the member from Oshawa. He's a terrific member of Parliament and my neighbour, and I have a little north part of Oshawa that I'm thankful elected me. He's absolutely right. This committee could really help Canada at this critical time in our evolution of the Canada-China relationship, and we can examine all aspects, from trade to consular to others. You know, I was at a great debate with my friend from Scarborough-Guildwood last week, and we both agreed. In fact, I was shocked he agreed that the Liberal government should not have closed the office of the Ambassador for Religious Freedoms, Mr. Speaker. And I salute his ability to call out one of many mistakes on the foreign policy level that the last government made. And here's why. Ambassador Bennett was one of the first Canadian officials to raise the case of the Uyghurs. That voice was silenced by this Prime Minister. Ironically, Bob Rae, who has a good op-ed in the Globe today on this balance, is at the International Court of Justice today on the Rohingya. Ambassador Bennett was the first to really bring their attention to the fore. So when human rights, religious freedoms, the rule of law in other parts of the world are at risk, sometimes that important function of a senior diplomatic type figure like that can help Canada. This committee can be seized with what we should do to bring that back or expand the mandate.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is related to why it is the official opposition would be seeking to have a special committee set up or established when, in fact, we have numerous standing committees, in particular Foreign Affairs Standing Committee, which would be an appropriate way for the committee itself. There's a steering committee of that particular committee that will, in fact, be established. The member opposite recognizes himself that there are highs and lows in a relationship with Canada and China. I remember back in the early 90s with Jean Chrétien as Prime Minister and the Team Canada approach enhanced economic benefits for both countries by hundreds of millions of dollars. I remember Stephen Harper going to China and bringing back a couple of panda bears. There's highs and there are lows, and I would suggest to you that the relationship between Canada and China is good, that the ministers are doing a great job in protecting Canada's interests. And my question to the member is, why would he not allow for the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs to look into the matter, as opposed to trying to cause an issue that maybe isn't as substantive outside of the issue of the captivity, in which all members are very much concerned about?
Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, a good question from my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. That's a reasonable question. And here's my answer. This is the most fundamental foreign policy relationship Canada will face in a generation. We don't need a 3-day study at a standing committee. We need a specialized, multidisciplinary committee with the ability to go in camera in a secret level to explore not just complex consular, but trade, defense, security, cyber, the actions and impacts of China on human rights, the rule of law, in the context that when there's sensitive information that could hurt a complex consular case or relate to 5G networks, for example, those could be held in camera, in secret, without politicizing it here. Why would you not want that degree of professionalism? The only reason I could think they don't want this all-party approach is they don't want scrutiny on their record, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm sorry. Our job is to hold them to account, to push for better, and that's why we should pass this motion and have the special committee.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in the House today to address the motion brought forward by the member from Durham. I would like to begin by first acknowledging that today marks 1 year since Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were arbitrarily detained in China. It must be stated that they are and will remain our absolute priority as a government and as Canadians. Canada's relationship with China is deep and long-standing. In these difficult times, we must work together to resolve these differences, keeping in mind that the safety and security of Canadians remains our top priority. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to work, and we are determined to bring them back to Canada.
Bilateral ties, as with any diplomatic relationship, ours is not without its challenges, and we are going through a particularly difficult period. Canadians, as we have heard on all sides of this House, are deeply concerned by the arbitrary detentions of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor and the arbitrary sentencing to death of Robert Schellenberg. Canadians are also concerned by the human rights situation faced by Muslim Uyghurs and other minorities in China. the recent developments in Hong Kong are of particular concern to Canadians, given the 300,000 Canadians living there. The Government of Canada continues to share these concerns and has spoken out consistently.
Our government will always raise issues that are important to Canadians with the Chinese government, including the respect for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Canada will remain firm and resolute in defending its principles and its interests. As the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have clearly stated, all government levels concerned with the cases of the Canadians who have been arbitrarily detained and convicted will be dealt with. We commend the courage and internal strength of Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor, as well as that of their families, in these extremely difficult circumstances. Today, December 10th, marks exactly 1 year since Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were arbitrarily arrested by the Chinese authorities. Since the beginning of their detention, they have not had access to a lawyer, and they have been refused all contact with their families and their relatives. The government has stated very clearly that the detention of these two Canadians is unacceptable, that their imprisonment is arbitrary, and that they must be immediately released. We have raised this case with all levels of the Chinese government, and we will continue to do so every time we have an opportunity to do that until these men are released. Ambassador Barton, the diplomatic team in China, and our government will continue to provide consular services to these men and to their families in order to support them.
And this matter is not just a concern for Canada, but a concern to all who seek to defend the rules-based international order. Arbitrary detention and sentencing Canadians absolutely betrays the principles of the rule of law. Several countries, despite what my colleague across the way have said, have spoken out to echo concerns about China's actions, including Australia, the Czech Republic, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the United States, the Netherlands, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Spain, along with the European Union and NATO. Leaders in academia, in the private sector, and across civil society have also joined the chorus. An open letter signed by diplomats and scholars from 19 countries is just one example of how the concern over China's actions extends well beyond Canada's own borders. We will continue, along with Canada's ambassadors around the world, to speak to foreign counterparts and other stakeholders about the issue, emphasizing the troubling precedent represented by these arbitrary measures. Indeed, Canada is not alone, as citizens of many countries have been targeted. Mr. Speaker, it is important that China recognize that its actions are harming its reputation in the eyes of many other countries, not only Canada, and sending the wrong message to the international community. We understand that the arrest in Canada of Ms. Meng Wanzhou is a matter of utmost concern for China. Ms. Meng was arrested in accordance with Canada's international legal obligations under the Canada-US extradition treaty. This was not about our relationship with China, nor about our relationship with the United States. This was about Canada's unwavering commitment to uphold the rule of law and fulfill our legal obligations. Canada has over 50 bilateral extradition agreements, and we uphold them all with equal vigor. As China also has dozens of active bilateral extradition agreements, this is a process that should be well understood. For Canada, the rule of law is not optional. It is the bedrock of our Canadian democracy and a core Canadian value. Canada will not compromise nor politicize the rule of law and due process. Canada is conducting a fair, unbiased, and transparent legal proceeding with respect to Ms. Meng. Canada granted consular access to China within hours of Ms. Meng's arrest, and Ms. Meng was granted bail. Ms. Meng is represented by an experienced counsel and will be given every opportunity to raise any issue that she or her counsel believes to be relevant throughout the legal proceedings. This is timely, as today, December 10th, is also Human Rights Day around the world. Canada has consistently called on China to respect, protect, and promote the freedom of opinion and expression, freedom of peaceful assembly and association, and freedom of religion, of belief of all Chinese citizens. We continue to raise human rights and the rule of law issues with our Chinese counterparts at all levels. La promotion et la protection des droits de la personne font partie intégrante.
The promotion and protection of human rights is an integral part of Canadian foreign policy and is a top priority for the Government of Canada. While economic growth in China has brought about a general improvement in the standard of living for the Chinese people, the respect of civil rights and political rights has regressed significantly in that country. Freedom of religion or belief is also under threat. Canada is highly concerned about the intimidation and repression of ethnic minorities, religious groups, and vulnerable groups in China, including Tibetan Buddhists, Uyghurs, and other Muslims, Christians, Falun Gong practitioners, women and girls, as well as members of the LGBTQ community. Canada has expressed its concerns with respect to the shrinking of the space provided to civilian society in China. The increase in actions against human rights advocates, including lawyers, journalists, and civilian society advocates, is also highly concerning.
Consistently raise concerns with our Chinese counterparts about human rights in China, including the situation in Xinjiang. We have spoken out publicly at the UN Human Rights Council, urging Chinese authorities to release all Uyghurs arbitrarily detained in Xinjiang. This includes statements in September 2018, November 2018, and March 2019. In July 2019, Canada stood alongside 21 countries, including Australia, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Japan, the United Kingdom, and presented a letter to the Human Rights Council expressing these concerns. More recently, on October 29th, the United Kingdom, on behalf of 23 countries, including Canada, expressed their concern regarding the arbitrary detention of Uyghurs and human rights in Xinjiang, China, at the Third Committee of the UNGA with the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. We will continue to raise these and other human rights concerns at every possible opportunity and to call on the Chinese government to ensure the human rights of its citizens are fully respected. Canada continues to monitor closely the current unrest in Hong Kong. Canada urges all sides involved in the current crisis to exercise restraint, to refrain from violence, and to engage in peaceful and inclusive dialogue. With 300,000 Canadians living in Hong Kong, Canada has a vested interest in Hong Kong's stability and prosperity. We continue to support the right of peaceful protest and Hong Kong's high degree of autonomy under the Basic Law and the One Country, Two Systems framework. Canada
commends the people of Hong Kong for the peaceful elections for its district council on November 24th. This was an important opportunity for Hong Kong citizens to express their points of view. We hope that these elections will help pave the way to peaceful dialogue and reconciliation.
But despite the challenges we face, it is important to recognize that Canada's bilateral relationship with China has always included many different areas of valuable cooperation. In recent years, we have enhanced our framework of formal engagement mechanisms. While we regret that the government of China has chosen to restrict collaboration, Canada continues to pursue dialogue at every level. With the recent exchange of ambassadors in Ottawa and Beijing, we remain hopeful that formal and informal dialogues will continue. My colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has raised his expectations for continued dialogue when he met with China's foreign minister on the margins of the G20 meetings in Nagoya at the end of November. The Government of Canada is deeply concerned by the decision of the Chinese authorities to restrict imports of Canadian canola, and we are pressing for the complete resumption of trade and bilateral discussions and within the WTO. Our pan-Canadian efforts have led to the resumption of trade in pork and beef, and we will continue to press for Canadian interests at every opportunity. There are many clear sectors of valuable practical engagement. Climate change and the environment require global solutions, and China will be an essential partner in this pursuit. Canada has built productive collaboration with China in this area and will continue to do so. Health is an example of the importance of ongoing cooperation and dialogue to advance practical cooperation. Global pandemics pose significant risks, and Canada and China have long-standing bilateral cooperation on health issues, including on international health. Culture is another important area of bilateral cooperation between Canada and China. We are witnessing a growing number of independently organized exchanges by arts organizations. These exchanges help enrich both of our cultures and contribute to shared knowledge and understanding. Canada must build a stronger understanding of China. These and other areas of bilateral engagement are a valuable reminder of the importance of ongoing dialogue with Chinese counterparts. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize that Canada will continue to navigate this challenging period with China through careful and strategic engagement. Engaging with China is important to realizing and promoting Canada's interests globally. That is why it is essential that the channels of communication remain open, while ensuring that Canada communicates clearly to China our firm commitment to securing the release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor and to uphold Canadian values and principles. Ultimately, China must realize that asserting pressure on another country through arbitrary measures against foreign citizens sends the wrong message to the international community. It is not an effective way to resolve bilateral challenges. We will pursue an all-of-Canada approach and continue to endorse a united front. Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue, nor does it help Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor to play politics with this issue. Canada will continue to stand on our principles and the rules-based international order that has sustained global and peace and prosperity for decades. In our principled engagement with China, we will pursue collaboration where we can and defend our values and interests where we must. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do hope the minister and her government will support this motion. We're in a minority parliament, and parliamentary scrutiny of the decisions the government makes, effective debate is very important, and hopefully the government will not seek to stymie that from happening. I have two specific questions for the minister. The first is, and she knows and those watching will know, that she chose her words very carefully on the issue of Hong Kong. I want to ask the minister if her government support calls for meaningful, universal suffrage and true democracy in Hong Kong. Does her government support meaningful, universal suffrage, which is one of the key asks of the protesters? The second question I want to ask is about the appointment of Dominic Barton as our ambassador. He is a former executive with McKinsey & Company, a company that has advised at least 22 of the 100 biggest state-owned companies in China. He was part of a corporate retreat to Kashgar, 4 miles from a Uyghur concentration camp. He has, in his own words, quote, drank the Kool-Aid on China, and Dominic Barton has no prior diplomatic experience. So I wonder what the minister thinks signal was sent about the government's views of the Uyghur Muslim situation, the government's commitment to human rights, the government's views of state-owned companies building artificial islands in the South China Sea when, again, one of those companies was advised by McKinsey. What signal does the appointment of Dominic Barton send about those issues?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I look forward to continuing to serve in this parliament with him. I know he is very passionate about human rights, which I experienced when I was parliamentary secretary, and he sat on the Foreign Affairs Committee, so I look forward to engaging with him on this and a number of issues. With regards to Ambassador Barton, I would like to thank Jim Nicol, our chargé, for his excellent work. I would also like to thank our diplomats in China for their hard work in complex circumstances. Ambassador Barton brings a wealth of knowledge about China to his role and is well placed to understand this important relationship. His experience is already having a positive impact during this challenging moment, and we look forward to that work continuing. When it comes to Hong Kong, as I mentioned, Canada stands with the people of Hong Kong. We were pleased to see the successful and peaceful elections of November 24th. We remained concerned about the situation there and continually advocate for their ability to assemble peacefully and to ensure their freedom of expression and their democratic rights are respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's very important that we strike this committee. The situation with China is very serious, and it raises serious questions about how this Liberal government has mishandled this file from the beginning. We know that this set off because of the arrest of Meng Wanzhou of Huawei, and their company is involved in a serious trade war with American interests, and yet we stepped in. We arrested her. We had the President of the United States say he would intervene if he could get a better trade deal with China while we were left holding the bag. We've got Canadians in prison as a result of it. We have our canola exports being threatened because of the stance we took. But what concerns me is that this was not very well thought out. We did not take the necessary steps with China to meet with them diplomatically about this move. We have a former Liberal who was our diplomat, who made very inappropriate comments, and then he was replaced by someone who was a Liberal advisor. That it seems that time and time again this government is putting the interests of the Liberal Party ahead of putting competent international diplomats with experience. And they put Canadians at risk, and you put our trade negotiations at risk with a country that is playing a very, very serious role. I'd like to ask this minister why she's afraid of bringing this to committee so that we can examine her government's failings.
Minister of International Development.
And I thank my colleague for his question. And again, I'm pleased to be able to serve with him in this Parliament. I know how passionate he is about human rights, not just abroad, but also here at home. With regards to Canada's priorities, as I said in my speech earlier, our top priority is the safety and security of Mr. Spavor and Mr. Kovrig in China, and it is crucially important that we all work together in this House to ensure that they are returned to Canada safely and reunited with their families. With regards to committees, as my colleague from Winnipeg North asked of our colleague from Durham, there are several existing parliamentary committees that can raise this issue, whether it is the Foreign Affairs Committee or if there's something that requires a deeper dive into higher levels of clearance. Last Parliament, our government actually created, in collaboration with other parties in this House, a all-party committee that deals with security and intelligence. There are avenues to deal with this, and I know that my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, would be happy to discuss this with anyone in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the ministers the following. Well, it's about the situation of Mr. Michael Kovrig and Mr. Michael Spavor. As we heard earlier, they have been detained for 1 year today. What a terrible situation for these two men. Now, when we look at the efforts this government has made to get their freedom, well, they haven't done much, actually. Over the past year, Canada has not had an ambassador to China. They finally appointed one in September. Why did they wait so long? There are two people who have been detained in China for 2 years, and for most of that year, the Canadian government has not been able to appoint an ambassador. That's unacceptable. The Honourable Minister for International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my Bloc colleague for this question. It's important when we make appointments that we appoint the person who will be most effective in that position. And I believe that Ambassador Barton is exactly that person. He has a lot of experience with China. He understands how the country works and how to obtain results For these reasons, it was a good decision to appoint him as the ambassador. But I also want to reassure this House and all Canadians that the safety of these two men who have been unjustly detained in China is our absolute priority. We have therefore ensured that we are in touch with all levels of government and that we have raised their cases with all these orders of government. We have made the case with our international allies and partners as well. They are on our side, and they have also raised the case of these two men with the Chinese government at every level of government. That is always our priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Speaker, and I want to just zero in on a question that I asked before. It was very specific, and I don't think the minister addressed it directly, so I'll keep it to one question this time. Does the government support calls for universal suffrage, true democracy in Hong Kong? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my previous response, Canada is very concerned about the situation in Hong Kong. We are particularly concerned about the safety and the security of the 300,000 Canadians that are there, and we stand with the people of Hong Kong, and we call upon China at every opportunity to ensure their ability to peaceful assembly, to freedom of expression, and their democratic rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the Minister, and especially when she makes reference in terms of the collaboration Canada's been engaged with in regards to other nations around the world, which recognize what's taking place and have been exceptionally supportive of the actions that we have taken to date. And the question that I have for the Minister, and she made reference to it in regards to, we do have standing committees of the House of Commons, and those standing committees are able to look into all sorts of matters. And when I read the makeup of the motion that's been brought forward to us to vote on today, I can't help but think that there is no reason why an issue of this nature could not be done by a standing committee, because the standing committee, if they want to make it 3 days, 3 weeks, it's up to the standing committee to do so.
Well, Minister.
And thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg North for particularly raising that issue. Of course, committees are independent and they make up their own minds and they decide what it is they will study and for how long. So it's not for me to suggest what they do, but I think as my honourable colleague mentions, there is the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee, there is the Special Committee of Parliamentarians on Security and Intelligence, and those seem like very robust vehicles for which these issues could be studied. There's even the Committee on International Trade, which can look into some of the issues that my colleague from Durham mentioned, and so, you know, this place and this House and this Parliament has many mechanisms for parliamentarians to bring forward issues, to study them and to pose questions of the government in a way that allows them to go very in depth. And, you know, I think in the best interests of Canadians, there's an opportunity there should the committee members decide this is something they would like to pursue.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Waterville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start with some opening remarks because it has happened to me in the past to say goodbye in this House. That's right. I've had the opportunity to bid farewell to members of this House because my life was taking me elsewhere, namely to the National Assembly in Quebec for 14 years before becoming the Secretary General of the college in Rimouski. And lo and behold, fate has brought me back here. So I will now reintroduce myself as, again, a new member of the House of Commons. It is a great pleasure for me to be here, and I'd like to thank the constituents of Montarville for having put their confidence in me and their trust in me last October. It is an honor for me to be back here, but in the riding next to Montarville, of course, we have an excellent riding there. Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. It was out of the question for me to try to go into that riding, but there's essentially, which was the largest municipality in that riding, at the provincial level, there was an overlap, so I was asked to represent Montarville, or to present myself for the elections. But it appears that the constituents of this riding also thought that they would have a go and elect me here. So I'd like to congratulate each and every one of the members here of this House for their election. And I'm looking forward to working with you because, as the leader of the Bloc Québécois has already indicated, the people of Quebec and of Canada have asked us to work together. We have an opportunity to work together. Exactly. In this motion from the Conservative member. I'll get to my question soon, but just in closing on my comments, I said earlier that I had already bid farewell to this House, but it's not exactly right because it was in the House of Commons at Centre Block. But when the Centre Block was closed down and the House moved here, I remember saying to myself, oh, it's funny, I would never have sat in that new House. Well, fate sometimes has a few surprises in store for us. Regardless, I'm quite pleased to be here and to have the opportunity to speak during this debate and this first opportunity to cooperate as presented through this motion. I say an opportunity to cooperate. Why? I'll get back to the words, but going beyond the words, what is being asked of us? We are asked for the opportunity to create an ad hoc committee on China-Canadian relations so that eventually we can find together ways to improve this relationship with our Chinese partner. And I must say that, well, that seems like a good idea. It seems like a good idea when, in a minority government, we are looking to work with other parties. It seems to me a good idea to gather around the table in a parliamentary committee and try to find solutions to a real problem. A real problem. Nobody can deny that the relationship between Canada and China, which was quite excellent until very recently, has gone downhill over the past few years. We could go on and on about why that is, why there was this deterioration in relationships. But one thing is clear, we can see that there are problems with that relationship. What do you do when you see that there's a problem? Well, you can do what the Liberal government did for a while. Close your eyes, leave the ambassadorship vacant in Beijing for 8 months. For 8 months. That's not how you look for solutions to a problem. Or, in a minority government, you could sit down together with the other parties and try to find solutions. And that's the spirit of the motion we have here before us. I'll go through each point of this motion. Now, we've understood the spirit of the motion, so let's look more closely at the details, Mr. Speaker. Let's go through each point one by one. First, that in light of the prolonged diplomatic crisis with China, the House appoint a special committee with the mandate to conduct hearings to examine and review all aspects of the Canada-China relationship, including but not limited to consular, economic, legal, security, and diplomatic relations. No problem so far. That's pretty much what I just said. Now, point A, that the committee be composed of 12 members, of which 6 shall be government members, 4 shall be from the official opposition, 1 shall be from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 from the New Democratic Party. Well, that will be how the standing committees will be composed, so no problem so far either. I don't see why anybody would have a problem with this. Now, B, that changes in the membership of the committee shall be effective immediately after notification by the whip has been filed with the clerk of the House. That's usual practice, how we do things. No problem so far. C, that membership substitutions be permitted if required in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114.2. Once again, that's how we usually do things. No problems. D, that the members shall be named by their respective whip by depositing with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee no later than January 15, 2020. That seems logical. Once again. E, that the clerk of the House shall convene an organization meeting of the said committee for no later than January 20, 2020. Yet again, seems logical. See, so far, everything's fine. It reminds me of a joke. There's this guy who falls from the 20th floor, and while he's falling, he goes by the 10th floor, and the person on the 10th floor says, "Is it okay? Are you okay?" And he says, "So far, so good." So, F, that the committee be chaired by a member of the government party. I don't think the Liberal Party will have a problem with that. So far, so good. Once again. G, that notwithstanding Standing Order 106.2, in addition to the chair, there be one vice chair from the official opposition, one vice chair from the Bloc Québécois, and one vice chair from the New Democratic Party. In the spirit of cooperation, that seems logical as well. Once again, so far, so good. H, that quorum of the committees be as provided for in Standing Order 118, and that the chair be authorized to hold meetings to receive evidence and to have that evidence printed when a quorum is not present, provided that at least 4 members are present, including 1 member of the opposition and 1 member of the government. Again, that's pretty much how we usually do things. So far, so good. I, that the committee be granted all of the powers of a standing committee, as provided in the standing orders, as well as the power to travel accompanied by the necessary staff inside and outside of Canada. Well, if we want to look into Canada-China relationships, I mean, it's logical that we'll be allowed to travel at some point. So far, so good. J, that the committee have the power to authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all of its proceedings. Well, once again, that makes sense. So we've looked at almost all of the points, and of the points we've covered so far, I see none that may be a problem. Wait, that brings us to K. What does K say? That the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Canadian Ambassador to China be ordered to appear as witnesses from time to time as the committee sees fit. Well, I just want to insert a little aside here, because I'm assuming that our Chinese friends and counterparts are listening very closely, because they must be saying to themselves, and, well, I have to say it clearly here, that there may be problems between Canada and China. And, of course, we should be looking into this and trying to find solutions. However, there are also problems, internal problems within Canada. And unfortunately, sometimes people are trying to make score political points. And without trying to put intentions upon them, I feel like there was this willingness to try to score political points on K by putting into the motion that there may be orders for the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Minister of Public Safety, and the Canadian Ambassador to China to appear. That would allow the Liberal Party to vote against, and then the Conservatives would have rent their shirts over this. But, I mean, what would have been won through this? Nothing. The Conservative Party may have gotten a few points in the public polls because the Liberals would not have accepted such a reasonable motion. That's right. I mean, I went through the whole motion, and everything seems perfectly reasonable. perfectly acceptable. There's no reason, no more than a snowball reason of being in hell, to go vote against this motion. But that brings us to point K. The Conservatives have obviously tried to embarrass the Liberal government, and that leaves the Liberal government to say, well, we're not going to order the Prime Minister to appear. And the answer is, why not? But isn't it up to the committee to decide who the witnesses should be to appear before committee? We should have let the members of the committee decide who they were going to try to have appear as witnesses. Why look to embarrass the Liberal government by trying to impose these witnesses?
Otherwise, it would have been a reasonable motion. If the Conservatives did not want the motion to pass, they would have put in something like Provision K. They should have wanted to truly find solutions for Canada and China's relationship, and the motion should have been drafted in that spirit. I think this motion was a test of collaboration, and the test is for the Liberal government, but the test is also for the Conservative Party. If the Conservative Party agreed to remove Provision K, I think that there would be no objection, in my view, no objection for this motion to be adopted unanimously by the House of Commons. We must live up to the mandate given to us by Quebecers and all Canadians, which is to ensure that this Parliament works properly. And we are facing our first test. I would like to remind the Liberal government and the official opposition that they must live up to and pass the test, the challenge which the opposition has just given us. And I think we all need to be mature. We all need to live up to our sense of responsibility. As the parliamentary leader of the Bloc Québécois said in a conversation which we had in the lobby a few moments ago, what is more damaging for the relationship between China and Canada? Is it the creation of a committee which will look for solutions to improve that relationship? Or is it a statement by the Minister of Foreign Affairs who says that as far as the two imprisoned Canadians are concerned, well, Beijing is acting in a very arbitrary manner? When the government accuses the opposition of throwing oil onto the fire with this motion, I believe that the government should look at itself in the mirror and realize that there is nothing, and I've read it, beyond the rhetoric. There's nothing unreasonable in this motion. So I call on the government to show us that it is mature and responsible, and that the government should give the parties in this House an opportunity to work together. I call on the official opposition. If you are serious, if you truly want to collaborate with the government, well, withdraw Provision K from your motion, and that way we can all work together. Let us put together a list of witnesses, and if the Prime Minister is to appear, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Chinese Ambassador to Canada, well, that is up to the committee. But don't include this provision in the motion, which will force the government to reject the motion. Now, with regard to the relationship between China and Canada, I still have 4 minutes left to speak. Briefly, Mr. Speaker, Canada, which likes to think it is a model of virtue, Canada has always defended the protection of human rights. But a previous Liberal government, the government of Jean Chrétien, decided to put commercial interests, trade interests, ahead of human rights. The reasoning being that by engaging China in trade, the Chinese will eventually come to adopt our ways. The standard of living will rise in China because Chinese consumers will want to consume more, and therefore they will increase their respect of human rights. However, a few years and then a few decades later, well, what has happened? What was the result of that strategy? There is no doubt, given the state of current Chinese-Canada relations, that that strategy might not have been the right one. Because today we are at an impasse. I believe that the original strategy came from good intentions. I believe that Jean Chrétien and his Liberal government thought they were doing the right thing, that an increase in trade would bring an increase in respect of human rights. That Liberal government did not believe that just talking about human rights would improve them in China. That government thought that trade was the right way to go. But today, we realize it might not have been the right way to go. What would that have been, and what would that be today? Well, I believe in the collective wisdom of this institution. I believe that we can find solutions. And therefore, this motion, in my view, is an invitation to call on the wisdom of this chamber, but we have to drop provision K from the motion. If provision K is dropped, I believe we can improve our relationship with China. I believe we can build on the legacy of Norman Bethune. I believe we can build on previous prime ministers' willingness to improve the relationship with China. So I call on the Liberal government to change its attitude with regard to this motion, and I call on the official opposition to drop provision K. That way everyone can support this motion and we can together improve our trade relationship and our political relationship with the People's Republic of China. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member for Montreal for his re-election and his return to this House. I'm just wondering, as I listen to his very thoughtful presentation, whether or not he sees the possibility of this same work being done through the existing Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, which has yet to be constituted, and it would be able to do exactly those things as a priority. And if the committee so willed that it wanted to do that, we believe the committee should be the master of their own house. Whether or not they, the Bloc Québécois, would be open to the possibility of this sort of work being done collegially and collaboratively at the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Député de Montarville.
The member for Montarville. Well, clearly the answer to that question is yes. Can the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade engage in this study? Absolutely. However, that should not be a pretext to oppose the Conservative motion. And why not? Well, because nothing guarantees that the committee will actually want to engage in such a study. As my colleague said, that committee has not yet been struck. I also believe that the Conservative Party on this first anniversary of the incarceration of of the two Canadians. They want this Parliament not only to resolve the problem of the incarceration, we want our two Canadians to come home. I believe that the Conservative Party wants us to focus on how important this relationship is, and we find that in this motion. But we have to work on this together. Together, all of us here have to find a way to improve the relationship between China and Canada, which until recently was very good. So again, I call on the collective wisdom of this House. I would like all of us together to find a solution. Let's not wait until the Foreign Affairs Committee has been struck. The challenge of collaboration has been laid out today. Let's meet that challenge together, colleagues. Questions and comments?
Albert. Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. It was very well put together today. You know, he talks about the importance of the committees being formed. And one of the issues I think Liberals are ignoring is this is the will of the House. That's why you're forming this committee. And the issues that deal with China cross so many other committees' lines. So, for example, the Trade Committee can't deal with human rights. Human rights committees can't deal with trade. So that's the problem. Now, you talked about the issue of item K, and I want to talk to you about that. In previous governments under this government, they've done everything they can to make sure the Prime Minister or certain ministers or certain people don't come in front of the committee to testify. So we want to ensure that they actually do testify, and you're predicting that their answers will be such that they'll embarrass the Prime Minister. That's in the Prime Minister's hands. How he testifies in front of that committee, he can come off as a rock star if he so chooses, in how he presents his information to the committee. But it's very important that we have the information so we understand what went wrong. So in light of that, how do you see this unfolding if they decided not to have the Prime Minister testify? How would you get the details from these appropriate ministers and Prime Minister?
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I understand the concerns raised by my colleague, and they are legitimate. Once bitten, twice shy. We have an official opposition, which is faced with the arrogance of a majority government and is asking for a committee to be formed and that the Prime Minister be called. But if I look at the opposition motion, I believe that it is a motion of substance. But the concern raised by my colleague is legitimate. However, I say that you have given a reason for the Liberal government to oppose this motion, and therefore we would defeat a motion which on its face is a very good thing. It's very positive. So was point K added because the opposition truly wants these three people, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Canadian ambassador to China, to appear, or was it put there to make the government look bad? Only you can answer that question. However, I hope that everyone will put water into their wine and that we can all reach a solution together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend the member for Montarville on his speech. I myself am a returning member after, in my case, an involuntary absence for the last Parliament. But I enjoyed your comments very much. But I do have one question. Now, you went through very thoroughly through these points here, and I have a concern with Section K. But I'd invite you to look at the last 4 words or 5 words, as the committee sees fit. Doesn't that give the opportunity for the committee to decide whether, in fact, to have the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Prime Minister, or the Minister of Public Safety and the Ambassador to come? And does that not give the opportunity, instead of, as was pointed out, someone to make excuses for not coming. At least they can come, but it's in the control of the committee. And as you pointed out, they have 6 government members and 6 opposition members. And so therefore, wouldn't that give you some comfort? Now, I do share your concerns. If we want to work together, we have to work together. I don't want a combat zone where we set up the opposition against the government. If we're going to try to find solutions, then we should set the proper tone in a committee. But does that not give you some comfort, those last several words?
La députée de Montarville.
The member for Montarville. Well, my colleague is perfectly right. In fact, this is an escape hatch, if you will. Because at the end of the day, with this motion, the committee will be able to decide when the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Canadian Ambassador to China would appear. But point K would force the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Canadian Ambassador to China to appear before the committee. Yet committee members, in their wisdom, could decide that it would not be a good idea to hear from those 3 people, or 1 or 2 of the people. So why should we not leave it up to the committee to decide who they will potentially call in the course of their study? Again, I understand the concerns of our Conservative colleagues. However, I believe that this provision, K, would give the government a reason to vote down the motion, which otherwise is very positive. The member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member for Montarville for his brilliant speech. He spoke of the importance of human rights. He also reminded us all that Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor have been detained for 1 year today. He also said that for 8 months, the Liberal government sitting across from us here did not appoint an ambassador to China, which diplomatically is key if we want to free our 2 Canadians. Since my colleague has a good grasp of foreign affairs, I wonder whether, in his opinion, and as far as he recalls, this is a unique case, a unique situation. And so how is it possible not to appoint an ambassador for 8 months to China? The member for Montarville. Thank you to my colleague for Joliette for overestimating my knowledge of foreign affairs. I have some knowledge of foreign affairs. However, I don't know if this is a unique situation. I don't know that, but I know it is an unusual situation. In a diplomatic crisis situation, you cannot not have a Canadian representative in the other country. Furthermore, if I was the government in Beijing and I saw that Canada had not appointed an ambassador, well, something would tell me that the situation is not so important for Canada, and that Canada was not so interested in solving the canola export crisis, the pork export crisis to China, the human rights crisis, and the situation of the 2 imprisoned Canadians in China. If I was the Chinese government and there was no Canadian ambassador, I would read something into that. Before we continue this debate, I would like to remind members to please speak through the speaker. There is a reason for that. It allows the speaker to indicate how much time a member has left. And again, I would simply like to remind members to please make your observations through the speaker. So that was a brief reminder. Resuming debate.
For St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This being my first full speech in the House, I would like to say to the people of St. John's East to thank them for giving me the honour to represent them once again in the House of Commons. As I just mentioned, I had an involuntary sabbatical for the last Parliament, but I'm very happy to be back again, and I do appreciate the honour given me by the people of St. John's East, and I thank them for it. This is a very important resolution that's been brought forward to the House, and I want to thank the member for Durham for bringing it forward, because I think there's been some discussion about the appropriateness of having a special committee in this situation, but I think the member has, and the opposition through their Opposition Day motion, has brought forth something that has of concern to many Canadians. Clearly, the incarceration of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavak is continuing for a full year under arbitrary arrest and arbitrary and very severe conditions of want and failure to have proper advice from legal counsel or other contact with their family. This is a horrendous situation that I think Canadians from coast to coast are very concerned about. Canadians are also concerned about a lot of other issues in terms of not only our relationship with China, but what's going on inside of China. Hong Kong, of course, the protests and demonstrations in Hong Kong have been front page on television news for many months now, and Canadians are concerned as to what's happening to the people of Hong Kong, to Canadian citizens in Hong Kong, to human rights in Hong Kong, to the ability of the government or the willingness of the government of China to follow through on its one country, two systems promise to the world. And that's something that we want our government to be fully involved in. As has been pointed out, we've had a significant problem only in the last year or so with respect to diplomatic endeavors. You know, when Mr. McCollum was appointed to China as our ambassador, things were very different. Now, that turned out to be a very inappropriate appointment, partly because of the inappropriateness of things that Mr. McCollum himself had said. But it's interesting to notice that relationships such as Canada had with China can go south so fast, so quickly, and this government, the government had not been able to manage it effectively. Now, what we've seen, of course, in the last election is that the Canadian public also decided to pass judgment on the actions of the Canadian government and the Prime Minister. They didn't think it was a good idea to have them have total control over the Parliament, and they wanted to give them a little help. And I think the Canadian public, in their wisdom, said that they should not have a majority. There should be a bigger balance. There should be an opportunity to cooperate. They should be willing and have to listen to the other side, to work together collaboratively to make Canada work best internally, and of course, in this case, in terms of our dealings with other countries, and in this case, China. So this motion actually puts into effect the kind of collaboration that Canadians wanted our government in Canada to be. We still have a Liberal government, we still have the same Prime Minister, but we also have a situation where there are other voices who are at the table and going to be able to have some influence. And this committee, I mean, the member for Montreal just went through details of each and every section of this committee, the structure of the committee, what the mandate is going to be in terms of our entire relationship with China, not just about the two individuals who are incarcerated, but also our trade relationship, the sanctions that, if I get the motion here, Mr. Speaker, all aspects of the Canada-China relationship, including, but not limited to, consular, economic, legal, security, and diplomatic relations. So that is an opportunity for a special committee to look at that whole relationship and see if there are ways that we can improve that relationship more than is being done now and done in different ways. There may well be things that are being overlooked. There may be other opportunities. There may be an opportunity for if the Prime Minister comes or the Minister of Foreign Affairs comes or our ambassador comes, it may be a way for our committee through the actions of our committee, through the proper tone, to set up a new relationship, to send a signal to China about what we want and how we might achieve it in ways that we couldn't do in any other way. This is not, I can't prejudge what will happen in the committee. I have to say, we have some concerns. We heard hints of it from the members from Montrevil's speech, that we don't want to see necessarily an opportunity for a political battle between the opposition and the government of finger pointing. That is not necessarily going to help the circumstances. So we have to be careful about that. And I look forward to hearing from other members of the Conservative Party as this motion goes forward today to see how they plan to do with that. Now, it's one thing to be critical of the government's failures in the past a couple of years, and particularly in the last year with this particular crisis. And I think they are certainly obvious in many cases, the failure to appoint an ambassador in a timely fashion, the difficulties that we've had with trying to ensure that there are appropriate responses, that we did not move quickly enough to assure the Chinese government that our actions with respect to the arrest of Ms. Meng were appropriate in the context of our treaty relationship with the United States. That was something that could have been done, should have been done very quickly. There are other criticisms that can be well pointed against the government's action over the past year. But at this point in time, we have to decide, how do we move forward in our relationship with China? Is it possible to come up with ways, a means of doing that have not yet been tried? Obviously, whatever has been tried so far hasn't worked. So there's an opportunity here to find ways that might work, that might develop ways to go forward. Just in one suggestion, perhaps along the way, is that there ought to be perhaps we can come up with a protocol that might be agreed upon in terms of consular work and dealing with individuals who are arrested in China for various reasons, a protocol as to how Canada and China would deal with these matters. Similar to, we have an extradition treaty obviously with the United States, but we also might want to find ways of dealing with issues as they arise in terms of how prisoners are treated, to what extent they have access to legal counsel, to other aspects, so that moving forward, whether they follow our laws directly, and we can't hardly expect necessarily them to follow our laws in all respects, but we could have an agreement as to how matters could go forward. We've had other suggestions come forward, perhaps a little. I don't know whether they were testing the waters or suggesting that a prisoner exchange might be a good way of dealing with this. I don't think that was a very helpful suggestion, frankly. We're not dealing with the kind of circumstances. The analogy to the Cold War is not a good one. And it's not a good one because we don't want to see what's going on here between Canada and China now, and what's happening with China and the world, to develop in a new form of standoff, such as the Cold War that took place for such a long period of time. What we've got to do now, and I think we have an opportunity to do that, this is what this committee presents, is an opportunity for Canada and China to reset a relationship going forward that avoids some of the consequences negative consequences that could come about. So I think this is a positive opportunity, but one that we have to be careful and cautious about the implementation of. And it's going to require some restraint, significant restraint, on the part of the official opposition and all the opposition in dealing with this. I think we have to recognize that diplomatic relations are just that, diplomatic. And they have to be operated in a spirit of willingness by all members in this House who might participate in this committee, and all parties in this House, to keep that in mind in the operation of such a committee. And without that spirit of collaboration, I think there could be dangers that the relationship could be harmed. So it's a leap of faith, if you will, of members of this House, a test of the notion of collaboration, a test of the maturity of this Parliament to be able to operate such a committee in a way that meets the needs of Canada to try to find a solution here, but also an opportunity for obviously constructive criticism, or at least attempting to find out what does work and what doesn't work. So it's a positive and optimistic. It's an optimistic proposal. I don't think it's naive, and I think we have to be concerned about not being too naive. We're dealing with a very significant country with a very powerful place in the world and a very long history. But as it was pointed out by the member for Durham in introducing this motion, we do have a long history of working with China and Canadian-Chinese relationships going back. I think it's been mentioned by a couple of members, Dr. Norman Bethune, who was very influential within China and very well respected by China, and acknowledged, his work has been acknowledged in Canada. In fact, I think in Montreal you'll find a statue of him not far from Concordia University in downtown Montreal. If you're down there and you walk upon him, please have a look. It's a very fine statue. So we do have that history, and we have an opportunity, hopefully, of making it a positive part of future relations with China. We have a complex relation. We have significant trade relations, and we've seen how the disruption in that trade can so quickly and so seriously affect Canadians. Particularly, we've seen with Canadian farmers, the canola, soybeans, peas, beef, and pork costing many millions of dollars, and still costing many millions of dollars to Canadian farmers. In the case of canola, some of these have been resolved to date. Others are still outstanding. So it's an important relationship. It's something that we have to take very seriously. It's a complex relationship. Particularly, we've got a political system that we are not satisfied with in terms of how they deal with human rights. We're not satisfied with the implementation of the situation in Hong Kong, and we are very sympathetic, obviously, to the concerns of the demonstrators, that the opportunity and the desire to have peaceful demonstrations and to seek to themselves influence the future course of what will happen in Hong Kong. And I think that's something that we recognize and support, their efforts in having their own say in what's going on. And we decry some of the tactics used by the police forces in dealing with these demonstrations. So it's something that, from a human rights perspective, the concern for the Uyghurs is extremely high in Canada. We have to find ways of ensuring that pressure can be put on in whatever way possible to seek to resolve some of these issues. We have, of course, long-standing concerns about Tibet, and all these issues are all there. They've been there for a long time. They're not going to be fixed by this committee. I don't think we can have too high expectations, but if we can find a way to ensure that Canada is doing everything it can in trying to make this relationship, avoid to seek the release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spevek as soon as possible, to deal with that issue. That is something I think that on this anniversary of their incarceration, that is paramount in my mind, and I think in the minds of many Canadians. Certainly, obviously, the families of these two individuals, but all Canadians see that as something that needs to be resolved. And one of these individuals is a Canadian diplomat who's on leave from the Foreign Service, who's working with the International Crisis Group, another important international agency, and it's highly problematic that he should be subject, or any Canadian subject, to arbitrary arrest and imprisonment such as has happened. So in saying that, Mr. Speaker, I would conclude my remarks by saying that we will support this motion with the cautions that have been laid down by me in my remarks here today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too will take advantage of this time to thank the people of Scarborough-Guildwood for electing me this 8th time, and continue to be honoured by their respect shown. I also take the opportunity to welcome my friend back, We enjoyed some interesting times on the Defense Committee together when he was previously here. Setting aside for a moment the gratuitous and in my judgment, unnecessary commentary on the part of the member from Durham and the overreach in the motion, it does speak to a central issue going forward of this Parliament and I'd say many future parliaments, namely the relationship between Canada and China. China, in my judgment, is the colonial power of the 21st century and is saying to the world, and particularly to Canadians, don't involve yourself in the Uyghur situation, that's an internal matter, nor the Tibetan situation, that's internal matter. Hong Kong situation, that's the internal matter. Taiwanese situation, that's an internal matter. Falun Gong, that's an internal matter. Christians, that's internal matter, and it goes on and on and on. Recently, there was a currently, we are dealing with the most difficult situation with respect to Huawei. 4 out of the five eyes are saying this is that they will not allow Huawei into their countries. These are issues that do need to be faced not only by government but also by Parliament. So would the honourable member agree that while this may not be a Cold War, it is in some respects an asymmetric war with a front on intellectual property, on academics, on trade, on human rights, and pretty well the entire panoply of relational elements between one nation and another, as China asserts its colonial status.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Scarborough-Guildwood for his kind remarks and welcoming me back. We did work well together and had some good differences, but also many agreements on the Defence Committee, and it's good to be able to engage here on the floor of Parliament with the honourable member. He raises a good point. It's obviously a philosophical point, and I don't know if we're able to resolve that today, but we know that China is anxious to participate in the world, and you've described it as colonialism. That as a label may not help very much to understand or to deal with what's going on. But if China seeks to engage with the world, I think it also has to show that it understands the world and can be influenced by the world. Progress happens sometimes slowly, but obviously when you want to engage with them, you can't always just dictate the terms of engagement. And China has to be influenced by the countries that it's dealing with. Obviously, they have their citizens working and living in Canada and other around the world and are listening and learning as well. And we see in Hong Kong, for example, a good example of how that engagement takes on a different point of view. Where it goes and how fast it goes, that's a matter of hard work being done and engagement. But if they want to engage with the world, they're also going to have to understand as time goes on that there's a two-way street and that things will have to change at some point in time.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire?
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate the member for St. John's East on his speech and his re-election. My question is this. Currently, China is taking up more and more importance internationally and politically. And I'd like to know if my colleague thinks that the diplomatic solution with China would not be better off happening through multilateralism rather than bilateralism. Over the course of the government's last mandate, we saw that Canada has been playing less of a role multilaterally and more of a role, like the Americans, bilaterally. Do you think perhaps we should be emphasizing multilateralism rather than bilateralism? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. I think he's absolutely right. We're talking here about the Canada-China relationship, but it's obviously in the context of how do we solve that. One of the solutions I believe, is a greater engagement in multilateralism. I know the Minister of International Development, when she spoke, detailed some of the work with other countries on this file. I think that's an important step along the way. And I think when we see what's happening with the instability of the relationship from time to time between Canada and the United States, some difficulties in NATO, for example, and being sure where they exactly stand on issues. I think it's time that Canada was acted more independently in some respects internationally through the multilateral development and working with other countries to be a force, for Canada to be a stronger force in that world circumstances through multilateral efforts. And I think the member is absolutely right, and I look forward to hearing more about that on our committee.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, and being a dean of the chamber with a great deal of experience, I've always had a great deal of respect for the fine work that standing committees have done over the years. Even when I sat in opposition, you get a lot of incredible contributions from all sides of the House. And the question I have for the member is that given we have these standing committees, and I'm thinking forward going into the next 6 months and years ahead, do you believe that anything has been lost at all in regards to not providing that standing committee the opportunity at least to be able to debate this issue or have that discussion? I'm just thinking in terms of future standing committee meetings. Do we see that the House should be providing more direction? Does he have any thoughts on that issue?
Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, and we do have very useful standing committees on a number of matters, many of which touch on the Canada-China relationship. But unfortunately, when you deal with, if we're dealing with something as substantive as this, as so prominent right now, the best way to deal with it, I believe, is a special committee. I've had lots of experience on standing committees as well, whether it be justice or public safety or defense, and you can do a study. But there's a lot of other things that are going on at the same time either in defense or in foreign affairs or in other departments. And to focus on this particular issue, I think, requires a special committee with a particular focus on a problem that we're faced with and have to come up with some way forward that involves the collaboration of all members. So I think a special committee is a good one, a good fit for this particular type of issue and the prominence that it has right now.
Time for one more question and comment. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his very thoughtful comments and even the answer to my honourable Liberal colleague's question around why a special committee is needed. But I am wondering if my colleague could also comment a little bit on how he feels if this challenge, if he feels this strained relationship is not resolved, what the ramifications would be. I know from Manitoba, we have a lot of canola producers. I know there's an impact to our producers, greater impact around actually human lives abroad. And I'm wondering what he feels would be the impact if the status quo continues where there appears to not be a plan, where there appears to not be a resolution in sight, what the impact could be on the people of Canada. Thank you.
A brief answer from the member for St. John's East.
Thank you. I think the relationship would deteriorate clearly, and we've seen in the past year or so how quickly and how easily it is for, in this case, China to take actions that hurt people. I think we have to move on this, and we should move quickly. And this would give me an opportunity to repeat what I said to her earlier. I think that perhaps there should be some time limited on this committee's report. I don't think an open-ended committee for the life of the Parliament is what's desirable. I think we should come up with a time frame in which this committee should report as well.
1 second. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time today with the member for Prince Albert's. Madam Speaker, as this is my first time rising in the 43rd Parliament to bring comments, I do want to begin by thanking and just telling the people of Portage Lisgar how grateful and humbled I am by their support and the trust that they've placed in me. This is the 4th time that I've been elected to the riding of Portage Lisgar, and I just am more appreciative than ever. I also want to say a huge thank you to so many friends, volunteers, people who helped out during the campaign and who have supported me, and a special thank you to my partner Michael. This is the first election campaign he jumped into with both feet, and I appreciate so much love and support from family, friends, and the great support from my constituents of Portage Lisgar. Madam Speaker, I know the people of Portage Lisgar elected me to come here once again and be not only a strong voice, but also a direct voice to say things that have to be said and do things that have to be done. And I know all of us in this place take that responsibility very seriously. I believe this motion that we brought forward as an opposition party really reflects that. There were a number of issues that we could have brought forward today. There still are many, many outstanding issues from the last Parliament around ethics, around accountability, around the government and the rule of law. There are questions around higher taxes for Canadians. There are questions around a real plan to combat greenhouse gas emissions. There are all kinds of issues that could have been addressed today in our Opposition Day motion. But we chose this for a number of reasons, and I am so happy that we brought this forward. This is a very difficult issue. It's the issue surrounding our relationship with the government of China, but it is an issue that requires all of us to come together to find a solution, and that is the spirit in which this motion is brought forward. It is a motion that will establish a special committee, a standing committee, that would actually examine this specific issue. It would not wade into other issues, but it would only look at the issue of our deteriorating relationship with China and how to resolve it. And I know there's been some questions from the Liberal side on why don't we just let the Foreign Affairs Committee do this. I think it's very clear that we've been the Liberals especially have said time and time again that we should not direct committees on what they should study and not study. And so I think for them to now suggest that we would just assume that the Foreign Affairs Committee would take it over is it's a little bit of a contradiction in their own approach to committees. So I think for that reason, we wouldn't just expect that Foreign Affairs would look at this situation. It also is not, this is not a challenge that can just be solved in 5 or 6 meetings. This is something that is multi-pronged. It affects certainly foreign affairs. It affects trade, rule of law. We have public safety issues around Huawei, for example. So it is a multifaceted challenge that requires a committee that is dedicated solely to helping find a solution. And I believe that when we as parliamentarians come together, we're in a minority parliament, but we can find a solution to this problem. So I want to just go over a couple of things. Why do we need a solution, and why do we need it now? I think that it's obvious that this strained and broken relationship with the government of China is having real, meaningful, and very serious effects on Canadians, not only Canadian groups like our canola producers, our pork and our beef producers, which then in exchange affect jobs, affect families, affect certainty around all of these industries. But as we know today especially, this is having a real impact on lives, on individual lives of Canadians, lives that are at risk. So this certainly is an issue that we should all be seized with. And I think it's important to say that our reputation on the world stage is also being watched and is being impacted by this. I think most of our partners know that the government of China is not an easy government to deal with, that it is complex. But how we deal with this and how we deal with what China is doing to Canadians is being watched. And so I think that we have to recognize that the impact is on Canadians and individuals, but it also is on us as a nation, and it needs to be addressed. How did we get here? I do believe that in part there has been incompetence and some bad decisions from the current government. And I think that it's important that we recognize it. We can't go back and undo all of the wrongs. But I think if we don't recognize some of the wrongs that have been done and maybe the poor decisions that were made, we can't move ahead. And then I think certainly we have to discuss and talk about the complexity of having a relationship with a government like the government in China, with Beijing. It is very complex. This is a regime that does not respect the rule of law. It does not respect democracy in many ways, and I think we're seeing this in Hong Kong. It does not respect the very people that they are governing. And so I think we all recognize that's not an easy government to deal with. So this problem has been created because of some mistakes. And it's also there because of the complexity of dealing with the government of China. I want to break that down very quickly. I think, Madam Speaker, a lot of the problems started when, before the Prime Minister became the Prime Minister, he stated that he had an admiration for the basic dictatorship of China. I don't know if any of us to this day can understand why he would think that. But even more so, why he would actually say that. I think that really begs a lot of questions. And I hope since then he has changed his mind. I hope that he can now recognize that a dictatorship and the way that China operates is not something to be admired at all. It is something to be recognized for what it is. So that was not a good start. He then became Prime Minister, and I think in 2015, all the way to well into 2016 and maybe even 17, we saw this government basically courting the government of China and many of the businesses that are part of that regime, courting them and trying to be courted by them, kowtowing to the regime in China. And it was very hard to watch. I think a number of experts saw it. I just want to quote David Mulrooney, former ambassador to China, said back in December 2018, he said, "I think the Liberals tended to be naive and have been naive." And that precedes the current Prime Minister. But the Prime Minister certainly in some of his statements, like when he said that it was the administration he most admired, showed naivety. And then Terry Glavin, in a column just now recently, February 2019, said this. He said, "From the onset of his emergence on the national scene, the Prime Minister has happily accepted the warm embrace of Canada's China business lobby, and his enthusiasm has not gone unrequited. From his appointment of Peter Harder of the Canada-China Business Council to lead his transition team, Harder is now the Prime Minister's point man in the Senate. To his private cash for access fundraisers with Chinese billionaires, the Prime Minister has been Beijing's hands-down favorite among G7 leaders." Now, make no mistake, Madam Speaker, that being a favorite of Beijing's G7 leaders is not a positive. It is a negative. He was seen as the little potato by the Chinese regime. So we saw that mistake really set the tone for our relationship. We then saw, subsequent to that, certainly issues where we, as Canadians and as a Canadian government, obeyed the rule of law. We arrested under an extradition warrant a certain Chinese executive. We then saw the retaliation of the Chinese government taking basically hostage to Canadians, and the relationship from there has gone downhill. The way it's been handled, where our former ambassador, John McCallum, mishandled, misfired, misspoke, again, has just shown great misjudgment. And I think that I think Guy Saint-Jacques, in an interview in the Globe and Mail, said recently, he's also a former ambassador, he said this, he said, "Apart from seeking support from allies," he said, "I am not clear on what is the strategy being pursued by the Canadian government. It may be useful if there was better communication." I'd like to add that I think it would be useful if there was a strategy. If there's a strategy, we have not seen it. We believe that this committee, Madam Speaker, will provide the opportunity for the government to get not only ideas but input and buy-in from Parliament, and show to the Chinese government that we are united, that we will stand up for Canadians, we will stand up for Canada. We are not naive. we are sophisticated, we are strong, and we have the ability to find a solution. So we ask all the parties to support this motion, and let's find a way forward to solve this ongoing crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't agree with the member across the way's narrative in regards to Canada's relationship with China. China does have and should have a healthy relationship with Canada, as it has with many other countries around the world. But Canada has also spent a great deal of time in developing relationships with other countries. And that's one of the reasons why, under this particular administration, you have seen more trade agreements with other countries than any other government in Canada's history, in terms of formal agreements being signed off on. So whether it's countries in Europe or the United States, that we are moving forward from a global perspective. I understand and I appreciate the concerns that the Conservatives are raising today. The question that I have for the member opposite is, does she feel in any way that we are undermining the potential of our standing committees, especially when you highlight the fact that we have minority situations? I suspect that the standing committee could have very easily covered the areas in which it have been pointed out, and I'm looking specifically at foreign affairs. So if the Foreign Affairs Committee was in fact constituted, to what degree would the motion be necessary? Because we could then empower a standing committee in which opposition has a majority.
For other questions, I just want to remind the members to keep their questions brief enough, because there are other people that want to ask questions. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll just briefly, the member might have missed my point. I think it's a bit of a contradiction. The government has said that they don't instruct committees on what to do, and now the government's suggesting that they would tell Foreign Affairs to cover this. I don't think that's the solution. This is a multi-pronged challenge that requires a committee that can look at all facets of it, whether it's the foreign affairs side of things, trade, human rights. But his previous comments to that question are what concerns me the most. If he is somehow suggesting that this really isn't a problem and we don't have to worry about it, I think he's very much mistaken. If his approach is we should just wash our hands of our relationship with China and start to establish other relationships with other countries, including South Asian countries, that's certainly a valid point that should be discussed in this context and could be part of what we discuss. But what we are saying right now is we have a problem with our relationship with China that is affecting Canadians. And the government needs to recognize that, not underplay it, and recognize that we need a solution.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague and to the Liberal response. I think there's a couple of issues that are very important here. Our relationship with China right now has been very compromised, and we are dealing with a geopolitical situation in the world where we have an American ally with Mr. Trump that's making some very sometimes problematic decisions that affect Canada. We have now a very aggressive Chinese policy in many parts of the world, and I think we have not taken this issue seriously. And we have Canadians on trial. We have effects of canola. We have an issue here where we can come together and establish a special committee, not try and tell a standing committee, which is not the right of Parliament, but to establish a special committee so that we can apprise and look at this issue and find a solution to look at the threats that are being posed, but also how do we start to maneuver in the geopolitical world that we're in, which is a very, very different world than we were in 10 years ago. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague how she thinks this committee could move forward on addressing these issues.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague for his questions. I agree wholeheartedly with his comments. I think not only is this situation changing literally day by day and week by week, but I think we have to look at what our previous approach has been in the past decade or number of decades. So that's something the committee could look at, but it does begin with the government recognizing what my honourable colleague just pointed out, that this is an issue that we have to deal with. It's not just a little disagreement we have with a country that maybe is having a small impact. And I am concerned if the government doesn't recognize this problem, or if they're trying to protect their pride, or they're more worried about saving face as opposed to actually addressing this problem, that it will continue and that there will be a greater impact. So I very much agree with my colleague. This committee would be established for the sole purpose of finding solutions to the relationship, the deteriorating relationship. And there is no other committee that would be able to have that ability or be able to direct itself in that way. So I agree with him. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome you to the chair, and it's great for my first speech in the House to do it in front of you. I also want to take the opportunity at this point in time to thank the people of the riding of Prince Albert for electing me to represent them out of Saskatchewan here in this great chamber. You know, my riding is a very special riding. It's had 3 prime ministers. And of course, one of the most famous one is John Diefenbaker. And why is he so famous? What did John Diefenbaker do that was so famous? Well, many things. First female cabinet minister, John Diefenbaker. The Bill of Rights, John Diefenbaker. First Aboriginal vote, John Diefenbaker, a conservative. But you know what, Madam Speaker? As he was balancing these new issues, apartheid, for example, he criticized apartheid. First global leader to criticize apartheid in South Africa was John Diefenbaker. He was able to balance that with the needs of doing trade with China. In fact, in 1961 in China, at that point in time, they were going through massive starvation. They were having huge economic issues. John Diefenbaker, through the Canadian Wheat Board, offered $40 million worth of wheat for sale. He actually took on compassion, and he stepped up and gave it to him under credit, of all things. And he was criticized. Our neighbors to the south were upset with him when he did that. But he knew it was important to find a way to balance what was required in China to human rights, to other issues that were important to Canadians. And I think that's what Canadians expect from any government moving forward. So we've had a really good relationship with China up to about 2017. In fact, in 2015, 2016, when Canadians went to the polls, they never seen the Chinese relationship being a problem with the current Prime Minister. They just assumed that it would continue to keep growing. Yes, we have issues on human rights. Yes, we have some issues on security. Yes, there's issues that we have a mature conversation with them, and we deal with them, and we find solutions to them together. But in 2017, this all changed. Madam Speaker, I'm going to take this and maybe talk to it from a trade perspective and how important this market is to Canada. Yet, we can't just look at this issue from just a trade perspective. You know, when you look at what China means to us and what it means to Canada, what it means to Saskatchewan, it's huge. It's 4.3% of our total exports. You know, of course, the U.S. is number 1. It has 75%. It's our second largest trading partner for merchandise. It's our 5th largest for services. Approximately $100 billion a year we trade with China is what we're doing, and growing. You know, it has a population of 1.4 billion people and growing. It has a GDP of 23.3 trillion. It's huge. It's a massive marketplace for people from around the world to sell into and participate in. You know, in Canada, we sell 2.6, or we sold, correct myself, 2.6 billion in canola. 40% of our crop went to China, and that crop does not have a home today. Nor have we seen solutions presented from this government on what to do with this crop, or to compensate these farmers that grow canola. Wood pulp, $2.4 billion worth of wood pulp comes out of Canada. Those are just some of the examples of some of the things we sell into the Chinese marketplace that makes it so important to us. And these are things that we want to make sure that we continue to move forward with, because these are things that they require and we have abundance of. You know, in December 1st, 2018, with the arrest of Meng Wanzhou, and I apologize to her if I pronounced her name wrong, Chief Financial Officer, Hawaii, was a problem, and I get that. But the answer to that problem was the legal system and the political system is separate in Canada. It's separate. And they respected that answer until the Prime Minister decided he was going to interfere in the legal system in Canada with SNC-Lavalin. That's what he did. And that's when we've seen the problems happen. April 2019, ban on canola seed to Chinese. Just done. May, ban on Canadian pork. 20% of our pork went to China, and it was banned. June, ban on Canadian beef and veal. Canada's 5th largest market, banned. At that time, we had no ambassador. There was no game plan. There was no repercussions for what was happening. And I think we have to ask why this happened. What went on in the background that took our country from being a country that had a respected relationship with China to a situation where they won't even talk to us, well, they won't even acknowledge that we need an ambassador. What happened? We need to have a committee that actually goes through and researches that and looks at that. Now, thankfully, in November 2019, the ban on meat was lifted. I'm glad to hear that because our Canadian farmers need that piece of good news. And hopefully that's something we can build on. Maybe that's something this committee can actually analyze and say, what did we do that allowed the meat to resume trade to China? Again, when you start looking at this committee, it's really tough to pigeonhole into one of our existing committees because issues outside of trade impact trade. Issues on human rights impact trade. Issues on security will impact trade. One thing I will say, Madam Speaker, one good thing about trade, and I still believe this to be true in all the countries on the world that we trade with, when you're trading with countries such as China or Saudi Arabia, where you've got concerns on human rights, women's rights, are you not better off having a conversation with them, challenging them to do better, encouraging them to do better, reaching out to them, showing them a better way that they can actually have a better society in China or Saudi Arabia? But when they don't talk to you, what influence do you have? You have zero influence. You have zero impact on the ability to move the yardsticks in a positive fashion. So, Madam Speaker, when you look back to trade, when you look back at the importance it is to Canada, it's huge. When you look back to our role in the world, the influence around the world, trade is one of those tools that we have in our toolbox that we can utilize effectively. But if we don't have those markets, if they won't talk to us because of something our Prime Minister has done, or because of bad policy or bad judgment shown in foreign affairs, it's the consumer, or not the consumers, it's the developers of the products we sell around the world out of Canada that hurt. There's no dollars out of the Prime Minister's back pocket, but if you take a Canadian farmer, for example, who grows canola, let's say he does 1,000 acres canola, the market's dropped about $1.50 a bushel, and he grows roughly 50 bushels to an acre. Okay, so that's roughly $60, $70 an acre. That's $70,000 he's lost out of his back pocket because of the actions of our Prime Minister. That's important. That means a lot. That's a huge dent in their livelihood. Then let's throw a carbon tax on top of them. Let's not talk about that and what that does to their drying costs and everything else, which they seem to ignore. But I won't digress to there, Madam Speaker, because that's a different topic and debate. But it shows you why people in Western Canada are so mad, because they're the ones always paying for these guys' mistakes. Now, we talk about Huawei, but one of the things that doesn't get talked about the Chinese government, they massively invested in Western Canada, in the resource sector. And when they found out they couldn't get pipelines and resources to market, their investment now is stranded. How do you expect them to react? They need it. And you know what, when I look at our oil and gas sector, our natural gas sector, we want to make sure that we give it to them. Because every time we ship them natural gas, for example, it's one less coal-fired generating plant, power plant. That helps our north. That helps us directly. That helps climate change in a global fashion. That's very important. But again, when they won't talk to you and won't do trade, what have you done? You've lost all those opportunities. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's very important this committee come together because people don't trust the Prime Minister to lead this discussion with China. They trust this Parliament to do it. So this Prime Minister needs this committee to give him the appropriate advice to move forward to rebuild those relationships. And that's the cooperation that this House can do together to actually benefit Canada as a whole. So I look forward to this committee coming together. I look forward to working with all sides of the House in a positive and constructive manner. I look forward to analyzing what went wrong. But not only that, I'm looking forward to solutions because the people of Canada need solutions. And the Conservative Party, I know, has some solutions. And we're more than happy to share them for the benefit of all Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, I think I'll stop my speech there and continue on to questions.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, the member opposite, as I was sitting in here when the bloc representative was addressing the House, and he raised the issue in terms of why it is that the Conservatives would have brought forward, I believe it's Clause K, which mandates that there be these three individuals appearing before the special committee, suggesting that, in fact, why not allow the committee to make that determination, and that it would be a better motion if, in fact, Clause K was deleted. I'm wondering if the Conservative Party would, in fact, be open to an amendment of that nature, thereby reinforcing the importance of committees, whether it's a special committee or a standing committee, to be able to determine whoever they would like to see as witnesses.
Our member for Prince Albert.
Question, but I will remind the member through you, Madam Speaker, they don't have a majority government. You don't have that mandate. We've seen tricks and games played by this government in the past where they prevented people from coming to committee. That's why the Committee of the Whole has to do it. That's why the will of this House of Commons has to be in the motion. And why are you assuming that the Prime Minister is going to embarrass you?
I just want to address the questions and comments to the Chair.
Why are the Liberal Party assuming the Prime Minister is going to embarrass them in giving testimony? What does that mean? They don't have confidence in him either? Well, now they've just joined the rest of the people in Saskatchewan, Alberta, and right across this great country, because we don't have confidence in him either.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for my colleagues is about Section K in the motion. As my colleague from Montarville was saying, this Conservative motion is the first test of cooperation between the parties here in the House. The member for Montarville showed that the motion made sense. However, he said that provision K might not find support from the Liberal Party. And he also said that committees should be able to call who they want. So my question to my colleague is whether the Conservative Party would consider dropping provision K from its motion, and that way pave the way for its adoption.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think the Conservative Party would take reasonable considerations to all types of proposals brought forward. And I do have to commend the member from Montville. He did a really excellent speech. When he talked about the actual motion and went through it line by line, he actually explained to everybody in this House on why it was such a good motion and why we should proceed with it. So we look forward to your support on this as we move forward, and we look forward to working constructively with you for the benefit of all Canadians.
I want to remind the member for Prince Albert one more time that he's to address the questions and comments to the Chair. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, and I know my colleague talked a lot about resources and the importance of resources, and one thing that hasn't been brought up yet, and in this House a couple of years ago we expressed concerns to the government when they were moving forward with a very murky insurance company called Onbong and the sale of our residential care facilities to China. You might be aware, Madam Speaker, that it turns out that 3 on the island have now had to be taken back over by the officials on the island due to the care that was given. So I think the need to move slowly in terms of the decisions around foreign investment, I think this is another good example, and I'd like comments from my colleague.
Prince Albert has 1 minute to respond.
That's a great question, and just another example of why you need this special committee. You know, when we see purchases made by state-traded enterprises out of China, we need to have appropriate review on them. And it's obvious that we cannot trust this government to do that review because of some of the assets they've sold and some of the security concerns we've had with them. Now, moving forward, I think this is a good example when we see a proposal brought forward to Canada saying we want to take over this type of entity, that we can actually do a proper vetting and maybe set up some policies around certain things that we'd be willing to allow to have Chinese investment in and certain things we would not be considered able for Chinese state trading enterprise to have investment. Again, that would be the will of the committee, Madam Chair. So she can use the committee to bring forward these types of issues and then find a way forward to find appropriate policy to deal with them.
Resuming debate. Reprise au débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
And it is a great privilege again to represent the people of Don Valley West, and I want to thank them for their confidence in me. And I'll just note that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Ottawa West Nepean. This is an important motion today, and it's an important discussion that we're having as a House of Commons, as members of Parliament. The diplomatic relationship that we have with China is complex, it's important, and it's sensitive. And I am very pleased, actually, that the member from Durham has raised this motion today to give us an opportunity, as members of the House, to have this discussion. And let me assure all members in the House that on the government side, we are listening to all the arguments that are being made by members with respect to this motion. We are listening carefully to every concern that is raised. And as those concerns are raised, there is agreement, I would hope, in this House that the relationship with China is important and that our trading relationship, our cultural relationships, our people-to-people relationships, as well as every consular issue is of great importance to people in this House. As we are doing that, let me say very clearly that the intent of this motion, if it is to have a discussion, a robust discussion, and to get to the core of these ideas, is absolutely an appropriate idea. What we are wondering about on this side of the House is, where is that discussion best held? Is it best held in a standing committee or several standing committees, or is it best held in a special committee? And we are listening to the arguments carefully to understand where the best place for this discussion is to be held. Underneath all of these issues, whether it's about trade, whether it's about security, all of us, I think, need to hold up, especially after 1 year, the state of Canadians held arbitrarily in detention in China. And as the Prime Minister, as the Foreign Minister has said very clearly, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor are and will remain our absolute priority. Also, in the case of Robert Schellenberg, it's of extreme concern that China has arbitrarily applied the death penalty. Formerly, as Parliamentary Secretary, I had the opportunity to travel to China and to raise these cases with officials in China, and to also observe the quiet but very effective diplomacy of our diplomatic corps, which is in Beijing. And I want to commend each and every one of those people who have provided leadership and thoughtful understanding of the intricacies of this consular dilemma. Consular cases are the most sensitive files that a government can be faced with. Families, friends, and communities are at the heart of everyone. To take this responsibility is to take it seriously and importantly. There is nothing more important to us as a government than the safety and security of Canadians at home and abroad. Each consular case involves a person, a human being, a Canadian, and is unique. And our consular officials are trained and experts in knowing how to approach each case in each country differently and uniquely.
Today, December 10, marks the day that 1 year ago that Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were arbitrarily detained in China on the third day of his mandate, which began on November 23rd. The Minister for Foreign Affairs raised these issues directly with his Chinese counterpart at the G20. Now, on the side of that meeting, there was a bilateral meeting with Wang Yi, the Chinese Minister of Foreign Affairs, and this meeting lasted almost an hour. Our minister took that opportunity to express Canada's serious concerns with regard to Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig's incarceration, and the minister reiterated that these two men were the absolute priority of Canada's Department of Foreign Affairs, Global Affairs Canada. In particular, our minister expressed the concern of all Canadians with regard to the conditions of detainment of the two Canadians. Our minister stated very clearly that the detention of these two Canadians was unacceptable and that their imprisonment was arbitrary and that they had to be immediately released. I call on members in this chamber to take the time today to think of what these two men and their families are going through, we must all continue to support Michael Kovrig, Michael Spavor, and their loved ones. The government will continue to work relentlessly until these men are free again.
Use of death penalty in all cases, and so we will continue to advocate for Robert Schellenberg at the same time. Aligned with this principle, our government seeks clemency for all Canadians facing the death penalty anywhere and everywhere in the world. These are difficult situations, especially for individuals involved and for their families. Our government and consular officials continue to provide consular services to them and their families. And I do take exception to Conservative members of Parliament who somehow suggest that we are not doing absolutely everything in our power with great expertise, with officials, with diplomatic relations, with our minister, with our prime minister, every opportunity possible to raise these cases, as well as the ongoing diplomatic issues that are important to every member of this House. Our efforts also include active engagement with the international community. It's clear, just as these Canadians are not alone, Canada is not alone. Canada is grateful to our many allies who have spoken out in support of us, such as Australia, the Czech Republic, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the US, the Netherlands, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Spain, along with the European Union and NATO. Respected members of civil society, scholars, all have echoed statements loudly and clearly regarding China's actions and in support of Canada. They too have called for the release of Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor and for an impartial due process for Mr. Schellenberg. Canada and this government will continue to raise our deep concerns, emphasizing the worrying precedent that China's arbitrary actions have set, a precedent that will undoubtedly be of concern to any country, business, organization, or person seeking to deepen ties with China. Ultimately, China must realize that expressing displeasure with another country through arbitrary detentions of its citizens and the arbitrary imposition of the death sentence sends the wrong message to everyone in the international community. Madam Speaker, the Canadian government has raised specific cases as well as our opposition to the use of the death penalty directly with the Chinese government, and we will never waver in these ongoing efforts. Neither will we ever waver in our ongoing stand for human rights, for democratic institutions, and for the rule of law, absolutely standing firm on those issues while we maintain an important relationship with a country, China in this case. We will continue to undertake calculated, strategic engagement with China and express our extreme concerns on these cases. With respect to where this discussion should happen, I would argue, having been the chair of a standing committee, that those are the places that we should most appropriately deal with this. Allow the committees to do their work. The House may direct a committee on certain work. That has been done several times. We need to manage our resources well. We need to also allow our standing committees to be masters of their own houses. And we will continue to do that as a government. We have shown our respect for committees. We'll continue to do that. We will continue to listen today. We will promise to always collaborate. We are looking forward to constructive suggestions on how to improve every diplomatic relationship, and we'll count on the opposition to hold Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor in their minds and in their hearts this and every day to ensure that their safety trumps anything about politics or anything about personal advantage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the citizens of Flamborough-Glanbrook, too, for returning me back here to this House. This is a second opportunity, but my first question, I didn't have the time to be able to thank them, and I wanted to thank them sincerely and appropriately. I also want to say, if they were able to get this video feed to Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, that they can rest assured that much of this debate is happening because of our grave concern for their safety, and we'll continue to have these debates because their safety and the safety of other Canadians, and frankly, the human rights of citizens of China are that important. My colleague said that the issue is complex, important, and sensitive, that the Liberal Party's listening, and that they're doing everything that they can. So if that is the case, all those points, I would just like to sincerely ask him, would not a special committee be everything that they can with 338 minds here to be able to feed into that committee? Would they not have the option, if they wanted to even swear the members of that committee to secrecy, even if the Prime Minister wanted to swear them into the Privy Council? And they have lots of options to be able to hear from a special committee on this issue to help us with our relationship with China.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate the member on his re-election and state very clearly that his commitment to human rights, his commitment to fairness and the rule of law is something that I appreciate greatly in all the words that he has offered in this House. Directly to the question, I would still stand that the work of standing committees is it's the place where these subjects best would be discussed. That to divert resources to a special committee would be less than optimal. However, I can see the advantages of it as well. I can understand that there are times when a special committee is necessary. I co-chaired this special committee that was set up to discuss medical assistance in dying because it crossed a variety of subject areas. And it was an important discussion, but it was time limited and it was directed and it was important to get the work done quickly. I think this issue is ongoing and will continue.
Unfortunately, I do have to allow for other questions and comments. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin with a comment to my colleague. He made an argument earlier to the effect that standing committees can consider these kinds of issues. However, I'm not convinced. Why? Because the current diplomatic crisis with China didn't just happen overnight. It has been ongoing for a while, and he himself will recall that it has been exactly 1 year since these Canadians have been unfairly detained in China. The Liberal government had a majority at the time. Why didn't it use standing committees at the time to consider this issue? Now, here we have a motion from the official opposition, and this is the first test of collaboration amongst parties and parliamentarians to work together. And I would humbly submit to my colleague that this is an opportunity to try using a committee to work together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Valley West.
I want to thank the member for his comments. And actually, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs did consider the relationship with China quite considerably when they called the ambassador in and had in-camera meetings about the situation. And they discussed consular affairs. I understand I wasn't at the meeting. And a variety of issues that came up because those were the important issues for the committee. I think that we still need to allow our Parliament to work. I think that we will take direction, obviously, from this Parliament. We will be respectful of what Parliament says, and Parliament will decide what every committee should be doing.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Ottawa West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as this is my first chance to speak in the House in the 43rd Parliament, I would like to thank the constituents of Ottawa West Nepean for giving me the privilege of representing them in this House. I want to thank my colleagues from across the aisle for bringing such an incredibly important issue to the attention of this House and for bringing this opportunity for all of us to, I believe, share very much in our concern about what is happening to our citizens who are under arbitrary detention in China. And that's what I would like to speak about today. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada shares the distress of the many Canadians in the face of arbitrary measures taken against Canadian citizens in China. As the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs clearly stated, all levels of government are concerned with the situation regarding Michael Kovrig, Michael Spavor, and Robert Schellenberg. Today, on December 10th, marks exactly 1 year since Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were arbitrarily arrested by Chinese authorities. We will continue to underscore the fact that these arbitrary detentions are unacceptable. We will continue to call on the Chinese government to immediately release Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor, and we will do so at every opportunity until these men are released.
As we acknowledge this 1 year anniversary, I ask the members of this House to take time today to reflect on what these individuals and their families are going through. We must all continue to stand with Michael Kovrig, Michael Spavor, and their families. Mr. Speaker, what is helpful to these Canadians is a united front in defending their interests. And I am happy to see in the House today that we are demonstrating exactly that. We have seen support from international partners, allies, civil society, diplomats, and Canadians across our country echo our call for their release. Working together is in the best interests of these Canadians. We also remain seized of the troubling case of Robert Schellenberg. We oppose the arbitrary decision to issue a death penalty, and we continue to call on China to grant clemency to Mr. Schellenberg. Madam Speaker, while Canadians are especially troubled by China's actions, it is important to recognize that this is not just a Canadian problem. Many others around the world share our deep concern about China's arbitrary measures against foreign citizens. We ask China to recognize that its actions are harming its global reputation, which is not in China's best interest.
Several countries have echoed the concerns expressed about China, including Australia, the Czech Republic, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the United States, the Netherlands, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Spain, as well as the European Union and the Secretary General of NATO. The American President, Donald Trump, the Vice President, Mike Pence, and the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, have all openly expressed their concerns. Mr. Trump has personally raised the issue with the Chinese president. The Secretary of State, Mr. Pompeo, stated that the United States stand with Canada against the arbitrary and unacceptable detention of Canadian citizens by China. The American Congress also adopted 2 resolutions, one in the Senate and the other in the House of Representatives, congratulating the Government of Canada on upholding the rule of law and its international legal obligations. And it also stands with Canada to call for the immediate release of Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig and to respect the legal process for Robert Schellenberg.
Communique released after their April meeting in Saint-Malo, France, their collective deep concern about the arbitrary actions of Chinese authorities against foreign citizens. The European Union also raised their concerns with Chinese authorities during the 37th EU-China Human Rights Dialogue in April in Brussels. The EU emphasized, in particular, the need for due process and the importance of ensuring that Canadians are treated properly while in Chinese custody. EU President Tusk also expressed his personal support over social media, saying, quote, "Both Canada and EU stand by the rule of law underpinning the global order. EU calls for the release of the Canadian citizens detained in China." Australia's Foreign Minister Marise Payne has also denounced China's actions and emphasizes her government's concerns about these arbitrary detentions. UK Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has expressed his own government's concern. The UK has noted in particular concern over, quote, "suggestions of a political motivation for the detention of Kovrig and Spavor." France and Germany, among others, have echoed these concerns.
And beyond these concerns, governments, including those of Spain and the Netherlands, have made statements underscoring the importance of ensuring that Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig are given fair treatment in China. Canada is troubled by the detention conditions in China, and we have shared this with the Chinese authorities. We have called on China to respect the recognized international detention rules, including the UN standard minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners and the basic principles for the treatment of prisoners.
Only foreign governments that have expressed concern. Leaders in academia, in the private sector, and across civil society have also joined the chorus. An open letter signed by diplomats and scholars from 19 countries is just one example of how the dismay over China's actions extends well beyond Canada's own borders. This letter, issued on January 21st, states Mr. Kovrig's and Mr. Spavor's detentions send a message that their efforts to build bridges and better understand China are unwelcome and even risky in China, and that will lead to less dialogue and greater distrust and undermine efforts to manage disagreements and identify common ground. Both China and the rest of the world will be worse off as a result, unquote. Canada is grateful to all those who have joined us in raising these concerns. The government will continue to work diplomatically to address the issue and to encourage international partners to stand with Canada. Our international partners recognize that China's arbitrary measures set a troubling precedent for the international community. It is important that together we send a message that exerting arbitrary measures against foreign citizens is not an effective approach to address bilateral concerns. In closing, I would like to emphasize that Canada will continue to work with our friends and partners around the world to navigate this challenging period through careful and strategic engagement. Canada and its allies will continue to stand on our principles and to defend the rules-based international order that has sustained global peace and prosperity for decades. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. And I do want to take a moment to just thank the people of Yorkton Melville for putting me in this position again. I deeply appreciate it and will serve them to the best of my ability. I think it's important today that we look at the fact that the problem here, at least what I hear in my riding and throughout the country, is that Canadians do not have confidence in this government to proceed as it has been proceeding. The amount of time that has passed by, the gaffes that have taken place within foreign affairs, the multiple issues we now have with trade, especially in my province where our farmers have faced significant problems. So we have a situation here that is so multifaceted. Would the member across the way, in the fact that she did focus mostly on our Canadian citizens being held inappropriately, I totally appreciate that. But we have a circumstance here that is so multifaceted. Does she not see that the best answer to this circumstance to get the best responses would be to support the motion that we put forward on the floor today?
Our member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Yes, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I don't accept the entire premise of the question, and I think that we heard earlier from the member for Prince Albert that conversation and dialogue are vitally important, and that is precisely what we've done right up to the level of the Prime Minister. With regard to the motion before the floor today, I sat on the Foreign Affairs Committee. The Foreign Affairs Committee, in fact, in 2018 traveled to China. We released earlier this year a report on our engagement in East Asia. I believe that the Foreign Affairs Committee has the history, the institutional knowledge, the expertise to be able to take on this particular subject area. I also believe that there are other committees. I was the chair of a special committee, of the Pay Equity Special Committee, that did incredible work, but I'm not convinced that it couldn't have done better if it had been done through the Status of Women Committee, which is a standing committee of our Parliament, which has that history and institutional memory. So I'm not convinced that another special committee is the way to go, but I do appreciate significantly that this is a subject that we as parliamentarians have to be seized with. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
My real concern here is Canada has deep ties with China. We have cultural ties. Many of our communities have deep ties. And yet things have gone terribly wrong since we made the arrest of the executive of Huawei and put us in between this trade war between the United States and China. We have people in jail unfairly who are facing extreme conditions. We have a trade war, but we also have the brewing unrest in Hong Kong. And Canada can play such a huge role because of our connections to China and to the people of Hong Kong. There's a growing concern about what's going to happen in Hong Kong. We saw what happened in Tiananmen Square. My question to the government is, given the fact that we have now a very compromised relationship with China, how are we going to be able to ensure pressure for the democratic rights of the people of Hong Kong to be protected from unfair and arbitrary attack because of their fight for democracy in the streets of Hong Kong?
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I actually thank very much my honourable colleague for raising this incredibly important issue. This is something that, as he knows, I was the chair of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights and have worked around the world on the right to democratic participation, the right to peaceful assembly, and we stand very, very strongly behind the people of Hong Kong who are expressing peacefully their right to peaceful assembly and their legitimate aspirations for a true democratic country. And so I appreciate very much the member raising that issue. I believe that Canada, in fact, the Minister of Foreign Affairs in October raised this at the G20. I believe that we have been expressing consistently our position and our values when it comes to people's legitimate aspirations on democratic rights. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate you again on assuming a role in a chair position. And it is indeed a pleasure to be back here in the House and Commons. And I want to thank, this is the first chance that I've had a normal speech in the House. I've done a question period and, of course, the Committee of the Whole last night. But I want to thank the constituents of Selkirk Interlake Eastman for putting their trust in me again. I'm humbled by their support for 6 times in a row now, and I always look forward to representing them and being their voice right here in this chamber. I should mention that I'm splitting my time with the member from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. I can tell you that this motion is indeed timely, one that I support wholeheartedly, that's been brought forward by the opposition, official opposition, and it's something that is a growing concern amongst Canadians. I can tell you that in my riding of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, we have been dealing firsthand with the impacts of our increasingly difficult relationship with China. Our agriculture producers, previously, earlier, our beef and pork producers were sanctioned and banned from moving product into the Chinese market. We're still dealing with the restrictions on Canadian canola, and that's having a huge impact on the farming sector in Selkirk Interlake Eastman, and indeed right across the country. And the mismanagement on this file by the Liberals has created the challenges that we're now facing in our economy, as well as making it more difficult to work with China when it comes to our national security, as well as our national defense. You know, I've always been a big advocate for standing up for human rights. Of course, I brought forward the legislation to recognize the Ukrainian Holodomor as a genocide. I brought forward in this place sponsored the bill on Magnitsky Act and making sure that we have sanctions in place to go against those corrupt foreign officials who are gross human rights violators. And I've been advocating for some time that those Chinese officials who are responsible for those human rights violations need to be added onto Canada's Magnitsky sanctions list. Now, we know how they have been behaving. We know that the Chinese government has allowed individuals to profiteer from political prisoners and harvesting their organs and exporting them around the world. We know that they have intentionally gone out and targeted Falun Dafa, often called Falun Gong practitioners, because they don't believe in their right to peaceful assembly, to their right to worship and meditate in their own way, and imprison them and then harvest their organs and tissues and move them all around the world. That, to me, is disgusting, and we need to put a stop on it. But that is one of the things that this committee could actually look at, is these human rights violations. How Tibetan monks have been treated by the Chinese government, how often Tibetan monks in protest will go in the streets and light themselves on fire. We've seen with the Chinese Muslims, the Uyghurs, that they have been targeted as well, have been imprisoned. And right now there is a smear campaign going on against them by the state of China itself. The regime in Beijing, again, is discrediting minority groups, religious groups within the context of China, Madam Speaker. And that, again, is something that this committee could drill down on, could allow these different organizations, these different faith groups to come before our committee and talk about the human rights abuses that they have been facing. And, of course, we just been witnessing the pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong, and we know that the Chinese military massed itself on the borders of Hong Kong just to threaten the people. That the citizens of Hong Kong, that if they didn't do what they wanted from Beijing, could face military oppression or possibly turning Hong Kong into a police state. That threat is still there. And so trying to appease China, trying to normalize relations with them is something to me that is very disheartening. Now, we know that, that the Minister of Defense, that the Prime Minister, that the former Minister of Foreign Affairs have not viewed China as a threat. But yet, we have heard over and over again that our allies, both in the Five Eyes and the Two Eyes, NORAD as a Two Eye, that they see grave concern on allowing a Chinese company like Huawei to have access to our 5G network. We already know that there has been challenges by other countries that have adopted using Huawei as their main Wi-Fi provider in having backdoor access into their information system, putting at risk not only national security, but the protection of individuals and making sure that their identities are not harvested and circulated through cyberspace, or that they're having their personal information stolen to actually use for more nefarious reasons. So, Madam Speaker, we just recently had the Halifax Security Forum, and the Minister of Defense was there, and he said this on November 23rd. He says, "We don't consider China as an adversary. We do have 2 Canadians that have been arbitrarily detained in China, and we asked China for their expeditious release, and that's extremely important to us." And of course, now we learn that those 2 Canadians are going to be facing national security charges in a trial in Beijing. Just right after the Minister of National Defense quit speaking, National Security Advisor to the United States, Robert O'Brien, got up and he says, "The Huawei Trojan horse is frightening. It's terrifying." And of course, we all know that there's always a huge U.S. congressional presence at the Halifax Security Forum. And CBC reported on November 23rd, Democrat and Republican senators spoke with one voice, saying the dangers of proceeding outweigh the benefits. So, as Senator Angus King said, we differ sometimes on issues, but not on this one. The risks of Huawei coming into our country far outweigh any benefits. So when we are looking at protecting our systems, protecting our financial infrastructure, protecting our transportation infrastructure, making sure that things operate well, never mind protecting our Canadian government, our national security. Why would we want to have a company like Huawei, who often provide intel to the government of China through backdoor access into our Wi-Fi system? Now, aside from that national security threat of having Huawei become part of our internet system here through a 5G network, we need to also look at the the military threat. And as I spoke in here last night, Madam Chair, and I talked about the buildup of the military presence of Russia, that the Rear Admiral who's in charge of the Northern Fleet for the Russian Federation is anticipating conflict in Canada's Arctic. Well, I can tell you that if you look at China right now, who's not an Arctic nation, has an Arctic policy called the Polar Silk Road, and that they intend to make use of Canadian waters as well as Russian waters for transit. Now, you think that in itself, if they got approval, if the disappearing sea ice enables more trade up there, it could be a good thing. But why would China, who is not an Arctic nation, currently have 2 polar research vessels, and they have 6, count them, 6 People's Liberation Army Navy icebreakers. We're talking heavy icebreakers by the government of China. We're talking about the capability, not to transit, but to wage war. These are combat ships. And so, Madam Speaker, we have to be prepared. And I'm not hearing anything from the government on how we're preparing to defend our sovereignty in the Arctic. And that's another thing that we can talk about by striking up this committee of all parties, of getting down to the essentials of Arctic sovereignty, protecting Canadian domain, and making sure that we are keeping China in check as they do things like militarize the South China Sea, as they continue to rattle sabers with neighbors like Japan and China and South Korea, and they continue to support North Korea in their efforts to build ballistic missiles. So these are things that we have to take a serious look at. And I know that the United States in 2019 has put China on their worldwide threat assessment. They are very concerned about military capabilities, the concentration of power within the regime in Beijing, and that we have to make sure that we're standing up for Canada first, for human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have appreciated the discussion and the debates for the last few hours. And there's no doubt that there's a need for us to have that conversation. We've pointed out the importance of our standing committees. Shouldn't surprise anyone, Madam Speaker. This is something in which we have believed in for many years. And at the end of the day, a standing committee does have the authority to do exactly what it is that's being requested at this with this special committee. But the question that I have for the member opposite is in regards to what the bloc were proposing. And they were proposing that K be deleted from the motion. And I'm very much interested in terms of what it is that the Conservatives' actual position is on that issue. Dropping the K would mean that it would leave or empower that special committee to determine who the witnesses should be, as opposed to being told by the House who the witnesses are, thereby giving a vote of confidence to the special committees, saying that yes, whether it's a standing committee, special committee, they are the group that ultimately makes the determination as to who the speakers should be.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I think that the reason that we need this committee struck up now is because standing committees aren't going to be set up for another 2 months. Probably going to be in February. We're going to see standing committees actually struck up in operations in the House. We need to have the special committee now. The threat assessment is real. And it's important that we do have the special committee because it covers so many different areas: foreign affairs, human rights, trade, national security, national defense. So we need to have a special group. So the member from Winnipeg North wants to talk about eliminating one section of the motion. And is it any surprise that we have the Bloc Québécois supporting the Liberals? It's really unfortunate that what we have is that people in Quebec want to vote for something different than Liberals, so they voted Bloc, and instead what they get is Liberal light. And so it is completely disappointing to see them in here pandering to the Liberals and keeping this Prime Minister in power. So what it comes down to is that this motion has some very strong definitions in it. It provides and empowers members of Parliament to do the work that has to be done to make sure we address this issue head on.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to make a few points. the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois are really two different things. Maybe from his perspective, from far over there, it looks like there's some similarities, but that's not the case at all. What my colleague from Montarville stated earlier is that this motion is like a test to see how we can work together in this House. Item K shows that that it will be problematic for the Liberals. So if there's a way to get rid of that, well, perhaps there could be unanimous consent on this. So once again, I'd like to remind people that Liberals and the Parti Québécois are completely different.
Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, actions speak louder than words, and all I see right now is the Bloc wanting to be the Liberals' BBF, right? So it really does come down to BFF, I should say. So it does come down that what we have here is that these guys are walking around and hand in glove and just loving each other. So Madam Speaker, let's get down to the issue at hand, which is that we have a situation where China is destabilizing the standpoint of world trade, of world peace, violating human rights in a major way, and it has been going on for some time. And it's about time that the government stood up and said something. But they've been, their silence is deafening. And so as long as they're mute when it comes down to dealing with China and trying to appease them, it's a work of this House that we can actually go ahead and investigate and bring back a report that I think that all parliamentarians could support.
Resuming debate, the prise de débat, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and what an honor it is to be in the House once again. And as this is my first time actually giving prepared remarks, I would like to be able to thank the people of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill for electing me once again. And this time I ran as a Conservative, and I am so pleased that they saw fit to send me back here as a Conservative. I am humbled by the opportunity. I take this responsibility very seriously, and I want to thank all the volunteers, all of the people who supported me from across the country, and I'd like to thank, of course, my family, without whom I would truly be lost. So we're here today to talk about a very important motion for a very important point in our history. The Canada-Chinese relationship is probably the greatest diplomatic challenge of our time for Canada. And that's why we are proposing the composition of a special committee. And the reason that we need a special committee to examine and review all aspects of the Canada-Chinese government relationship is because we have standing committees and they're focused on individual subject matter areas. So from foreign affairs to international trade to official languages to health and well-being. They have many other things that they need to study as well. So we want to ensure that those other committees have the opportunity to study the things within their mandate that are important to Canada, but something of this magnitude, this complexity, and this breadth and depth of scope of being able to examine and review all aspects from foreign affairs to health and safety to cybersecurity to defense. The only way that we can look at it from a cross-functional perspective is by having a special committee. So that's why we're proposing it. But why is the Canada-China relationship important now? What really is at stake? Well, in the last 5 years, we have seen an incredibly rapid deterioration of the relationship, from everything to wrongful and arbitrary imprisonment to pressures on our trade agreements. We're seeing China buys $4.7 billion of agricultural products from Canada, and yet at the moment they're not honoring our trade agreements and are punishing our canola farmers. That affects everyday lives. Everyday Canadians are being impacted by the relationship and the failed approach with that relationship. We're also seeing that we have foreign state-owned resource companies, from natural resources to technology companies, and there's a concern about whether or not we can protect the viability and the national security interests of Canada. We've seen cyber attacks from the Chinese government on our Canadian government departments, and we're worried about the potential for influence and interference and spying in our telecommunications networks with the introduction of Huawei. Now, other countries have taken the step of banning Huawei from their internal communication networks for those very reasons. But at the same time, Canada needs to have the opportunity to have a robust discussion, examination, and review to understand whether or not that's the course of action that we need to take. Everyday Canadians are also facing challenges from the Canada-China relationship with respect to health and safety. We find that we've got an overwhelming number of illicit drugs, fentanyl and other illicit drugs, coming into the country and literally killing our citizens. We need to find a way to stop that and prevent that from happening. But the only way we can do that is if we understand the size and scope, how it's coming in and where it's coming from. We know that the United States has done an initial review. There was, I think it was a 60 Minutes documentary talking about just how serious this aspect is, and leading to a congressional committee that said that it's the highest number of illicit drugs, fentanyl, is coming from China in the United States. So do we have a similar problem here in Canada? Then we can talk about defense and security. I mentioned Huawei, but there are other mechanisms where our telecommunications and information banking infrastructures are under threat. Money laundering is also possibly an issue that we need to look at, and other aspects of espionage. We're looking at the Chinese military being the second largest investment behind the United States at $250 billion. Now, that's significant and something very much to be concerned about. And some of those investments are going into icebreakers and to submarines, which we're finding are in Canada's Arctic. And so what we're looking at there, we have the Chinese government talking about themselves as a near Arctic state. Now, that's a very interesting proposal, and so we would need to understand how that affects our sovereignty and our security and our ability to leverage the opportunities that Canada's Arctic offer. These are serious issues that affect Canadians not only today, but into the future, and why we need to have an opportunity to review them and examine them in depth. Some of the other things we want to talk about is that China, of course, is building 3,000 kilometers of pipeline. They're looking at massive expansion in the Belt and Road Initiative, and in many ways having the opportunity to leverage certain countries simply by making investments in their infrastructure. Those are the types of things that we are competing with. And if we're not able to understand how we're going to leverage the resources that we have here, we're not going to be able to compete in that future. And then we look at climate change. And there's no question that climate change is something very important, something that we need to take action on. Well, China's emissions have gone up exponentially and are continuing to do so, while Canada, still expanding our economy, is not seeing the same rapid rise in our emissions. In fact, we are working to bring them down, and we have some of the most advanced, highly technological and environmentally friendly approaches. These are opportunities that we could help China to look at how they can reduce their emissions. Also, another opportunity for us to examine and review how we can best leverage. So why now? Well, obviously we've seen a deterioration, and we have a Liberal government and a Prime Minister that admires the Chinese government and does not have a strategy and a plan to actively move forward on improving the relationship. We as parliamentarians have a responsibility and are entrusted with that responsibility to have these in-depth review and conversations. That's why we have parliamentary committees. So this is exactly what we should be doing as parliamentarians, to bring in experts, to bring in stakeholders, and to bring Canadians along with us as we do this very important review. So that's why we need this committee. That's why it is all-party, and that's what we as parliamentarians can do to fulfill our role, and it needs to be an interdisciplinary committee so that we can look at all aspects, so we understand the complexities and the balances to make these strategic improvements for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Two quick questions for my colleague across the way. First, in terms of the position that the Conservative Party is taking on the matter of China, have they consulted with constituents on the prairies, particularly in the agricultural sector? Because obviously China represents a major market, and the absence of that would be hurtful to many of the folks that you represent. The second one has to do more, not so much with Huawei, but with 5G generally. I don't know about you, but a lot of us have heard, people, you want to say they have their tinfoil hats on, but they're really concerned about that technology and the impact of the radio frequencies used, the possible health implications, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm wondering if the Conservatives have heard the same thing and what they think about it. So answers to two questions, if I may. Thank you.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
And thank you very much for the question. Certainly, the relationship with $4.7 billion that the Chinese are procuring from Canada in terms of agricultural products, whether or not we can get those products to them has a significant impact on our economy. So yes, the farmers are dramatically impacted, and we need to understand. If they do business in Canada, of course, and something goes awry, we have a rule of law structure where they can bring challenges. But in China, the same is not necessarily true. So absolutely part of why we would want to do the research of this committee is to be able to understand what the impact is, what the best way to address it is, and how we can move forward. Secondly, for 5G, exactly the same thing. I think it's new. We don't have all the information. So yet that is another area that we could look in depth, and the impact from a security perspective, but the impact from national health perspective. Thank you very much.
Comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And seeing as this is my first time rising in the 43rd Parliament, I'd like to thank the good people of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for again placing their trust on my shoulders. I agree with the motion. I was a member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture in the last Parliament, and China loomed large in that committee, as it did at International Trade, Foreign Affairs. And what I like about establishing this special committee is that it can take all of these separate threads and put them together in a comprehensive report to really look at all those issues. Now, over the course of the debate, I've heard from members of the Bloc and the Liberals, and there has been some concern over item K of the motion. I'm just wondering if the honourable member, can maybe find some way. Is it her intention to maybe get rid of that if we can maybe get more members in this House to support it, and then allow the committee to go ahead and call those witnesses as it sees fit, as is mentioned in this particular section? Thank you.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think that's a really important question, because Paragraph K says that the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Canadian Ambassador to China be ordered to appear as witnesses from time to time as the committee sees fit. So if we want this committee to do the very important work that we are asking of it, then from time to time, they may see fit to actually need to hear from the Prime Minister, the Chinese Ambassador, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Minister of Public Safety to adequately inform the committee on the government's position and why they've taken that position and why the challenges to it. So there's no mandate that says they must appear, Madam Speaker. It says that from time to time, as the committee sees fit. And if we don't allow the committee to do that, then how will we give the committee the ability to do the real work we are asking of them on this committee?
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member of Parliament for Don Valley East. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion. Given that it's my first time that I'm speaking in the House on this 43rd Parliament, I want to take a moment to thank my constituents in York Centre for the honour and privilege of returning to represent them in this House. On the topic at hand, Madam Speaker, I want to start by saying that the detentions of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor are arbitrary, they're unjust, and they should be immediately released. While this motion and today's debate has covered a wide range of issues related to the Canada-China relationship, it must not distract from the fundamental underlying question, which is what is in the best interest of the two Michaels as we mark the grim one-year anniversary of their imprisonment in China. We can have a broader discussion on the merits or lack thereof of this motion, but we must come back to reflect on that question. It must always guide our actions. I know the Canada-China relationship is important to the government. It's important to members from all sides of the House, and this relationship is important to Canadians across the country. Right now, nothing is more important in the Canada-China relationship than securing the immediate release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. I know that the Prime Minister, the Minister, the whole government, and parliamentarians across the spectrum have worked tirelessly to that end and continue to do so. As Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the 42nd Parliament, I had the opportunity to work with a member from Durham at committee, including on this issue. In fact, the member was Vice Chair when we studied the issue of consular affairs and tabled a productive report that the Conservatives supported. One of the fundamental things that we heard, and that members from all sides of the House know, is that sensitive consular issues like the detention of Canadians abroad should not be arbitrated in public. It's not in the best interest of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, it's not in the best interest of their families, and it's not in the best interest of Canadians. I want to bring members' attention to a column in today's Globe and Mail by our esteemed former colleague Bob Rae. He rightly notes that Canada and China are two very different countries. China is not a democracy, and there are serious human rights issues that must be addressed. But the response to that cannot be yelling into the wind. The response has to be diplomacy and engagement. It's not always easy. It takes time, but it's what's necessary as Canadians, and we know it's essential. Today is also Human Rights Day, marking the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights at a time when leaders around the world are challenging the idea that human rights are universal. We must continue to uphold and protect human rights. The promotion and protection of human rights is fundamental to Canada's foreign policy and remains an unwavering priority. As we know from our experience at the Foreign Affairs Committee last Parliament, Canadians care deeply about international human rights, and our foreign policy reflects that priority. We are deeply concerned about the ongoing intimidation and repression of ethnic and religious minorities and other vulnerable groups in China, including Tibetan Buddhists, Uyghurs and other Muslims, Christians, Falun Gong practitioners, women and girls, and members of the LGBTI community. The government has also expressed concerns about the shrinking space for civil society in China and the troubling and continued intensification of actions against human rights defenders like lawyers, journalists, and civil society actors. In every opportunity, the government has consistently called on China to respect fundamental freedoms of opinion, expression, assembly, association, and freedom of religion of all Chinese citizens. We continue to raise human rights and rule of law issues with our Chinese counterparts at all levels. I know the Prime Minister has done so, the foreign minister and now Deputy Prime Minister did so, and I know the new foreign minister will do so because human rights are fundamental Canadian values and fundamental to our foreign policy. Publicly and privately, in multilateral forums and bilateral settings, Canada has consistently called on the Chinese government to address these concerns. And we should also reflect on the cases that the Canadian government, under both parties, has sought to remedy, like the imprisonment of Canadian Uyghur Hussein Jalil, who has been detained in Xinjiang since 2006. In my own work on the Foreign Affairs Committee, we studied Canada's engagement in Asia. As part of that study, a group of us, including the members from Durham and Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, traveled to Beijing and Hong Kong. We had very frank meetings where we discussed human rights and raised these issues directly with Chinese officials. We know that there's a productive way of addressing these concerns that furthers the cause of human rights. But there's also a counterproductive way of doing that. And we should be careful that we're not actually undermining the cause we're seeking to support, particularly when it comes to securing the release of arbitrarily detained Canadians. When we were in Beijing, we raised a number of these issues related to human rights. Canada remains deeply concerned about the human rights situation in the Tibet Autonomous Region, including increasing restrictions on the freedom of language, culture, and religion, freedom of expression, freedom of movement, destruction of historic buildings, temples and mosques, and forced patriotic education of ethnic Tibetans. Canadians are deeply concerned by the credible reports of the mass detention of Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities in Xinjiang, including re-education camps under the pretext of countering extremism. And I know that the government shares those concerns and has voiced them publicly. At China's Universal Periodic Review last year, the government called on China to uphold its human rights obligations and release Uyghur and other Muslims who have been detained arbitrarily, to end the prosecution and persecution on the basis of religion or belief, including for Muslims, Christians, Tibetan Buddhists, and Falun Gong. This past July and October, Canada joined over 20 countries in calling for unfettered access to Xinjiang for international independent observers, including the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. Lastly, I know that many Canadians, including my constituents, are concerned about the situation in Hong Kong. With 300,000 Canadians living in Hong Kong, we have a vested interest in its stability and its prosperity, and we will always support the right of peaceful protest and Hong Kong's autonomy under the Basic Law and the One Country, Two Systems framework. Madam Speaker, in my former roles as chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee and before that as chair of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights, these issues are dear to me and reflect essential Canadian values. While this motion and today's debate has covered a wide range of issues, I want to come back to my initial point. We cannot be distracted from the fundamental issue, which is what is in the best interest of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. I would ask all members to reflect on that as they consider this motion in the House today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for his remarks, and let's highlight the motion which involves the creation of a special committee to study these issues. Importantly, the motion does not name specific consular cases. It doesn't oblige a public study on any specific issue. The member will know that parliamentary committees and that this special committee, cutting across a wide variety of policy areas, would have the flexibility to approach these studies in the spirit that he has put forward. On that basis, will the member agree that it's important for this motion to pass, giving the committee the mandate and the ability to take action in this area, and to do so in a way that reflects the best advice and the most appropriate strategic way of responding to the challenges he's identified?
Member for York Centre.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I point out the good work that we've done, as I mentioned in the speech, in a range of human rights issues. We know how delicate the issues related to the consular cases and to the relationship in general can be, because those consular cases have priority right now for Canadians across the country, for the government, and for so many parliamentarians that are here, and also for the families of those detained. So I ask again, I ask members to consider what is in the best interest of moving this forward and bringing it to a positive conclusion. And I ask members to dwell on that point as they make the decision and rise on this vote later today.
And comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about one of the other issues that has not really been talked about much, but it's the threat that fentanyl has been playing in our communities. It's devastated rural regions. It's devastating downtowns. My northern reserves, Fort Albany, Attawapiskat. We have states of emergency. And the difficulty of dealing with fentanyl is much greater than the original opioid crisis, because we have these black market labs in China marketing fentanyl on the dark web. And the necessity to have an international regime where we can actually target and identify the purveyors and the sellers of fentanyl so we can start to stop this is a very, very difficult issue. And I'm asking this across party lines because every one of our communities is affected. Ask him his opinion on how is it that we are going to be able to take a multilateral international effort to stop the trade in fentanyl through these black market factories.
The honourable member for York Centre.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and he raises a very serious issue, and he's absolutely right. This is affecting all of us across the country and constituents in all of our ridings. As it relates to the debate that we are having today on this special committee that will look at Canada-China relations, I question whether that or working with like-minded allies through other international fora might be the better place to be able to deal with this serious and significant problem. But I think the member highlights something that is a real concern and something that as parliamentarians we have to be aware of, and we have to seek to do even more to protect the interest of Canadians and our own constituents.
And comments? The honourable member from Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is an important debate to have, and I think that having a committee to look at this is important. This isn't something that is just related to this government. This goes back quite a ways. When we first opened up trade with China, we didn't make human rights, part of that agreement, that they improve human rights or they look at democratizing. So this goes back into the 70s and the 80s. And then, of course, with both governments, we've had Canada-China FIPA that was brought forward by the Conservative government, which gives Chinese state-owned corporations extraordinary powers. It's not a reciprocal agreement. The Chinese state-owned corporations have extraordinary amounts of power in that agreement, and it's probably the worst investment treaty we have signed, treaty we've signed. And so my question is, should we be making our trade and most favored nation status contingent on human rights, on environmental standards?
I do have to allow for the answer. I'm sorry. I do want to remind members that they need to keep their questions short. The honourable member for Yorkton, a brief answer, please.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I want to highlight the work of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights during the last Parliament, a subcommittee that I had the honour and privilege of chairing for a number of years, and also working with members in a consensus way on issues including the plight of Uyghurs and human rights around the world. That subcommittee does incredible work, and I would think it again, can be highlighted in a time like today when human rights are becoming even more important and even more at risk as we stand here on International Human Rights Day. I suggest that the place to look and examine those issues related to human rights are in the subcommittee.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This being my first speech in the 43rd Parliament, I'd like to thank the residents of Don Valley East for their confidence in me. I thank the honourable member for raising the vital issue of our relationship with China. As I've been listening to the presentations by various members of Parliament, I think we need to reflect on the motion itself and whether it'll get the intended results. On this anniversary of the detention of 2 Canadians, we all share the concerns of getting an early release of the Canadians who were arbitrarily detained. However, will the committee that's being proposed be able to handle that? Are there any existing standing committees that can best address these issues? The motion talks about diplomatic crisis, and I hope we think through this clearly. How will this committee be charged to take on a diplomatic issue? I believe that the standing committees on foreign affairs, trade, security, etc. can deal with issues that have arisen. As I look at the motion logically, I don't believe that it is in the best interest of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor to have the government publicly discuss the ongoing diplomatic efforts to secure their release. There are things that can be discussed in public, and there are things that need to be done discreetly. The proposed motion does not allow this. Our government has been working hard to ensure the release of 2 Canadians. We have sought assistance of other like-minded countries and are grateful to them for their support. The other aspect of the discussion in the House on this topic focused on our agriculture industry as well. Our farmers are critical to our economy. Canada and China have a long-standing relationship spanning almost half a century. China is a priority market for Canadian agriculture sector and our second largest trading partner after the United States. Madam Speaker, the agriculture industry is very important. Canada is a significant trading nation. We are the top 5 exporters of agriculture and agri-food products. We are the world's top exporter of canola, flax, pulse crops, and wild blueberries. We are the top 3 exporters of wheat and pork. On average, about half of the value of Canada's agriculture product is exported. Our farmers depend on exports. Well over a third of their wheat crop, 2/3 of their pork, 85% of their canola, and 90% of their pulse crops are exported. All told, agriculture and agri-foods and fish and seafood trade drives over $66 billion of our exports and contributes $16 billion to our balance of trade. All this economic activity supports jobs, growth, and opportunities for Canadians. We are pleased that through our diplomatic efforts, China restored access to our high-quality Canadian meat last month. Our appointment of Dominic Barton as Canada's ambassador to China enables Canada's advocacy efforts to resolve trade issues as well as the release of the 2 Canadians. Madam Speaker, I keep on saying Mr. Speaker. Issues like this do not get resolved without the hard work of our industry and trade officials in the trade area, and of course the leadership of Mr. Barton and his diplomatic efforts. I heard some honourable members mention canola. Madam Speaker, we continue to work hard to restore our canola markets in China. The canola sector contributes almost $27 billion to Canada's economy and employs 250,000 Canadians. Canadians take pride in this industry as it is an innovation by our scientists at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. In April, we formed an industry government working group co-chaired by the Canola Council of Canada and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada with representations from the Prairie provinces. The working group continues to meet regularly with discussions focused on developing strategies to resolve the market access issues with China. In the meanwhile, to help the canola farmers, we have instituted advance payment program and implemented the stay of default and extended the deadline of agri-stability. The advance payment program helps producers manage their cash flow concerns throughout the year. We also increased the interest-free cash advances available to canola producers from $100,000 to $500,000 for the 2019 program year. And total advance of up to $1 million are now available for canola and all other commodities, up from $400,000. This change is permanent and will be available beyond 2019. With our provincial partners, we also extended the agri-stability enrollment deadline by 2 months. I would add, Madam Speaker, that we are working closely with the Canadian canola industry every step of the way. As the President of the Canola Council of Canada said in his recent speech from the Combine, the drillbolt of growing the egg sector is cooperation between industry and government and between the federal and provincial levels of government, unquote. The canola sector has participated in trade missions to key markets in Asia with both the Honourable Minister of International Trade and the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Foods. In her meeting with the G20 agriculture ministers earlier this year in Japan, the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food also took the opportunity to engage the Chinese Minister of Agriculture and talk about Canada's concern. The canola industry has also hailed the appointment of Dominic Barton as Canada's ambassador to China to help advance Canadian interests at this critical time. Most recently, Madam Speaker, Canada has been meeting with China for formal consultations under the WTO in an effort to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. We continue to push hard to restore our business with China. Madam Speaker, if our farmers are to take full advantage of sales opportunities around the globe, we absolutely need to address the issues of non-tariff trade barriers. And we need to make sure farmers have the tools they need to compete on the world stage. Our Canadian farmers can compete with the best the world has to offer. But to do so, they need a level playing field that is clear of barriers to trade. Our government is standing shoulder to shoulder with Canadian producers and farming families. Canadian farmers should know that we have their backs. I thank the honourable member for raising the issue. Madam Speaker, for us to address the multi-pronged issues of globalization and geopolitics, it is important that we use diplomacy rather than create probably another bureaucracy that may impede this process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, lovely to see you in the chair, and congratulations. Congratulations also to the member opposite on her re-election, and thank you for her remarks. My question has to do with this. The government has been calling on this minority parliament to work together. And the throne speech talked about the middle class, and certainly we see the farmers being impacted by China. They talked about climate change. We've heard comments today about China going in the wrong direction on that, and making lives better and the health of Canadians. And we've heard about the fentanyl crisis. So would the member not agree that this committee is exactly the kind of example of how a minority parliament would work together on things that are highlighted in the throne speech and of such importance to Canadians?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for her question and congratulate her on her reappointment. Madam Speaker, I come from an area where governance is very important and effectiveness is important. So the standing committees on trade, on health, and other areas will be able to address the issues that she has raised. We cannot create a super committee which probably doesn't know what it wants. Does it want diplomacy? Does it want to get people out of jail? Does it want to do trade? So I would suggest that we stick with what we have at the moment and make it work. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to Liberal arguments during the course of debate today, and they seem centred on two particular problems. Number one, they're concerned about the effect this committee would have on Canada's diplomatic efforts with regards to China. What I would say to that, Madam Speaker, is that this committee has the ability to go in camera, and I trust that its members would treat these issues with the sensitivity that they deserve. The other argument I hear is that there are existing standing committees to look at these issues. And yes, that is true, but standing committees have a lot of pressures on them, a lot of different agendas coming their way. And one thing I've learned being a member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture is we often wish we could go a little bit further. I think what's needed is to have a special committee to tie all these threads together and issue a comprehensive report on the matter. And I'm just wondering through you, Madam Speaker, why my honourable Liberal colleague across the way cannot see the good in this proposal. This is actually a proposal that is going to allow this Parliament to come and work together over a very, very important issue, namely the relationship between our country and China. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question and congratulate him on his election. Madam Speaker, the committee, if other standing committees are not able to address issues, how will this committee be able to address issues that are so much of a geopolitical nature? And what are we going to address? Where is the focus going to be? Is the focus going to be on agriculture? Is it the focus going to be on diplomacy? Is the focus going to be on fentanyl? What is the focus? So without a mechanism, without thoroughly thinking through this new creation, I have a problem with it.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member actually illustrates exactly why this special committee is needed. All roads lead to China, whether it's trade, whether it's the fentanyl crisis, whether it's the consular crisis, whether it's geopolitical building of islands of the South China Sea, whether it's Huawei, whether it's 5G. Why would the Liberals not want a committee that allows some of the sensitive elements of this on the consular side or on the national security side, cyber attacks, these sorts of things, to be handled in camera? So this will be the real first test of a minority parliament. Will that member undertake to work within her caucus to get them to vote to allow Parliament to have a proper committee that's finite in time to examine these critical issues in Canada-China relations?
A brief answer from the member from Don Valley East.
Madam Chair, and Madam Chair, we have a Canada-China Parliamentary Association that deals exactly with those issues. Madam Speaker, I did not intervene when they spoke, so I think they should be smart enough and be quiet. Madam Speaker, this committee has no powers unless they're giving themselves superpowers. And I thank the honourable member for bringing the issue up, but he can't be so engrossed in his own motion to not think outside the box. Thank you.
I do want to remind members that the House is in session. I know there's people coming in and out for question period, and I also want to remind members when someone has the floor to please respect that that person has the right to have her voice heard, and I would ask people to wait if they have questions and comments or anything else to add. We have time to start the next debate, and unfortunately we will have to interrupt for a question period, but that member will have an opportunity to finish up after question period. So the honourable resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to get up and speak about this very important topic. And I will like to say from the beginning that I will be splitting my time with the member from Mégantic-Larab. And it's great to have my colleague be able to speak on this issue as well, who knows it extremely well. But certainly, I would like to thank the constituents of Foothills for re-electing me. There's a great honor to have that trust and that confidence from my constituents to re-elect me as a representative. And it's apropos, the first subject that I'm going to be talking about as we begin this 43rd Parliament is the canola crisis that our constituents are facing with China, which I think this motion would address, and why it's so important that we support this motion for this special committee that has the opportunity to discuss this critical issue at a more in-depth and length, and why this is so important. And I will go back to when this issue first happened almost a year ago, when we highlighted the canola crisis with the previous Liberal government, and now it has spilled over into this current one, when you see that nothing was done to address it when they were in government in the 42nd Parliament. And I think the lack of discussion on this crisis in the throne speech highlights that nothing has changed. It is still not an issue or a priority with this Liberal government. For them not to even discuss the canola crisis and the trade embargo with China within the throne speech was a very loud message to canola farmers across Canada, that this is not a priority for the Liberal government. They have no intentions of standing up for Canadian farmers and standing up to China to get back one of our most critical canola markets. And for the Liberal government not to understand the far-reaching impacts of this crisis within our agriculture sector, I think is very short-sighted, but also shows how out of touch the Liberal government has become. Just to put this in perspective, Madam Speaker, China accounts for more than 40% of all of our canola seed exports. More than 40% of the product that is grown here in Canada, which I want to say this has nothing to do with the quality of our canola seed, which is second to none in the world. That's right. Conservatives understand that this is completely a political decision, that the ineptitude and the bungling of the Conservative or the Liberal government has led to this problem with the Chinese government. This is a $2.7 billion industry for Canadian canola producers that has now been completely neglected by the Prime Minister. This is 250,000 jobs in provinces, not only in Western Canada, but across this country that are being impacted by this. And you take a look, we went through this last year, and we asked the Liberal government at that time, there are some things that you can do to try and address this. File an official challenge to the WTO. Withdraw the funding to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. Name, at the very least, name an ambassador to China. It took them more than 8 months to do one of those three. They did finally name an ambassador to China. They have now hinted about maybe doing a challenge to the WTO on this trade issue, but they still have given $250 million to the Asian Infrastructure Bank, which is building infrastructure, including pipelines, across China. Yeah. Meanwhile, we have more than 150,000 energy workers in Canada out of work, and they will do nothing, or the Liberals will do nothing to address that. And now we have 250,000 jobs at risk in the canola industry, and once again, the Liberal government is turning a blind eye to that issue. And I want to just take a moment to address one of the comments that my colleague across the way said is, you know, we've been there for canola farmers. We expanded the advanced payment program. Wow. Well, let's put that in perspective, Madam Speaker. This is exactly what the Liberals have done, which they do with just about any problem they have. Let's just throw some money at it and hope that resolves the problem. Well, what you've done to canola farmers is you said, you've got a credit card. We're going to extend the credit on that credit card to something that most of you can't even afford or can't even access, but we're not going to let you pay back that credit card debt once the debt comes due. And let's be sure, the debt comes due. Once that they've accessed the advanced payment program, there's still interest on a portion of that they do have to pay back. But if they've gone through this harvest, which our producers across Canada have called the harvest from hell, those of us in Alberta and Saskatchewan, Western Canada, have certainly felt that. More than half of the canola crop in northern Alberta is still under snow that they haven't been able to access. So these canola producers have gone through all of last year not being able to sell their product to one of their most important customers. This year they have a horrific harvest, so they've accessed the advanced payment program, but they can't sell their crop, what crop they could get off. Half of it is still under the snow, so they have no way of paying back the advanced payment program these Liberals have said has been the Band-Aid solution to this entire problem. Well, they're ignoring the actual problem, which is getting access to China. Reopening that market is a critical problem, and they have not addressed it in the throne speech. We have given them an opportunity here to establish a special committee that will investigate or discuss the issues that we have between ourselves and, and the Chinese government. We tried to do this last year through the International Trade and Agriculture Committees, and at that time some of the ministers refused to even be at those committees or to give their position, and they said that a crisis with China isn't important enough to even have a high-level delegation. Madam Speaker, I look forward to finishing this, this speech after question period. Thank you very much.
The honourable member will have 4 minutes to finish his speech, and then 5 minutes for questions and comments after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Madam Speaker, today is the 30th anniversary of the award of the Nobel Peace Prize to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. As the Member of Parliament for Parkdale High Park, I take great pride in representing the largest Tibetan diaspora in North America. The
Dalai Lama is not just a leader for the Tibetan people. He's a leader for us all, thanks to his tireless efforts to promote nonviolence and the defense of religious freedom around the world. This Buddhist leader is a champion for justice and human rights for millions around the world.
To meet with the Dalai Lama in 2018 in India. What I will always recollect from that meeting was his wisdom, his kindness, and most of all, his dedication to the Tibetan people and his promotion of the middle way approach. To our honorary Canadian citizen, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, I simply say thank you. Gadenche Kang Sachok, for all you have done, not just for the Tibetan people, but for the global community in promoting the cause of peace and pluralism internationally. Tujiche.
Here. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, family and friends held a celebration of life for a Calgary businessman, philanthropist, and my friend, Ron Carey. Last month, Ron died in a collision during a vintage car rally in England. Ron built his company, J&L Supply, into a successful drill bit service provider for the oil patch, but among his passions away from work was collecting vintage automobiles. Ron's collection was exceeded only by his generosity when he donated dozens of antique vehicles and vintage gas pumps to the Heritage Park Historical Village. In fact, Heritage Park built Gasoline Alley Museum to showcase his vast collection. Ron himself had a hand in restoring many of these beautiful cars, and they will persevere at the museum as a tribute to the generosity of a man who delighted in sharing his passion and the rewards of his success with his community. Ron Carey, a great Albertan, will be sorely missed.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a young immigrant who was welcomed by this country, it is with a great deal of feeling and responsibility that I rise in this place. I would like to thank the men and women of Hochelaga for their support and their trust. As an MP, I recognize that the challenges are significant and achievable: transportation, social housing, and food security. Today, I would like to congratulate Chic Resto Pop, which is celebrating its 35th anniversary. This organization understands the importance of supporting vulnerable peoples in the face of the basic need of getting access to food. They've produced about 4 million meals over the course of their lifetime. Congratulations to the Chic Resto Pop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Abenaki Nation, like other Indigenous nations of Quebec, is currently mourning Luc Obensawin, a well-known personality. 62 years old, Luc passed away on December 4th after a battle with cancer 3 weeks after he was diagnosed. Luc served in the armed forces as a communication specialist and member of the 12th Armored Regiment. Afterwards, he was a member of Indigenous police and served in many communities throughout Quebec, and was a correctional officer in Donnacana, member of the Port Canada Police, and a police officer for Sûreté du Québec. He is a founder of the Canadian Indigenous Veterans Association of Quebec. The Abenaki of Odanak remember Luc as a righteous man, devoted and involved in his community, and proud to promote it. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois and the other MPs of this House, I offer my condolences to his family and to the entire Abenaki Nation.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise in the House today to thank the people of Brampton South, my family, all the volunteers, voters, supporters, each and every one of them who helped me get re-elected. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak about an issue of great concern to Bramptonians. Brampton needs its fair share of health services to keep up with rapid growth of our city. As a healthcare professional for 18 years, I also know how important disease prevention is in taking pressure off our healthcare system. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of the organizations who joined me on November 30th to mark Diabetes Awareness Month, including Diabetes Canada, the YMCA, the JDRF, LMC Healthcare, and Healthy Community Initiative. Working together, we can defeat diabetes, improve the health of Canadians, and save our healthcare billions of dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Standing up and speaking for the first time in Parliament should be an occasion filled with joy and happiness. Unfortunately, it is with heavy heart that I rise today to pay tribute to not one, but two Oro-Medonte councillors who recently passed away. Councillor Scott McPherson passed away on November 6, 2019. Scott McPherson was a retired Simcoe County School Board teacher and dedicated community volunteer. He was serving his second term on council. Deputy Mayor Scott Jeremy passed away on November 20th, 2019. Scott Jeremy was a dairy farmer and local pillar in the farming community. He was also serving his second term on council. Both were fine gentlemen who served their communities well. Their passing is a deep loss to the township of Oro-Medonte. They will be dearly missed by their family, friends, and constituents, but they will always be remembered for their positive legacies that they leave behind.
The Honourable l'Honorable Député d'Alfred Pellan.
Senor Presidente, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you for being elected to the position of Speaker of the House. That you are the first Speaker of Canadian-Italian descent, like me, fills me with pride. I would also like to say thank you 26,015 times to the citizens of Alfred Pellan, who renewed their trust in me. This solid and growing trust reinforces my sense of duty for us to move forward together, to fight climate change, to reinforce the middle class, to support businesses and organizations in my riding, to remain present, and to listen. Since the holidays are fast approaching, my son Gabriel, my spouse Rana, my team and I all want to wish my colleagues and all the inhabitants of Laval happy holidays and a happy new year.
Happy New Year, Buon Natale e buon anno a tutti.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pride to rise today for the first time in Canada's 43rd Parliament. I'm deeply humbled to have earned the trust of the people of Kitchener Centre who sent me back to Ottawa as their representative. And I want to thank everyone who helped me during the last campaign, including supporters and volunteers. I am here in this House to provide a strong voice for their issues, which I've engaged with both on and off the campaign trail. Issues like taking firmer action to address the climate crisis and working to make life more affordable for Canadians. It is always exciting and a privilege to share in celebrations and events across the region that highlight our community's rich diversity, and over the coming months and years, I look forward to working with and listening to my constituents to make life better for them. Regardless of whether they are seniors, students, new Canadians, scientists, artists, athletes, or parents, I'm here for them. I return to Ottawa with great optimism and look forward to advancing issues important to Kitchener Centre and to this great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, it's the first time rising in this House. I would like to thank the citizens of my riding, Langley-Aldergrove, for placing their confidence in me to be their voice in the nation's capital. I also want to honor the memory of the immediate predecessor in this role, Mr. Mark Vorawa. As a new representative for this riding, I want to bring to the attention of this House that the population of Langley-Aldergrove has been growing steadily over the last couple of decades, and with it, road congestion and pollution. So the people of my riding are looking for a greener and cleaner transportation option, namely the expansion of Metro Vancouver SkyTrain station all the way to Langley. Right now, funding is in place to build the first half of it, but another $1.6 billion is needed to finally bring this dream to a conclusion. We're looking to both sides of the House for the support for this very great project. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, December 13th marks the 83rd birthday of His Highness Prince Karim Aga Khan. His Highness is the spiritual leader of over 25 million Ismaili Muslims spread across the globe. Over the past 62 years, His Highness, through the Aga Khan Development Network, has improved the quality of life of the most vulnerable populations. Through education and economic opportunities, he has helped empower women and girls and provide stability and prosperity to communities irrespective of race, ethnicity, or faith. Canada is extremely fortunate to have the Aga Khan as a partner in the Global Centre for Pluralism, a beacon of dialogue and engagement with the world. In this age of conflict and nationalism, the ethos of pluralism, as demonstrated by the Aga Khan, is sorely needed. Bon anniversaire, Votre Altesse. Merci.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the good people of the Saskatoon University riding for placing their trust in me as their I would also like to thank my wife, Danielle, and my two boys, Jacob and James, for their love and support over the campaign. It's been a wonderful ride, and I'm so grateful for their support. I'd also like to thank, in my office, Justin Ulrich, Helen Harvey, and James Hawks, who have worked tirelessly over the campaign and are now helping me out in my office here in Ottawa and back in Saskatoon. I'm very grateful of their support. I'm so grateful of the hundreds of volunteers and the people that have donated to our campaign and made it the success that it was. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm indebted to your help forever. Mr. Speaker, the people of Saskatoon University are proud and are hardworking. They are struggling, Mr. Speaker, because of the decisions of this government. The failure to build necessary national infrastructure projects such as pipelines are hurting them, with consequences that can be seen every day.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents are farmers, hunters, and sport shooters. They are licensed, law-abiding firearms owners who have invested in these tools as an integral part of their lives. They are also amongst the most heavily vetted people in the country. Every day, the names of each licensed firearm owner is checked against the police database to ensure that they haven't committed a crime. And yet these are the same people that the Liberal government is targeting with their forced confiscation of lawfully owned property. Liberals are not making life miserable for gangsters, smugglers, and violent criminals, but instead are blaming law-abiding Canadians who happen to own firearms as part of their way of life. Mr. Speaker, this is outrageous. Only in liberal lefty law land does the government focus on turning law-abiding citizens into criminals instead of turning criminals into law-abiding citizens. I encourage all Canadians to speak out against this unconscionable government overreach and encourage the Liberal government to focus on actual measures that will reduce crime. To law-abiding gun owners, Conservatives will continue.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Yesterday, the finance minister announced that they're prioritizing tax giveaways to the wealthy instead of help for those who most are in need. They're handing over $6 billion and giving the biggest benefits to folks who are already making between $100,000 and $200,000 a year. And while we support the idea of giving a break to those who earn the least, if we target the Liberals' proposed changes to those making less than $90,000 a year, we can give those who need the help the most free and full dental care immediately. It would save our healthcare system millions of dollars and help millions of Canadians in a very real way. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals are just interested in staying in power, then they can continue looking to the Conservatives and the Bloc. But if they are actually Canadians and help them with the struggles that they face every day, then we are here.
L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Loire.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to Ms. Céline Lefebvre, an exceptional woman who co-founded Liberté de Choisir, or Freedom to Choose, which fights addiction. She was able to put together a professional team entirely dedicated to raising awareness among youth about issues of addiction, such as addiction to alcohol, drugs, energy drinks, and cyber addiction. She inspired many organizations in Quebec that fight addiction. Her impact was so significant that the Quebec Association of Addiction Treatment Centers created this year the Céline Lefebvre Award. She is the very first recipient. This award highlights the work of community organizations that distinguish themselves by their devotion to the Addictions Network. I am proud to recognize today the deeply significant contribution to the riding of Salaberry-sur-Loire and to Quebec society. My congratulations to Madame Lefebvre.
The member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, since this government took office, foreign investment has fallen by 56%. $100 billion has left the energy sector, and investments in plant and equipment are down. Real wages have barely risen. Nearly half of Canadians are within $200 of insolvency, and a third of Canadians are broke at the end of each month. October had the highest number of personal bankruptcies in 10 years, and per capita GDP is falling. The economy lost 71,000 jobs last month, and we're falling behind our international peers. The cost of living is increasing, and standards of living are stagnating. This is not middle-class prosperity. Because this government broke its promise to balance the budget within its first term and created a structural deficit without delivering the infrastructure that it promised, it has squandered the fiscal capacity that it inherited during a time of economic growth. Canadians deserve better, and Canadians can count on Conservatives to fight for those working hard to join the middle class and those desperately struggling to remain in it.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, on Human Rights Day, I want to recognize the courageous work of human rights defenders around the world. Far too often, they are lone voices on the front lines to protect and advance the dignity and rights of others. In Sri Lanka, the University Grants Commission and the Jaffna University Council has barred human rights lawyer and the head of the Department of Law, Kumara Vadivel Kurubaran, from practicing law. In South Africa, Ayanda Dengue was brutally killed for her advocacy and support of sex workers. In Haiti, Charlotte Jody was killed for his work on LGBTI issues. He worked with an organization called Courage and was in Parliament Hill for the Pride flag-raising ceremony in 2016. Human rights defenders are harassed, intimidated, and are under constant surveillance with the aim of undermining their work. This often leads to a chilling effect that curtails civil society activism as a whole. Today and every day, we honor the women and men who peacefully speak and act towards upholding human rights here in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, today is the one-year anniversary of the arbitrary detention of Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig by the Chinese government. Now, these men have endured torturous conditions and will now be facing a second Christmas away from home. I know I speak on behalf of all members of Parliament when I send along our best wishes and sympathies to the two Canadians being detained and their families. Can the Prime Minister update the House as to the efforts that are being made to secure the release of these two Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable colleague across the Leader of the Opposition for raising this issue. As he mentioned, indeed, today unfortunately marks 1 year since Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were arbitrarily detained in China. They are and will remain our absolute priority. We will continue to work tirelessly to secure their immediate release and to stand up for them as a government and as Canadians. We are grateful to the many countries around the world that have expressed support for Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to standing up to the government of China on many issues, this government's reaction is costing Canadians. In fact, when it comes to protecting our canola exporters, this Liberal government dragged its feet on raising the Chinese blocking of our exports to the World Trade Organization. And as a result, the industry lost billions. The Liberals waited over 6 months just to file that complaint. So why did the government wait so long to take any action on behalf of Canada's agricultural sector?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that our government has always stood shoulder to shoulder with our farmers. We take this issue very seriously. We have been always working very closely with the industry and taking their advice into consideration. We have started the discussion at the WTO. We have technical discussions between CFIA and the Chinese official. Ambassador Barton is working hard there in China, and we work as well to diversify our markets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The trouble is, Mr. Speaker, is that just is not the case. The government of China is illegally detaining 2 Canadian citizens. They have blocked billions of dollars in agricultural exports. They are now starting to take aggressive actions in the Arctic, calling for a, quote, polar silk road. And now, not only is this government not standing up for Canada, they're actually borrowing billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars from taxpayers to send it to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. Why is this government subsidizing the government of China during this diplomatic crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
That we've been pleased to be part of the Asian Investment Bank. We know that it's important to develop the entire region. It's an important way that Canadian organizations get opportunities in that part of the country. And obviously, long-term, what we want is a global economy that works, which helps us internationally, but also helps us back at home with our own economy.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Prime Minister and all of his antics are not taken seriously on the international stage. But here in Canada, is he at least managing foreign threats effectively? That's quite the question. The Chinese government has clearly said that it wants to establish a presence in the Arctic and have an influence there. Does the Prime Minister acknowledge this threat? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada will always stand up for Canadian sovereignty. This is not a question just for this government. It's clear that we will always defend the Canadian territory. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this government doesn't have a good read of Canada-China relations. The Prime Minister has no intention of defending human rights in China, of protecting Canadians against security threats, or working to guarantee market access for Canadian farmers. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, the Prime Minister said that he admired the dictatorship of China. Does he still think that today?
L'honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our absolute priority is the well-being and safety of the Canadians being held in China. Canadian interests are at the heart of all of the decisions that we take. What Canada needs is a united front in defending their interests rather than political games. We have mobilized an international coalition supporting Canada's position, and we want to thank our many allies who have spoken out in favour of us.
Le député de Belleuil.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question would be for the Prime Minister, but I'm sure he'll hear it at some point anyway.
Je vais rappeler un moment à l'ordre.
Order. Order. I would remind the member and everyone, because certainly there are a lot of new members in the House, and I think this is a good opportunity for us all to learn something. You cannot refer to the presence or non-presence of any member in the House. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I'm sure I will respect that ruling. That said, I believe that the government and the ministers were told to make a great show of celebration concerning the imminent signature of a new trade agreement with the U.S. and Mexico. Well, don't worry, I have more. But we know that Mexico does some processing of aluminum, a lot of which aluminum comes from China. And China recycles and produces aluminum there. And we've been told that aluminum will not be protected under the new version of NAFTA. Is that true?
L'honorable ministre du Développement International.
The Honourable Minister for International Development. Well, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said, we are very proud of the new free trade agreement between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. We have always defended Canadian aluminum workers, and the new NAFTA involves strict requirements concerning the regulation of this industry and will provide fairer conditions to our workers. We will continue to protect aluminum workers in Quebec and in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, the Liberals are saying one thing and doing another. When the content of this agreement will be presented to Quebecers and to the workers in the 8 aluminum plants in Quebec, they will render a harsh sentence. Now, if someone thinks that the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of an agreement that sacrifices Quebec aluminum workers, well, the answer is no.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if there was a question there, but in any case, we're very proud of the agreement between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, which will be signed. It is a good agreement for Canada. It's a good agreement for Canadian workers, and it's a good agreement for industry all across the country. We are very proud of it, and we will continue to defend market access for Canadians here in North America. Thank you.
Burnaby South.
The Liberals' tax plan doesn't help 47% of people who need it the most. But if they did target their tax measures to help those who really need it, we would be able to fund a new national dental care program. That would help 4.3 million people. If the Prime Minister really wants to help people, will he commit to introducing a national dental care program?
L'honorable ministre.
Honourable Minister of Health.
And as I've mentioned before, Canadians are incredibly proud of our healthcare system here in Canada. We're making important investments to protect it and to expand healthcare access across the country. As we mentioned in the throne speech, the universal dental care idea is one that's worth exploring, and I look forward to working with all members in this House to do exactly that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a difference between saying the right things and doing the right things. 20% of Canadians cannot access dental services because they just can't afford it. If we had a national dental care program right now, it would save families at least $1,200 a year. That's a concrete way to help out families, keep them healthy, save money, and the Liberals could still continue with their proposed tax changes. So if the Liberal government really wants to help people, will the Prime Minister commit to a national dental care program?
Here we go. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker, and as the member opposite knows, the healthcare delivery, including a potential dental care plan, would be delivered in partnership with provinces and territories. That's why it's not as easy as just delivering it now. It would be something that would be worthy of exploring, though, and I look forward to working with all members of the House on how we can actually move forward ensuring all Canadians have excellent access to quality medical care. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, today the House is debating the most challenging foreign policy relationship Canada has at present.
That's right.
China. The government has made serious missteps on security and trade issues with the Chinese government and is avoiding tough decisions when it comes to Huawei and other issues. So, will the Prime Minister agree to a specialized all-party committee to review all aspects of the Canada-China relationship?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for raising a very important issue in this House today that I think is resulting in some really important debate on all sides. We all agree that the Canada-China relationship is incredibly important, and we're exploring all of those issues when it comes to human rights, when it comes to democracy, when it comes to trade, when it comes to our security. And of course, the House and Parliament has many standing committees that deal with all of these issues, and we look forward to seeing how the committees decide to manage their own business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, nearly half of Canada's canola seed exports, worth some $2.5 billion, have been lost due to Chinese non-tariff trade barriers. Canadian farmers want to know what this government's Plan B is, because Plan A is obviously not working for them. Can the minister answer what is this Liberals government doing to regain market access that they've lost for our canola farmers in China?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, our government will keep, standing with our farmers and ranchers. This is very important to us. We have been working with them, with the industry, with the provinces to find the best solutions. We have started the conversation at the WTO. CFI is having discussions with Chinese officials. Ambassador Barton is working hard, and obviously we are working on diversifying our markets as well.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, for the last 4 years, Canadians have lost confidence in this Prime Minister and this government when it comes to foreign affairs. Canola producers paid too high a price for this government's inaction. For months, the government denied that there even was a crisis with China, and it took an election for them to finally file a complaint at the WTO. And Canadian canola is still banned in China. Will the Minister of Agriculture support our opposition motion and finally stand up for canola farmers? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the very beginning of this affair, we have been standing shoulder to shoulder with farmers and working closely with farmers and industry representatives, as well as the provinces who are most affected. The CFIA has had technical and scientific discussions with their Chinese counterparts. We have also undertaken discussions and consultations at the WTO. Ambassador Barton was appointed, and he is doing excellent work on the ground. And, of course, we're also working on diversifying our markets. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, the result is that canola is still banned in China, Mr. Speaker. China is blocking access to Canadian canola. It's repressing democratic protests in Hong Kong. And what does our new Minister of Global Affairs think of China? Well, this is what he said. In a world of uncertainty, of unpredictability, of questioning about the rules that have been established to govern our trading relationship, Canada, and I would say China, stand out as a beacon of stability, predictability, a rules-based system, a very inclusive society. Really? Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister take off his rose-tinted glasses and stand up for Canadian values like freedom and human rights? The Honourable Minister for International Development. Mr. Speaker, Canada always stands up for Canadian values and principles, whether it's human rights, democracy, international rules. We are always there, and we are always expressing what we think and talking to our counterparts around the world, including China. It's important that all Canadians stand together here and form a united front so that we can protect our economy, our industry, and, of course, our rights and values.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, our allies have said that Huawei participation in Canada's 5G network is a threat to national security. And security experts in CSIS have said that it's a threat. The only person who seems to think that it's not is the Minister of Public Safety, who said it's not appropriate to criticize a company that's used by the Chinese government to spy on Canadians. When will the Prime Minister protect Canadians and ban Huawei?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I should point out to you, sir, that the statement just attributed to me is completely false. Our government takes the security of Canada's telecommunications networks very seriously. And that is exactly why we have been conducting an examination of emerging 5G technology and the associated security and economic considerations. We want to make sure that Canadians have access to the most beneficial 5G technology, and at the same time, we will make sure that the Canadians are safe and that their systems will not be compromised. We're taking all scientific and security factors into account, including discussions with our allies and our security agents.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill has a question. I'm sure she wants to hear an answer. I was sitting very close to the minister, and I'm having a hard time. So I just want to remind the honourable members that the honourable member wants to hear the answer to their question. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has failed to manage our relationship with the government of China, from control of Canadian resource, technology and service companies by Chinese state-owned entities, to cyber attacks on our communications networks, to security concerns in our Arctic, to international drug trafficking of deadly substances like fentanyl. There are many areas of critical importance that require a thorough review and balanced approach. When will the Prime Minister support our motion to appoint a special committee to review this China relationship?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my honourable colleague across the way for raising these important issues. These are issues that all Canadians are concerned about, including on this side of the House. And of course, as the Government of Canada, it's something that we are working very diligently on. As I mentioned, when it comes to trade, when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to foreign affairs and security, there are committees of the House that deal with these issues already. And of course, we look forward to seeing how these committees decide to manage their business. And should they be interested in learning more about the Canada-China relationship, we'll of course be looking forward to working with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the aluminum produced in Quebec is the cleanest in the world. And since we're facing a climate crisis, Quebec is even developing carbon-neutral aluminum. But with the changes to the new NAFTA, which the government wants to sign today, China will be allowed to dump aluminum, which is manufactured using coal. That would cause prices to plummet and hinder the growth of our local industry. Is the government really going to sacrifice a clean industry and Quebec workers to promote Chinese dumping? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have worked hard to get a good agreement signed for Canadians. We have always defended aluminum workers in Canada, and we recognize that the industry of aluminum is a leader in the world when it comes to fighting climate change. The new NAFTA contains strict provisions concerning domestic content of aluminum in North America, and we will continue to defend aluminum workers and the industry as a whole. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't seem to understand what the aluminum industry means to my region. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, we produce 60% of all aluminum produced in Canada. That's 7,000 jobs in production alone. It's an essential link in our region's industry, and it creates middle-class jobs. Today's news puts 3 big aluminum expansion projects in Quebec in danger. How can the government say that it's working for the middle class when it's abandoning aluminum workers at the first opportunity? Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his important question. I had an opportunity to talk to the mayor of Saguenay this morning on this particular issue. I think he must be aware that we have always stood up as a government to protect aluminum workers, particularly at a time when Americans imposed tariffs. Our government and the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time were able to ensure that those tariffs were lifted. We will always be there to defend workers, and rest assured that will apply under the new NAFTA as well.
For Wellington, Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président, il y a...
Mr. Speaker, 65 years ago, soldiers from Winnipeg and Quebec City defended the citizens of Hong Kong, including my father. In the Battle of Hong Kong, hundreds of Canadian soldiers were killed. Today, 300,000 Canadians live in Hong Kong, and millions of them have protested in the streets for their freedom. Will this government take a stronger position, a clearer position on Hong Kong? The Honourable Minister of International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague said, this is something that all Canadians believe, that we should be supporting the people of Hong Kong, and I'd like to thank the member for sharing his personal story. We will always stand up for human rights in Hong Kong, and for the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They have both spoken to their counterparts and their other partners around the world to ensure that human rights and democratic rights are protected in Hong Kong. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Dai Qing is a Chinese citizen, once China's most famous investigative journalist, a former political prisoner, widely recognized for her writing and lectures at universities across North America. She was invited to Canada again this fall to discuss her new book, but when she applied for a routine visa, she was surprised her application was subject to review. Her passport, 2 months later, still held by the Canadian Embassy. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister assure the House that Dai Qing's visa application is not being blocked for political reasons?
The Minister for Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as this is my first occasion to rise in the House, I want to thank the good people of Eglinton Lawrence for re-electing me as their Member of Parliament. And of course, I want to assure my honourable colleague that these visa applications are processed by highly trained professional officials within my department. We take these applications very seriously, and of course, they are not motivated, nor would they ever be, for political purposes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, fentanyl overdoses are the cause of more and more deaths in Canada, and is especially prevalent in British Columbia. Parents and residents in my riding are concerned about the impact of this crisis in our region and the safety of our children and youth. A significant amount of this drug is illegally imported from China. The Liberals have had 4 years to act. When will the Liberals take action to prevent opioids from entering our country?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the tragedies that have taken place across Canada as a result of synthetic drugs, the opioid crisis, and methamphetamine in so many of our communities. And that's why we have taken very significant steps to interdict the supply of these drugs and the precursor chemicals used in their manufacture. We've ensured that our law enforcement agencies and border security officials have additional resources to deal with this crisis, and we are working very collaboratively with our international partners to keep these drugs and the chemicals used in their manufacture out of our country.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this minister was part of the problem in the 42nd Parliament with the inaction on this file. 12,000 Canadians have died from the opioid crisis due to this Liberal inaction. Fentanyl continues to pour into our country from China. While places like the U.S. have put controls in place, Canada is nowhere on this file. So what is the government going to do to stop the illicit importation of fentanyl into Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Colleagues illustrated the strong action that we've taken on the importation side. It's really great to hear the member opposite, wake up to the crisis that opiate overdose has presented our country for well over 10 years. Mr. Speaker, I come from the world of drug policy, and we know on this side that, in fact, we need to treat this situation as a health crisis. That's what we've been doing over the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. We've been saving lives so people can access recovery. Every life matters, Mr. Speaker.
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members that a question was asked and it's being answered. But on the other hand, I want to remind both sides that whether it's a question or an answer, if we do it with respect, I think we get better results. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, this government's refusal to defend Canadians' basic access to health care and the fundamental right to choose is inexcusable. They are failing to stand up for people in New Brunswick who are poised to lose the only abortion provider in Fredericton. This was raised first in 2005, and the Liberal minister at the time was supposed to act, but failed. And now, almost 15 years later, this minister has continued to do nothing. What is it going to take for the Liberals to defend people's rights? When will they enforce the Canada Health Act?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, on this side, our party and our leader has been extremely clear that all Canadian women have the right to safe, consistent access to reproductive health services that include abortion. As the Prime Minister has said, we will ensure that the New Brunswick government supports clinics that offer abortion services outside of hospitals. I know that the Prime Minister had a very constructive conversation with the Premier. I plan on speaking with my counterpart this week, and we will continue to work to make sure that abortion accesses all reproductive services are available equally across the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, on October 21st, First Nations and Métis people in Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski sent a message to this Liberal government. Enough of promising a new relationship and doing the opposite. Enough of promising the Dene to settle the North of 60 land claim and bailing. Enough of promising to solve the housing crisis and failing. And enough of ignoring the suicide crisis in God's Lake Narrows, where over 100 people, primarily young girls, have attempted suicide in the last 4 months. Will the Minister of Indigenous Services acknowledge that they have failed on their promises and act urgently on the issues facing First Nations and Métis people?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for a question. Departmental health teams continue to work closely with our partners in Manitoba to coordinate augmented crisis response and mental wellness supports to mitigate any gaps in coverage during this time. We are in regular contact with the community of God's Lake Narrows, and departmental officials will be meeting with the community leadership in God's Lake Narrows on December 11th, 2019. We will continue working with the leadership to support their needs and response, as a community-led approach is the best approach, especially when it comes to mental wellness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's truly an honour to rise in this House to ask a question on behalf of the constituents of my great riding of Markham-Stouffville. Mr. Speaker, today, December the 10th, marks the last day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Over those 16 days, we reflected on the lives of the survivors of gender-based violence and the lives of those we've lost. In York Region, we've come to know that human trafficking is posing a real threat to our young people, and although women in my riding do have access to shelters like the Yellow Brick House in Sandgate and the great staff there, it is clear that more needs to be done on prevention.
The Honourable. Who will be answering this? The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to my honourable colleague from Markham-Stouffville for her leadership, for representing her community in this House. It's going to require strong leadership like hers and every honourable members to ensure that we eliminate gender-based violence in Canada. To date, our government has worked to introduce a strategy to end human trafficking. We have worked to ensure that students are safer on campuses, and we've created and maintained 7,000 shelter spaces so that women and children have a safe place to turn to when they need it. There is so much more work to do, Mr. Speaker, and we are committed to just that.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, once again, the government has made sizable concessions. After supply management, now it's the aluminum industry. The government knows full well that we have the greenest aluminum production on the planet. Mexico imports aluminum from China that's cheaper and that is more polluted. The regions are suffering from these additional tariffs, and how can the minister look workers in the eyes and tell them that we've got a better deal? The Honourable Minister of International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We worked hard to sign a great deal for Canada. Our government has defended Canadian workers and protected their jobs. We worked hard with our partners in the U.S. and Mexico to strengthen progressive elements of this deal, and the Conservatives voted against them. Mr. Speaker, we're proud of the deal we reached, and it's good for Canadians. Thank you.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, natural gas has been produced safely in British Columbia for over 60 years. BC's natural gas reserves could fuel our domestic consumption and our exports for the next 150 years. LNG is expected, the global demand for LNG is expected to raise or grow 45% in the next decade. There are 6 LNG projects in British Columbia, with Canada LNG being the largest project in Canadian history. LNG represents $1 billion opportunity for First Nations, yet our Minister of Environment wants to talk down our LNG opportunities.
Why?
Why?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Canada is indeed well positioned to become a major player in the global LNG industry with proposed projects in the West and in the East. We have strong measures in place to attract investment while also reducing emissions. After securing the single largest private sector investment in Canadian history, it is clear that our plan is working. We will continue to take action to ensure Canada is on track to become the world's cleanest producer of LNG and reach global markets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you to the voters of Calgary Forest Lawn for electing me to this House. It is a great honor. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal attack on our energy sector has me worried for my province and my city. Canadian LNG is a world-class product that is desperately needed to help achieve global emission reductions. We need new pipelines to move that gas to the coast, but we can't do it without changes to C-69, changes that allow Alberta Gas to share in the opportunity. When will the Liberals make the changes to C-69 that Alberta and Canada so desperately need?
Bravo. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
We needed better rules to fix the gutted process that was left behind to us. It was a broken process that made Canadians lose trust. It failed to get our resources to new markets. It made large projects, including pipelines, vulnerable to legal challenges. Our better rules will make good projects move forward and grow our economy in a responsible way, and we welcome input from our partners on how to best implement this new legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Alberta send a message to the Liberals this fall about Bill C-69. The energy industry has rejected the bill. Foreign investment is fleeing, and 175,000 jobs have been lost in the energy sector. Premiers from coast to coast agree that the bill needs to be changed. When will this Prime Minister and his government listen to Albertans, make the changes needed, and get people back to work?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, I'm happy to report to this House that it was just last week that I was standing with the Alberta Energies Minister in Acheson, Alberta, and with some of the 2,200 workers who have been hired at one of many construction sites as construction of the Trans Mountain Expansion Project goes ahead. It was a good day for our energy industry, it was a good day for Alberta, and it was a good day for Canada. And with a continued commitment to getting it done the right way, the TMX expansion project is being built. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, as Pierre Falardeau said, we always go too far who go nowhere. Today, there are 200 people protesting in Ottawa today because the strategy with its the government with its federal strategy is going nowhere. And now they're in front of the Prime Minister's doorstep right now. They want money to renovate social housing, and they want transfer of funds to fight against homelessness. In Montérégie, there are people who are sleeping outside. The government has taken too long before helping them. The Honourable Minister, we are going to take concrete measures to protect Canadians, the most vulnerable Canadians in particular, with our federal housing strategy. We're investing $82 million in community housing. This will help to protect people and construct community housing for more than 330,000 families in Canada. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I'm not stupid. I know there's nothing encouraging with that answer. But the federal government strategy is not meeting the needs of people who are hoping and waiting for social housing, Mr. Speaker. The National Assembly unanimously called on the federal government to fulfill its role, namely to transfer funding to Quebec without conditions for social housing.
These groups want federal funding without any guidelines. They want money for homelessness. We have the expertise. Will this government listen to Quebec and transfer, without conditions, the funding? The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development. We are fighting homelessness across Canada, notably in Quebec. Over the next 5 years, we will spend more than $175 million on the prevention and reduction of homelessness in Quebec. This will help us to achieve our objective of reducing chronic homelessness by 50%.
Number 4, Carleton.
Asked yesterday if he was worried about Canada's weak economy, the finance minister said it's his job to worry. And he's not worried at all. Well, he should be worried. Insolvencies have reached a 10-year high. Half of Canadians are $200 away from going insolvent. Our unemployment rate is above the G7 average, above the United States, United Kingdom, Japan, and Germany. So on this question of worry, is the finance minister just going to look the 71,000 people who lost their jobs last month in the eye and tell them, don't worry, be happy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we've worked hard over the last 4 years to make sure that we have an opportunity for Canadians to work across the country. Left with a 7.1% unemployment rate from the previous government back in 2015, we immediately started investing in Canadians, investing in families, investing in infrastructure. Our economy grew, we grew employment, more than 1 million jobs. We will continue to invest as we see challenges in the economy. Right now, we're happy to say that we continue to have growth. We look like we'll be the second fastest growing country among the G7, and employment continues to be strong in this country.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Amongst the G7 countries, we have a higher unemployment rate than the average. The United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, and Germany all have unemployment rates that are lower than ours. In Canada, we lost 71,000 jobs in November, and half of Canadians are $200 away from being insolvent at the end of the month. Mr. Speaker, the minister can ignore these problems, but they're still there. When will he face reality? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, over the past 4 years, we made investments in our economy, investments in families, investments in Canadians. Our situation is a good one. Our growth level is the strongest of the G7. We're going to continue to be in a good situation with respect to unemployment, but we're going to continue to invest in Canadians, like our announcement yesterday to cut taxes for 20 million Canadians.
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario is a national leader in the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. In the throne speech, the Prime Minister committed to working with the provinces, but they have yet to accept the Made in Ontario climate change that will actually reduce emissions. When will the Liberals stop dragging their feet and give Ontario an answer?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, we know that a majority of Canadians voted for serious action on climate change, and that means we must cooperate with each other to bring the best ideas forward to fight climate change. We already have a credible and affordable plan with over 50 measures that were developed by Canadians for Canadians. While we are making real progress, there is much more to do, and we will continue to work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples across this country to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint Leonard, Saint Michel.
I would like to take the opportunity to thank the residents and constituents of Saint Leonard, Saint Michel for their support in allowing me to participate in the present legislature, which will be most productive and effective with everyone's goodwill to move this country forward. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, people often talk about the tremendous sacrifices made by Canadians during World War II on D-Day. But little is said about those who participated in a lesser-known but equally important campaign, namely the Italian campaign. I know that the Minister of Veterans Affairs was recently in Italy.
Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. And this year marks the 75th anniversary of the Italian campaign, and it was a great honour for me to lead the delegation to Italy, including 15 incredible veterans of the campaign and members from all sides of the House. Canadians can be extremely proud of how the Italians thank the Canadian people and the Canadian veterans. They will never forget the bravery shown by Canadians, and we will always remember them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has ignored BC's forest industry and its workers for far too long. Thousands of workers in communities throughout British Columbia are out of work. Residents in my riding are suffering thanks to this Liberal government's indifference. These men and women want and need to get back to work. Can the Liberals inform this House if the new NAFTA agreement includes an agreement on softwood lumber? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are very proud of the new NAFTA that will be signed shortly between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. We are very proud that we have continued to stand up for Canadian workers and Canadian industries from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of the new chapters on the environment, on labor, on dispute settlement, to ensure that we're getting the best deal for Canadians. Elements that the Conservatives urged us to abandon. Mr. Speaker, this is a good deal for Canadians, and we'll continue to stand up for them and industries at every opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said. The honourable member for Desite, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, North Sask Forest Products is a 100% First Nations-owned company whose profits are directed to the 9 bands that make up the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. These funds are used for services like housing, education and health care, including suicide prevention programs. Since 2017, North Sask has paid over $10 million in softwood lumber tariffs. Mr. Speaker, that's $10 million not being used for services in these communities. When will the Liberals prioritize a negotiation of a new softwood lumber agreement with the United States?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important issue that my colleague across the way raises. This is something that we have been committed to and working on very diligently. The previous Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Deputy Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister. We will continue to ensure that we advocate for Canada's interest in the softwood lumber industry and to ensure that we get not just any deal, as the Conservatives keep advocating for, but a good deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to rise in the House today for the first time. And I'm grateful to the good people of Tobique-Mactaquac for electing me as their Member of Parliament. New Brunswick has presented a credible and effective environment plan to the government for review. Unlike the federal carbon tax, New Brunswick's plan is made in New Brunswick and protects consumers and local businesses. The provincial government is still waiting for a reply. When, Mr. Speaker, will New Brunswick receive its answer?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
I congratulate the member on his presence in the House, and we will continue to work with provinces, including the province of New Brunswick, in order to evaluate their plan and to make sure that it is in keeping with the government's priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, over the past month, I have heard from many constituents from my riding of Miramichi, Grand Lake, who have loved ones struggling with an addiction to crystal meth. Crystal meth devastates lives and communities, and it is both accessible and very cheap.
Stigma is often a barrier for people who seek assistance. Can the Minister of Health inform the House of what this government is doing to help Canadians dealing with addiction issues?
I thank the member from Miramichi, Grand Lake for his advocacy. Obviously, this is an issue that affects many people and their families. My heart goes out to all of the people and families struggling with substance use problems across the country. Over the past years, we've restored harm reduction to our national drug strategy because we believe that every life matters and that recovery is always possible. We also know that access to treatment is not equal across the country, which is why we've committed $700 million additional dollars to make sure that people can access treatment that's appropriate no matter where they live. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. While scientists at COP25 and people across the country are stressing this climate emergency, here the Liberals are doing whatever it pleases. Today, we've learned that not only we will miss the Conservatives' targets for 2030, but also that the Liberals are trying to cover up key information about their climate failure. This is unacceptable for a government that says it's transparent. Can the Minister of the Environment commit to adopting a Green New Deal and for setting the record straight for Quebecers and Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, we salute the recommendations of the Environment Commissioner, and we're going to follow up on them. Our government has always been clear that we are going to achieve our climate objectives for 2030, and we are convinced that our plan will allow us to achieve our goals, and we will do more. Thank you.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, today is Human Rights Day. A year ago this week, the UN Human Rights Office sent a letter to this government requesting information on the steps taken to suspend the Site C until free, prior, and informed consent is obtained from affected Indigenous.
I want to I know some people are new to the House, and I just want to remind them that if I can have some quiet, I can explain what the rules are. The rules are that if you have something that you refer to, you can use it as a reference. But to hold it up and use it, that becomes a prop, and that's inappropriate by parliamentary rules. I'm sure the honourable member didn't mean to break the rules. I'll let him continue with his question. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Today is Human Rights Day. A year ago this week, the Human Rights Office sent a letter to this government requesting information on the steps taken to suspend the Site C dam until free, prior, and informed consent is obtained from affected people. A second letter requesting additional information was sent.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our government is restoring confidence in federal environmental assessments. The previous government before the previous government, approved the project and set legally binding conditions with which the proponent must comply. We will ensure that every condition attached to the project's approval is met, and we will conduct regular inspections to ensure compliance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thought we were doing really well until that last question. I want to thank everyone for working together. We're doing okay. I'm now prepared to propose for the ratification of the House a candidate for the position of Assistant Deputy Speaker and Deputy Chair of Committee of the Whole. Conformément à l'article 8.
Pursuant to Section 8 of the Standing Orders, I propose that Ms. Hughes be the Assistant Deputy Speaker and Vice Chair of the Committee of the Whole. The motion is deemed moved and seconded. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. I am now ready to propose to the House a candidate for the Assistant Deputy Minister and Vice Chair of the Committee of the Whole, pursuant to Standing Order 8.
Propose that Mrs. Mendez for the position of Assistant Deputy Speaker and Assistant Deputy Chair of Committee of the Whole.
The motion is deemed to be moved and seconded.
Of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. I'm sorry. Yeah. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Business of supply. Resuming debate on Mr. O'Toole's move on the motion on the Special Committee on China-Canada Relations.
Order. À l'ordre. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. There we go. That works perfectly. Now, I just want to remind the honourable members that we are entering debate, and if they have any discussions, please take it to the lobby or outside in the hall, but please, so that we can hear the debate that the honourable member for Foothills has to bring forward. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise and just continue my discussion on the importance of this special committee to investigate the trade relationship between Canada and China. And I want to take this opportunity to read a quote from Jeff Nielsen, the chair of the Grain Growers of Canada, who gave this earlier this week. And it's relating to the throne speech, or the lack of any mention of agriculture in the throne speech, and the crisis on the canola issue. And I quote, "Yesterday's speech from the throne displayed a concerning lack of understanding from the unique needs of Canada's export-oriented agricultural producers. This is particularly surprising considering the magnitude of the challenges currently facing farmers in every province across this country. The absence of any recognition of the dire circumstances facing farmers today suggests that our political leaders are not only oblivious to the harsh realities facing Canada's export-oriented farmers, but they are without a plan to address them." That is a very stark comment from the chair of the Grain Growers of Canada, talking about the lack of any consideration of the crisis that Canadian farmers are facing when it comes to our relationship with China. As I said earlier in my speech, that's 250,000 jobs that are at risk. And we talk about the 45,000 producers across Canada who are relying on that access to that critical market. What is in the bins from last year's harvest has already devalued by more than $1 billion. This is funds that are not going for farmers to pay off mortgages, loans on equipment, paying their input costs, but also money that they need to purchase the seed to get ready to seed next year. And many of those same farmers have not even been able to harvest last year or this year's crop because of an extremely harsh harvest. And I want to say once again that this is a recurring issue with this Liberal government. This is not something new. Bungling of important trade relations with some of our most critical partners around the world has become a regular occurrence with this Prime Minister. It started with his tickle trunk tour of India, which has resulted in the loss of our peas and pulses crops to one of our most important customers. Now with losing our canola crop to China, our durum wheat to Italy, barley and wheat to Saudi Arabia and Vietnam, impacting relationships with Australia and Japan when we were going through the TPP signing process. This Prime Minister doesn't seem to understand the importance of our global relations with some of our most important partners. And unfortunately, time and time again, those who are paying for those mistakes are Canadian agriculture, our farmers and our ranchers who are working extremely hard every single day to ensure they have the highest quality products, not only on our table, but those customers around the world. Now, we tried to address this last spring. We brought this up, we asked many times for an emergency debate within this House, and each and every single time, I believe it was 8, the Liberals denied us that opportunity. Then we tried to bring it up at the Trade Committee, the Agriculture Committee, and each and every single time, many ministers refused to appear at those committees to discuss the issues that we were facing. And in fact, we had the ministers say that the crisis with China isn't important enough. It has not reached the stage that we need to send a delegation, which would include ministers, to China to address this issue and regain that market access. That is why this special committee is so vital, that members from all parties have an opportunity to discuss and debate this crisis with China. This is billions of dollars in trade that are on the line. This is farmers and ranchers across Canada whose lives depend on this critical relationship with China. It behooves the government, as well as all members of this House, to be part of a special committee to investigate the relationship with China to ensure we get that critical market back. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know, I listened to many members of the Conservative Party talk about this special committee, but what they have really failed in terms of being able to clearly demonstrate is what is the difference between having this special committee versus a standing committee. There is nothing that this special committee can do that a standing committee would not be able to do. We have a Foreign Affairs Committee that has a history, that has dealt with many different issues in the past. So that's the one question I would put to my friend across the way. The other is the Bloc has made, I think, a very good, solid suggestion, and that's in regards to Kay. Why is it does the Conservative opposition have no confidence in the committee, especially given we have a minority situation, to allow a committee, whether it's a standing committee or a special committee, to determine on its own who should be the special witnesses?
For Foothills.
Well, I think what agriculture producers specifically, but all Canadians are looking for here is leadership, something that the Liberals are failing to show. They didn't even mention this in the throne speech. The throne speech was supposed to give the pathway of the priorities of this government, and this crisis was not mentioned in the throne speech. So you want to show leadership. Why this committee is so important is it shows Canadians that, yes, we care about this issue. We understand that 250,000 jobs in the agriculture, canola alone, are at risk. More than $1 billion in crops at risk. This would show leadership by the Liberal government, showing Canadians and agriculture producers from coast to coast that this is an important issue that we are willing to step up and address. That is why this special committee is so important.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the member, because China has the People's Republic of China has a history of weaponizing trade, especially with countries in the G7. They've specifically used Canada, targeted us for special sanctions. This is the second time they've had action specific to canola, but it's all across the board on different types of agricultural products, whether it's slowing down trade or blocking it. I'd like to hear from the member what he thinks are particular subject matter this committee could look at.
Number 4, Foothills.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary-Shepherd for that question. And he's exactly right. We know that this is politically based, this decision to block canola exports into China. We know that Canadian producers have the highest quality canola in the world. But this has also impacted pork and beef, which China has brought back in simply because of the Asian swine flu has decimated their own pork herd. They had to bring products in from other countries. But there are other commodities certainly at risk. If we do not address this, that China can expand the other targets of their export ban, whether it's seafood, whether it's maple syrup. Ginseng. We don't know what other products could be targeted. That is why it's so important to have this special committee to look at what other commodities may very well be at risk. And we've certainly had stakeholders approach, I'm sure, all members within this House about rumors that they have heard that other products are at risk, and that's what some of these things that this committee can review.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, a very brief 30-second question, and we'll have a 30-second answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if my friend could explain to me why then you wouldn't have these special committees coming up on any major issue that we have to face inside the House of Commons. Ultimately, you could argue every opposition day motion you bring forward is so important to Canada and needs to be debated, could be shifted over to a special committee. Has the Conservative Party no confidence in our standing committees? Is that the real reason why they're doing this?
Foothills in 45 seconds or less, please.
I guess my question to my honourable colleague is what are they afraid of? What are they afraid that's going to come out of this special committee that they don't want to be put out to the public? We want a forum where our stakeholders, as well as the ministers, and members from every party within this House have an opportunity to discuss the importance of a relationship with Canada and China, which many of my colleagues across the way have said impacts many different aspects of the Canadian economy, whether that's trade, agriculture, manufacturing. We understand how important this issue and this trading relationship is with China, and I think the government should show leadership here and support us in our motion to have this special committee formed.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, straight off, I would like to sincerely thank the voters in Mégantic-l'Érable who once again elected me to represent them in this 43rd Parliament. Over the course of the last few years, I've worked very closely with elected officials, organizations, and individuals in my riding, and I think they wanted us to follow on the same path, so I'm very pleased to represent them once again during this Parliament as the member for Mégantic-l'Érable. And if you don't mind, I'd like to thank the team, Isabelle, Hélène, Jessica, and Jill. They helped me in my campaign from the very beginning. There are also a lot of volunteers. My family, of course, Caro and the kids. You know, when we're in Ottawa, we're not at home, and that's a big sacrifice for our families. It's hard for them to have someone far away for such a long period of time, and I think we need to acknowledge that and recognize that we're here doing what we want for our riding and for all Canadians, partly thanks to them. So, Mr. Speaker, today the official opposition is tabling a very important motion. This is our first opposition day of this 43rd Parliament, and we've chosen to table a motion about the current crisis with China. The Liberal government's inability to develop a consistent plan during the last mandate to protect Canadian interests and the well-being of our citizens and our commercial and security interests, their inability to anticipate China's emerging role on the world stage, well, that inaction is simply unacceptable. Canadians no longer trust this Prime Minister when it comes to his actions on the international stage. It's a little history lesson here, Mr. Speaker, that explains why Canadians have lost trust in the Prime Minister. First, there was the well-publicized, catastrophic visit to India. There were a series of diplomatic gaffes around the world, not only with our main trading partners, the U.S., but with other countries as well. Our Prime Minister is known for putting his personal brand and the brand of his party above the interests of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this attitude has left Canadians isolated at a time when our role as a member of NATO, NORAD, and the G7 and the Five Eyes is more important than ever. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is now a minority government, and I think this is a good opportunity for us to hold the Prime Minister to account. Now, of course, we wanted answers to all of these questions before, but unfortunately, the government could turn a deaf ear and pretend that there was no crisis. So now that they're a minority, we're going to use this opportunity to ask the Prime Minister those questions and ensure that the government take this situation seriously. What does our motion aim to do? Well, it aims to establish a special committee to conclude the diplomatic crisis with China and to come up with a multidisciplinary approach to the bilateral challenges that exist between Canada and China. We would like to see this committee sit starting in the new year and to complete a study by June 2020. Now, between now and June 2020, that's a few months, but that's less time than the government across the way needed to simply recognize that there was a crisis with China at all. So the committee would have until June 2020 to make recommendations. It would be authorized to call witnesses, experts, and our ambassador in China, as well as other government representatives, to ensure that the government can carry out its democratic duty. Now, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to international relations, there are a lot of delicate subjects, things that sometimes need to be discussed behind closed doors. Anything that has to do with national security, for example. That's why our motion allows the committee to hold some meetings in camera if it needs to discuss sensitive issues like national security or various complex consular cases. Now, it's clear, having listened to the debate since this morning, that the government does not intend to support this motion. It's clear that the government is afraid of something. What is it afraid of? We don't know. But it might be transparency. You know, this government says that it's transparent and open. It has constantly said that it wants to work with opposition parties. Well, what we're giving the government today is a first opportunity to really collaborate, to allow all parliamentarians in this House to study this difficult situation in detail. Parliamentarians from all parties could join in a special committee and all work together to find real solutions to this diplomatic crisis, which is getting worse and worse day by day. So the government should welcome this opposition motion because it would allow us to look into some of those important aspects of the relationship between Canada and China. I think you'll agree, Mr. Speaker, that some of those issues are quite complex from a political standpoint. Now, if the government can't support this modest suggestion, I think that shows that the government doesn't want to talk about the way they managed the crisis during the last mandate or over the last year or so. That would mean that the government doesn't want to recognize how Parliament should operate during a minority government mandate. Now, Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot of issues with China. Now, the government's first mistake was appointing a former Liberal cabinet minister ambassador. So he was an ex-minister and is now an ex-ambassador, and he only made the relationship between China and Canada worse. The government then waited months to appoint a new ambassador. What was the result, Mr. Speaker? Well, for months we weren't able to improve that relationship. Meanwhile, China imposed unacceptable restrictions on Canadian agricultural imports, and a Canadian minister thought it would be a good idea to go to China to promote investments in China. So there's a real lack of leadership, real lack of management, and a lack of vision from this government. Mr. Speaker, let's talk a little bit about canola before I conclude. This government denied that there even was a crisis when it came to canola. They denied it for a long time. Part of the reason we're asking for this new committee is that under the previous government, we kept calling for special meetings on canola. We wanted to have emergency meetings, but the Liberals said no. We wanted to have representatives come to the International Trade Committee, and they said no. We kept putting pressure on them, and they kept saying no. We weren't able to talk about that agricultural issue. That's the issue. So the government didn't want to talk about these real issues, so it's entirely expected that we would be calling for this special committee today so that we can really look at all of these subjects and so that we can hear from all of the parliamentary parties here who have things to say and who might be able to find solutions. Because it's clear that the Liberals don't have solutions. They're not even looking for one. So this committee will allow us to help the government. It will allow parliamentarians of all parties to talk about how we can help the government. And what the government doesn't seem to realize is that what we want to do is help canola farmers, help people who trade with China. Because in the end, that's really what this type of committee should be doing, helping people in our ridings, helping individuals and farmers and businesses. The time has come for the Prime Minister to take off his rose-tinted glasses and to see this crisis with China for what it is. He needs to stand up for the Canadian values of human rights and freedoms. And he needs to help Canada get out of this crisis with China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'Honorable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary To the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, what I would like to be able to do is just focus in terms of how important it is that we recognize the valuable contributions that whether it's a special committee or a standing committee can actually make to healthy parliamentary discussions. And I was intrigued and interested in what was being proposed by the Bloc Party. They didn't move an amendment, but I'm very much interested in terms of what specifically the Conservative thoughts are on this issue, because it deals with the independence of these special committees and standing committees. And that is with respect to why does the Conservative Party find it necessary that the Chamber dictate to a special committee, and I suspect also to a standing committee, if you follow the logic, as to who should appear? Why wouldn't we entrust that responsibility to the standing committee or special committee? Would the Conservatives not agree that we should have confidence in those committees?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this government set up a special committee on medical assistance in dying, on electoral reform, on pay equity. So when the government set up those special committees, did that mean that they didn't trust the standing committees of the House? Why did this government think that it was okay to set up special committees? Well, because there were special situations that required special measures from Parliament. What we're saying is that the government has been able to solve this problem when it was in a majority position, but they did nothing. Now that they're a minority government, we're suggesting that we create a committee to solve the things that the government wasn't able to solve.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable for his return to the House. I sincerely enjoyed working with him in the previous Parliament on the Agriculture Committee, and I look forward to working with the member for Foothills on that very important subject. You know, of course, when we're debating this motion, Mr. Speaker, the fate of Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig are at the heart of everyone's, they are in our hearts right now. And everything we do, we should have the well-being of those two gentlemen at our hearts in our deliberations. Now, the Liberals keep on raising the point that by setting up this special committee, we will somehow be endangering those two men. So I invite my colleague to maybe explain to the House the ways in which this special committee could conduct itself to keep those diplomatic efforts safe and secure. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I think that this special committee would allow us to talk about all of the aspects of our relationship with China and to find possible entry points, possible things that would allow us to improve the relationship. We need to use all of the tools that we have at our disposal to find a solution for this issue, which has been going on for too long. The committee could even meet in camera to avoid delicate subjects from being discussed publicly in a way that might harm the discussions that are underway to liberate the two Michaels who are being held in China. Of course, our thoughts go to those Canadians and their families, and I hope that the special committee will allow us to move forward on this so that they will be freed.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's great to see you back in the chair as well. I just want to ask my colleague, and I want to go really quickly through a little bit of a history lesson here and why we're raising these concerns. The small business tax changes just were to devastate Canadian farmers. Then we had the grain backlog. Then we've lost trade relationships with India, China, many other countries. We had the CN strike this fall. Then agriculture wasn't mentioned in the throne speech. But also this summer, the Liberals missed a critical deadline by applying for negligible risk status for BSE, which now our Ontario ranchers are having an extremely difficult time. So you can see for the Canadian farmers that they see the indifference from the Liberal government, how they just don't seem to care about agriculture. I would like to ask my colleague, I'm honored to take the Shadow Minister of Agriculture after he did such an amazing job over the last year, why he thinks the leadership that this special committee will show to Canadian farmers, why he thinks that's so important that we show that leadership to Canadian farmers.
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, Canadian farmers expect their government to show some leadership. And as the member for Foothills said, who will undoubtedly be taking over the agriculture file, although of course he's always been very close to farmers, and he helped me on that file for a long time and helped me understand the situation in the West particularly. So I'm very happy that he's going to be taking over the agriculture file. But as I said, over the last few years, we've seen a government that ignores agriculture, that doesn't show any leadership on solving these agricultural crises, that barely even lifted a little finger to help farmers in Quebec and Ontario when there wasn't enough propane during the CN strike. So, of course, if the government doesn't show any leadership, well, the official opposition will step up under the able leadership of my colleague.
Resuming debates. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Parkdale, High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off by indicating I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mississauga Centre. I'm very pleased to rise today to address this important motion that's been raised by the member for Durham. And obviously I want to acknowledge that it has been obviously 1 year since Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were arbitrarily detained in China. It must be stated that they are and remain our absolute priority as a government and as Canadians. Monsieur le Président, on travaille avec...
Mr. Speaker, we have been working persistently and with great determination to bring them back to Canada. Our government will continue to raise important questions with the Chinese government, questions such as respect for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Canada will remain firm in its defense of these principles and of its interests.
The matter that's being raised today and being debated in this chamber is not a concern just for Canada, but is also a concern for all of our allies. This shared concern has led to a broad coalition of support, and we are grateful as Canadians to our many international allies that have stepped up and spoken out on these two citizens' behalf. Speaking with one voice demonstrates that we as Canadians are not alone on the international stage. Now, Mr. Speaker, today, as has been referenced at different times during the course of today's debate and during question period, we know that December 10th is Human Rights Day. I want to focus a little bit about human rights in the context of the debate on today's motion. We know that human rights matter not just internationally for international organizations, they matter to everyday Canadians that we engage with as our constituents, that we've engaged with on the campaign trail. Human rights matter, and our foreign policy reflects that very same issue. We've consistently, as the Canadian government, called on China to respect, to protect and promote freedom of opinion, freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly and association, and freedom of religion, of belief of all Chinese citizens.
Canada is extremely concerned by the persistent repression and intimidation of ethnic minorities, religious groups, and vulnerable groups in China. For example, Tibetan Buddhists, Uyghurs and other Muslims, Christians, followers of Falun Gong, women and girls, as well as members of the LGBTI community. Canada has expressed its concerns concerning the shrinking of civil society in China and the intensification of actions against human rights activists, including lawyers, journalists, civil society actors, all of which we find concerning.
Issues, Mr. Speaker, that I'm speaking of. And I say this as a member of our government caucus, as a parliamentary secretary in the past parliament, and also as someone who represents Tibetan Buddhists in my riding of Parkdale High Park, 7,000 strong, the largest Tibetan diaspora in North America. And when we raise these issues, we raise them not just for the Tibetan people, but we raise them for many different groups, including the Uyghur Muslims I've mentioned, including the various other groups that have been and continue to have their human rights restrained in China. We've consistently raised these human rights concerns, and let me indicate one that has preoccupied me directly as a member of this House, as one of 10 Muslim members of the government caucus. Mr. Speaker, you can appreciate I'm gravely concerned and preoccupied with the situation concerning Uyghur Muslims in what is known as Xinjiang. We as a government have spoken out publicly at the UN, at the Human Rights Council, urging Chinese authorities to release all Uyghurs that are arbitrarily being detained in Xinjiang. We've seen the reports. We've seen reports as recently as in the past 2 weeks about the conditions, about the scope of the detention, about the scope of the internment, about the scope of the persecution that is happening. We've spoken out as a government in statements in September of 2018, November of 2018, and March of 2019. In July of 2019, we stood alongside 21 other members of the international community, including, and I will list them, Australia, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Japan, and the United Kingdom, and presented a letter to the Human Rights Council expressing these very specific concerns. Most recently, Mr. Speaker, again on this Uyghur point, on October 29th, the United Kingdom, on behalf of 23 countries, including Canada, expressed their concern regarding the arbitrary detention of Uyghurs and the deprivation of human rights in Xinjiang, China, at the Third Committee of the UN General Assembly with the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Let me turn to another issue that is very much at the core of why I stand in this House and why I defend the rights of my constituents each day that I can, which is the issue of Tibetans and Tibetan rights being protected within China. Mr. Speaker, again, today is not only just Human Rights Day, which is celebrated internationally. Today actually happens to be the 30th anniversary of the recognition and bestowing of the Nobel Prize for Peace on His Holiness the Dalai Lama. That is an individual who is venerated internationally because he stands up for religious freedom, he stands for nonviolence, and he stands against persecution and in favor of what's called the middle way approach. So let's talk about what we have done as a government in respect of Tibetans. We have publicly voiced concerns to that same body about the Tibetan plight at the United Nations Human Rights Council and to the Chinese authorities themselves about the intimidation and repression of the ethnic minority and religious groups in China, including Tibetans. We've made specific representations to the Chinese about the case of linguistic advocate Tashi Wangchuk. Tashi Wangchuk is a person who dared to speak out about the promoting of the Tibetan language in the Tibetan Autonomous Region. He was jailed and then charged and imprisoned unfairly, and Canada has spoken up about his case, and we will continue to do so. We've also spoken up as the Canadian government about continuing to seek access to what is called the TAR, the Tibetan Autonomous Region, for our diplomats, for our parliamentarians, for non-governmental organizations, and for visiting delegations. This is the concept known as reciprocal access. If a foreign government arrives here in Canada, their movements are unimpeded. We want the same access when we visit China, including into the Tibetan Autonomous Region. We've also consistently advocated for substantial and meaningful dialogue between the Chinese government and His Holiness the Dalai Lama or his representatives to work toward a resolution of issues acceptable to both sides. We've done this at bilateral meetings in 2016, 2017, 2018, and we will continue to do so at every opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is critical to underscore because this motion is important. It's important that it's being raised by the member from Durham. It's important that it's being raised because it touches on the Canada-China relationship and many aspects of it. One of the fundamental aspects of that relationship is how we respect one another, how we deal with what we call the rule of law, and how we address the protection of fundamental human rights. And the Tibetan plight, the Uyghur plight, many other plights are at the core of what we must be addressing. Lest I mention the Falun Gong, members, including the member who is from Ottawa, who's been the chair of the subcommittee on human rights, has looked at this issue among other issues very closely at that subcommittee, and things like organ harvesting and some of the really problematic issues that have arisen with the Falun Gong. We've spoken out about that, and we will continue to speak out about it. But let's talk about the broader bilateral relationship now, Mr. Speaker. In terms of that, we are ensuring we're having dialogue at every level. We've had the newly entrenched Minister of Foreign Affairs as recently at the G20 meetings in Nagoya at the end of November, raising these issues that I'm mentioning. We've had further discussions with the Chinese authorities about an important point that was raised by the opposition critic for agriculture, this issue of canola, and what we are doing to ensure that there's access to canola, Canadian canola, in the Chinese markets. We are ensuring that we are speaking out loudly and clearly about climate change and about how, if this is a global problem, it requires a global solution. China has to be part of that global solution. We've talked about health. That is part of the dialogue that we are having with the Chinese, and about practical cooperation on health issues. There's cultural bilateral cooperation that is occurring. All of these are very, very critical issues, and we're exploring all of them in the context of developing this relationship. This is an emerging global power. This is a relationship that has to be cultivated. It has to be developed in a balanced way but also in a principled way. There's no contention between ourselves and the party opposite with respect to that issue. We must speak principally and we must speak in a balanced framework, but we must address the relationship clearly and vociferously, particularly highlighting the issues that I've raised about human rights. It's a difficult moment. That's clear to anyone who reads the newspapers, Mr. Speaker. But what we are keeping in mind always is the safety and security of Canadians, which remains our top priority. We believe, and we've clearly stated, that the detentions that have occurred are arbitrary and they should end. And we have rallied international allies to that cause. Engaging is important because it promotes Canada's interests globally, and we will maintain that communication line open and clear. De façon plus générale,
more broadly speaking, Canada will continue to uphold its principles and to defend rules-based international order, which has ensured peace and prosperity throughout the world for decades. And within the framework of our commitment based on principles, we will continue to cooperate China where we can and to defend our values and interests where we must. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Parkdale High Park for his speech and his very obvious commitment to human rights both here in Canada and abroad. You know, two of the most important functions this House serves, and indeed its committees, is one of oversight and accountability. We have oversight over government programs, and we make sure that the government's accountable for delivering on its mandate and providing services that Canadians need. Now, I have heard Liberal arguments refer to the fact that there are many standing committees which already have mandates to look into issues associated with our relationship with China, and I agree with him. But one of the limitations on standing committees is that they are grasping at all of these different threads, and many of them have different agendas and different pressures for different studies. I'm just trying to come to terms, Mr. Speaker, with the Liberals' reluctance to establish a special committee so that we can take all of those different threads, weave them together in a comprehensive report that will actually get us somewhere with a relationship that is really the trying issue of our time in international relations. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
So I thank the member from Cowichan for his comments and for his contributions to this House. And it's an interesting question, Mr. Speaker, but I would offer up a couple of aspects in response. One is that rarely do we have a special committee struck to study a relationship between two singular nations. We have friendship groups, we have parliamentary associations that sometimes deal with a particular bilateral relationship. Secondly, I would say to him that committees are masters of their own destiny. So regardless of which committee that you're at, particularly in a minority parliament where the opposition parties have the majority on committees, they can determine what should be studied at which particular committee. In terms of housing it all in one place, that's a fair point, and I appreciate that contribution to this debate. But I would point out to him that, again, at that International Subcommittee on Human Rights, that is where we had the most glaring study about the Uyghur situation thus far done by this Parliament. So different committees, including subcommittees, are already doing terrific work. I want to empower those committees to continue that work, just trying to focus on accountability of the Chinese, specifically with respect to human rights.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Speaker, and I listened with interest to my colleague from Parkdale High Park. I know that he's been a tremendous advocate working with the Tibetan community, and it's wonderful to hear him speak about it. But my question for him today is, what we have today is a motion about setting up a special committee specifically to delve into issues with the Canada-China relationship. He has said and set out quite carefully the delicate balance in so many of the issues that we're talking about today. Perhaps, can he tell us, does he believe that this is actually what's proposed in this motion today, the best way to go about all of those issues that he has so well stated so well and explained to us?
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
I thank the member from Toronto Danforth for a question. And when you actually sit down and think about it, Mr. Speaker, everything that I've learned in this chamber in the last 5 years has been about the delicacy of dealing with consular matters and the delicacy of dealing with matters that affect people's lives very, very severely, including when you have two people unjustly imprisoned in a foreign territory. And while it is difficult, these are very, very sensitive matters that are best dealt with through channels between the two governments, through consular channels, and not through public airing. And I firmly believe that to be the case. That doesn't mean that the opposition gets excluded from participating in this kind of endeavor. It means they can and should be included, but it needs to be done in a very careful manner that most fundamentally respects the privacy and confidentiality interests of the families above all else.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess what I struggle with is the current situation with the Foreign Affairs Committee has not been successful. There has been the relationship with China is failing. We've got nowhere. Performance is usually rated in success. I don't see any success. We have 2 Canadians in jail. They're going to have their second Christmas in China, held in jail, and yet we're not moving forward. The proposed committee for China and Canada to build a relationship is going to be successful. It'll be based on performance measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, I welcome that member to the chamber, and I welcome his question. I would respectfully disagree that there has been no success in respect to the Canada-China relationship. We are going through a difficult period, but the longevity of that relationship commenced by the first Trudeau to serve as Prime Minister in this House is a strong one, as it needs to be a strong one. We've always spoken up clearly about the importance of equality and human rights and the rule of law in the context of developing that relationship, literally since about 1972 or 71, if I remember correctly. But I think that relationship is going through a brief period of some concern, but I think the relationship can and will remain strong because we are so economically integrated, and we will continue that economic integration through pursuing further avenues of trade and engagement with Asia, as we've done with CPTPP, as we will do with the LNG facility at Kitimat. There are many, many avenues for further exchange and dialogue with the Chinese, and we need to be at the forefront of that, and we will continue to do so.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I rise for the first time in the 43rd Parliament, I want to thank my constituents for once again re-electing me to this chamber. I want to thank my supporters and my friends and everyone who has believed in me. Mr. Speaker, as I watched the unfolding of the previous election, through order and peace, one has to remind themselves of how great our country is, and that we must never take the democracy that we have for granted. And I am delighted to be back here along with my colleagues, with the leadership of our Prime Minister, and I look forward to continuing to serve my constituents with integrity and with pride. And Mr. Speaker, thank you. Speaker, today we're debating on a very important issue and a very important motion. And I want to thank my colleague from Durham for proposing this motion. I've had the privilege to serve as a Parliamentary Secretary for Consular Affairs for a period of time, and I worked with my colleagues from all parties in responding to important cases where Canadians found themselves in difficult situations abroad. And I worked as well with my colleagues in the opposition in responding to those situations. And I saw firsthand how complicated and how difficult this process is. I saw firsthand how anxious the families of loved ones are when it comes to their loved ones being stuck or in difficult circumstances abroad. And I could never, ever imagine the magnitude of anguish that families and friends and loved ones go through when they see their loved ones in a very, very difficult and uncertain situation abroad. And that goes to the two Michaels, Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig. This is a very important case, Mr. Speaker. Both of them are very close to our government. We are seized with the situation. The Prime Minister the previous Minister of Foreign Affairs, the current Minister of Foreign Affairs, our entire government, our public servants, our ambassadors, our consular officials are following this case with incredible care, and it is a priority for our government, and I know it's a priority for all members of the House of Commons and for all Canadians. And I welcome the opposition's pressure on this case. I welcome the opposition's intervention on how to deal with this case. But I want to remind my colleagues, some of whom were in government in the past, that they themselves know how delicate and how sensitive these cases are. They know that it requires a lot of diplomacy, it requires a lot of conversations and discussions, and they know that a lot of times excessive public partisan and hyper-partisan debate can be unhelpful to the individual cases. So I know they know that, and I'm not suggesting that that's what they're trying to do today. So I welcome, as I said, that they play an important role in this. But I want to repeat my plea, as I have in the past, to my colleagues to avoid doing something what somebody may think is going to be helpful for the case that might be counterproductive. So I welcome, again, as I said, that they do have a role to play, but it's highly important that we realize the sensitivity and the delicacy of the situation, that we accept that we need to work together in finding a way to bring these two Canadians back home safely, and we need to do it in the most effective way. And what I also want to say to my colleagues is that we can be firm and diplomatic. We can be principled and pragmatic. It is very, very important not to confuse diplomacy for weakness, Mr. Speaker. It is incredibly important not to confuse pragmatism with lack of principle, Mr. Speaker. And I know that sometimes it can be seductive for partisan games to take place, to play these issues in the public arena. But I just want to plead with my colleagues and remind them that consular cases require persistent, principled, and delicate handling. And in my role as Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Speaker, I've seen how that type of work pays dividend. I've seen how persistent and diplomatic and consistent work with other countries, with allies, with like-minded countries, working through multilateral forums pays dividend. Now, to date, it has not brought us back to two Michaels. I admit that. And we need to continue to look for further ways to advocate for Canadians in China and elsewhere. But it is counterproductive to assume that increased partisan attention to this case will be helpful in this case. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues in the opposition have an important role to play here, and even when I don't agree with them, even when I don't agree with their proposal, I recognize, and as I said in my, at the beginning of my remarks, we must not take democracy for granted. We must cherish the role of every MP in this chamber and accept their input and their feedback. But I want to remind ourselves, starting with myself, is that it's really important to leave consular cases outside of the political realm. That does not mean that we cannot work together on this case or other cases. We have in the past, and we have worked with our colleagues behind the scene on advocating for consular cases, working for Canadians, making sure that their interests and their safety are advocated for, making sure that we work very hard until we see them return to their families and their loved ones here at home. But, Mr. Speaker, I know we are in a minority parliament today, and there are many opportunities for us to work together to advocate for good policies, to advocate for all of Canadians who have elected us here in the chamber of the House of Commons. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that we have standing committees who are in charge, who are asked to conduct studies, who are asked to consult experts, who are asked to work with stakeholders so they can provide recommendation to the government of the day. And I see no reason why the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, that they couldn't do this study, that they couldn't examine the other factors that the motion is describing. I think the motion deals with really important issues that deserve parliamentary attention, that deserve parliamentary debate. But for the life of me, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why there is a need for a new committee where we already have an existing committee to conduct studies like the one the motion is asking for. So with that, Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important motion, and I look forward to further discussion on this motion. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question and comment time. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to start off by thanking the residents from Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge for voting for me. And I'm just happy to serve for them in this House and in our communities. As I'm listening to the members speak and the other members from the Liberals, I must admit it's very disconcerting. And I keep on hearing these words, it's delicate, we're in a delicate situation, that it's a sensitive matter, and diplomacy. Well, it appears to me that the Chinese government has absolutely no respect for the Canadian government in the way they mock the Prime Minister as a little potato, and they block their imports from Canada, and without, and not fearing any repercussions, even though we are giving we import twice as much from them. So the fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that we're dealing with a bully, whether it be towards Chinese government, towards their neighbors, towards their own people, religious minorities and others, or towards Canada. And my question is, does the member not recognize, does not see striking this committee as an opportunity to show strength and focus on this very important issue and relationship? Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to welcome my colleague to the House of Commons, and I appreciate having the privilege of answering his first question. Mr. Speaker, you won't be surprised to hear me say that I disagree with some of the characterization that the honourable member included in his question. Having said that, I don't disagree that there's an opportunity for members of Parliament to have a forum to have these conversations. But what I am saying, and I also want to reiterate that people should not confuse diplomacy with lack of firmness. People should not confuse pragmatism with being principled. Having said that, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs is able to conduct this study, is able to do this research, is able to reach out to other stakeholders for the entire representation of the House of Commons to hear directly from them and draw their own conclusions. That is my response, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Mississauga Centre for his speech. You know, he's right. The Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs can look at this issue, as could the Standing Committee on Agriculture, the Standing Committee on International Trade. I mean, that's the very point. You have a number of different standing committees that could look at different aspects of this. And my argument all day long has been that this special committee, it's entirely proper for this House to constitute a special committee to weave all of these threads together and constitute it into a report that is comprehensive and all-encompassing. Now, the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, was referring throughout his speech to how delicate consular affairs are, and he will find no disagreement on this side of the House. We very much agree. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to him is, would he not agree that there are ways for committees to handle themselves when discussing sensitive subjects? First of all, I would assume that all members of the committee would realize the seriousness of the issue that they are facing, but there are also opportunities, Mr. Speaker, for that committee to go in camera so that those delicate discussions happen behind closed doors. Would the member not agree that that is an entirely appropriate avenue for a committee to go down should it be discussing those sensitive topics?
Well, member for Mississauga Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question and congratulate him on his re-election. He posed two questions to me. His first question is, why can't we have a committee that brings together the variety of files into one committee? What he knows is that the Foreign Affairs Committee is mandated to deal with issues of foreign affairs. And that may have different dimensions within it, but it has something to do with relations with a foreign country. So I will repeat that, in my opinion, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs is able to draw on all of these various files and study them at the same time. To his question, and I hope and I do believe that many members of this House understand the delicacy of consular affairs. But I sometimes, people will forgive me for being skeptical, because all you need to do is look at question period at times and realize that there are sometimes irresponsible questions or irresponsible conduct that takes place on delicate matters. So please forgive me, Mr. Speaker, but I need to do my job in reminding all of ourselves how delicate this matter is.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the excellent member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. As the party which received the most votes in the last election, the Conservative Party is working hard to lead constructively in this minority parliament and use our increased clout to drive conversation and solutions on vital challenges facing this country, and one of those is the Canada-China relationship. Recognizing that our existing standing committees often have a full agenda, are designed to focus on specific individual policy areas, and also will not start their operations very likely until well into the new year, we believe that this Parliament must strike a special committee right now to study all aspects of the Canada-China relationship and to study them on an ongoing basis. Of particular importance to me, that includes the way that Canada can be a stronger voice on the world stage for human rights and to counter the efforts of China's government to promote its repressive political model around the world. China's current political model is straight out of George Orwell's 1984. Constant surveillance and a system of social credit where your every action is monitored and your ability to do any basic activities is dependent on a social score assigned to you by the party. All activity, all investment, all speech, all opinion, all everything is intended to be under the thumb of the state. The state does not recognize bounds of law or commitment, including commitments to other countries. This Prime Minister has expressed admiration for China's so-called basic dictatorship, and his hand-picked ambassador led a company which was heavily dependent on contracts from Chinese state-owned companies. I wonder if Dominic Barton and our Prime Minister read 1984 during their childhood and thought, hey, this sounds like a great place to live. China's repressive political system is not what the Chinese people want. It is not what the people of other Asian and African nations want, even though citizens of other nations face the increasing imposition of Chinese government-backed actors on their countries. Orwellian authoritarianism is not what Canadians want. It is not what almost anyone wants. So we must stand together against this oppressive political model. And our party stands unapologetically for the advancement of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Hear, hear. This is in our interests, and this is reflective of our values. Madam Speaker, in this speech, I would like to highlight some of the key problems we see today which necessitate the engagement of this Parliament through the creation of this special committee. And I'll have comments on the situation of Uyghurs, Tibetans, Christians, Hong Kongers, students, Taiwanese Falun Gong practitioners, and finally people in other neighboring and regional countries. The Chinese government is detaining Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps, a further step in a long-running effort to destroy their culture and their faith. Every Ramadan, Uyghur Muslims has faced repression of their right to fast, attempts to impede this important expression of personal piety. Under this government, the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board put over $48 million of Canadian pension money into Hikvision and Dua, companies working closely with China's military and playing a significant role in Uyghur imprisonment. When this was raised in question period earlier this year by my colleague from Calgary Shepherd, the government said that the pension board's job is to focus on return on investment. But I believe that the government should hold our pension board to basic standards of morality. As the grandson of a Holocaust survivor, I cannot accept their blasé attitude towards our pension fund's participation in the construction of mass detention and concentration camps in our own time. This is precisely the kind of Islamophobia that the government should be seized with. We are seeing the escalating persecution of Tibetans, including the continuation of a long-standing policy of repression of religious, cultural, and linguistic freedoms. One of the latest developments is the effort by China's government to control the reincarnation of the Dalai Lama. Essentially, the atheist, materialist, Marxist government purports to be able to determine the Dalai Lama's succession by knowing and identifying his reincarnation. This would be comical if it was not deadly serious. And indeed, we've seen this before with the real pension lama being disappeared and the Chinese government advancing their own candidate instead. This is one of many serious violations of religious freedom that we see in Tibet. Now, we must not neglect the escalating, devastating persecution of Christians in China. Violations of religious freedom can take two predominant forms. One is the old Maoist way of trying to explicitly eradicate religion. Another, the more common current model, is where religious movements are allowed to maintain the external ceremonial aspects of religion, but are required to always conform their teaching to the state doctrine. Essentially, they say it's fine to be a Christian as long as you put the teachings and attributes of Xi Jinping ahead of the teachings and attributes of Christ. Christian movements that refuse this conformist approach face repression. We see repression of individual believers, as well as the violent destruction of churches such as the Golden Lampstand Church, and also the destruction of houses of worship for other faith communities. Both efforts to eradicate religion and efforts to co-opt and control religion are a serious violation of fundamental human rights. They are unacceptable in China, in Canada, or anywhere else. And our defense of religious freedom must always include the freedoms of Christians, an aspect often left out. Now let's talk about the situation in Hong Kong. Hong Kong entered into the One Country, Two Systems framework in 1997. The government of China has repeatedly violated this agreement in so many respects, undermining the autonomy of Hong Kong. People in Hong Kong have highlighted to me how police there seem to have taken on the attributes of mainland military police instead of Hong Kong's own separate police force. Protesters in Hong Kong are concerned about violations of the One Country, Two Systems framework and have 5 concrete demands: the withdrawal of the extradition bill, stop labeling protesters as rioters, drop charges against protesters, conduct an independent inquiry into police behavior, and implement genuine universal suffrage for the Legislative Council and the Chief Executive. We support these objectives and especially would wish to highlight the importance of meaningful universal suffrage. Many of Hong Kong's legislators are elected in so-called functional constituencies, whereby essentially a few insider companies get to pick the legislators. On this side of the House, we stand with the people of Hong Kong. We support universal suffrage. I asked the minister twice today if she supports universal suffrage and real democracy in Hong Kong. She talked about the right to protest, but she refused to answer my question twice on the issue of universal suffrage. Mr. Speaker, I have many concerns about the state of freedom of speech at universities in Canada. But this challenge is made significantly worse when foreign governments act to undermine freedom of speech on Canadian campuses. The dependency of many universities on the revenue associated with international students and the dependency of academics studying China on visa access to China are points of significant vulnerability. When a well-known Tibetan student, Chimi Lama, was elected as president of U of T Scarborough Student Union, she faced an orchestrated campaign of harassment. When a student group called Muslims for Peace and Justice at McMaster University organized an event to highlight Uyghur abuses, efforts were made to disrupt the event, and the Chinese consulate in Toronto praised this action, saying, "We strongly support the just and patriotic actions of Chinese students," end quote. There was no response from Canada to this gross abuse of our sovereignty by the consulate. More recently, ahead of a visit to the Chinese embassy in Ottawa, members of the Carleton International Relations Society were asked not to raise controversial topics. Mr. Speaker, university students must embrace a role that they have traditionally occupied as thoughtful provocateurs for justice. Think of the freedom riders of the civil rights movement or the students who faced down tanks during the 1989 pro-democracy protests in Tiananmen Square. University campuses and the presence there of many international students from China should create opportunities for free and open dialogue. Dialogue that, when free and open, will lead to the advancement of freedom and democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. But this dialogue cannot happen if universities and student groups are subject to foreign pressure and manipulation. Preserving the integrity of our academic institutions is something on which there is a pressing national interest, and I hope this special committee will specifically take on the situation at our universities and involving Canadian and international students who are studying there. Mr. Speaker, Taiwan, a free Chinese democracy, is a beacon of hope in the region. Taiwan is an example of all that China could be, a free and open society which preserves and celebrates China's ancient and beautiful civilization. But unfortunately, the Chinese government increasingly tries to interfere in the domestic affairs of Taiwan. Last year, Air Canada caved to a demand by the Chinese government to list Taiwan as part of their territory with no response from Canada. And I have spoken frequently about the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China, and particularly about the issue of organ harvesting and trafficking, which requires urgent action. Finally, the colonial policy of the Chinese government throughout Africa and Asia is a pressing concern of many people in those countries and many Canadians from various backgrounds. It is ironic that China's government is actually using a similar colonial approach that colonial European powers used in China in the past. They are imposing multi-decade leases on vital infrastructure, which gives them ongoing leverage over internal affairs. This government, by pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into the Chinese government-controlled Asian Infrastructure Bank, is not only failing to oppose this program, they are actively funding it. The government's response to our proposal of a cross-cutting committee focusing specifically on this problem is to suggest that parliamentarians or the House are ill-suited to respond to this problem. Well, I believe that this government is ill-suited to respond to this challenge, and that's why parliamentary scrutiny is required. We reject any admiration about basic dictatorship, and we believe in the principle of parliamentary scrutiny over the executive. Thankfully, in a minority parliament where the government got only 1/3 of the votes, we have the power as the opposition to assert that principle of parliamentary sovereignty, and we will. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank the member opposite for his speech. He went over a lot of different topics and was very informative. And it's a topic that we're debating today that people across Canada care about deeply. This is something that is concerning Canadians. And so it's important to be thinking about these issues. And yet, despite that, I would like to ask the member opposite, does he actually truly believe that going with the route of having this type of a committee struck, would it actually be helpful and sensitive to all of the people involved to proceed with this type of a committee?
Or Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I do. Frankly, I think it's self-evident that it is. And the lines coming from members of the government that suggest these are very sensitive topics, so they need not be discussed in Parliament or by parliamentarians, are frankly profoundly disrespectful to this institution and to the people who sent us here to advocate for them. Parliamentary committees have a vast range of options and tools at their disposal. They can hear testimony in camera. They can, I think, very reasonably assess the challenges and the sensitivities, whether that's in camera, whether that's traveling, whether that's selecting certain agenda items or not. But the suggestion by members opposite that it is not legitimate to have parliamentary scrutiny of the actions of government on the most important foreign affairs file. Let's remember that in some countries around the world, in UK, the government has the intention to engage in military operations and then decides not to after being directed to by Parliament. I think we should have a stronger Parliament, Mr. Speaker, where Parliament stands up to the government. We have a minority Parliament. We have an opportunity to do that. And part of working together, part of having strong institutions is us being able to direct the government as parliamentarians and us acting responsibly as we do that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I listened to the members' comments, and I've had the opportunity to ask the question on several occasions already today, and I would look for a response from the member opposite. And that is in regards to the importance of recognizing the independence of these committees. We have consistently said that standing committees do a lot of fantastic work for Canadians, and they provide the opportunity for parliamentarians, whether it's a standing committee, a special committee, in order to be able to work together and produce some really good things. Part of the responsibility is also determining who it is that they would call for witnesses. The Bloc earlier today pointed out that they believe that Kay should have been deleted from the motion that's been proposed. And my question to the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, is does he feel that the House of Commons should be dictating to, whether it's a standing committee or a special committee, who should be actually appearing, or should it be the special committee and the standing committees that determine who should be appearing before the committees?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last Parliament, that member and his colleagues voted in favour of many motions that delivered explicit instructions to committees to undertake particular studies and to do so within specifically prescribed timeline. That member has voted in favour of those initiatives many times. Now, this motion creates a committee. I believe in the independence of committees, but it's hard for a committee to be independent if it has not yet been created. So this motion brings a committee into existence, which can then exercise its independence over its agenda. And item K on our motion gives the committee the power, the ability to call certain ministers and the Prime Minister to appear as it sees fit. It retains the authority of the committee. Now, let's be clear. During the election, the Monk Association wanted to have a debate about foreign policy. And all of the other party leaders agreed, but the Prime Minister refused. He did not want to have a debate about his approach to foreign policy. But it is then very legitimate in this Parliament to have the committee hearings, to have the discussions that the Prime Minister was unwilling to have during the election, to force the Prime Minister to answer difficult questions about this vital foreign policy file in a way that he was unwilling to during the election. These are vital issues, and this Parliament is very much the place where those things can be discussed, and we can direct committees to have the tools to do it. We're not prescribing which ministers will be called when, but we need to be clear in this motion that when the committee asks for a minister or for the Prime Minister to attend and testify, that it's not acceptable for the Prime Minister or the Minister to simply refuse to show up. And that's happened in the past, when ministers or the Prime Minister have been unavailable to the needs of the committee to hear information from them. So this section gives the committee the flexibility, but it also empowers the committee, so that when the committee says, we need to hear from the Prime Minister, then he can't do what he did during the election for the Monk debates and just refuse to show up, that he actually needs to show up and answer the challenging but important questions that members of Parliament will put to him.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great honour to rise and join in this debate. This is really my first opportunity in the 43rd Parliament to be able to thank the members, or I should say the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, who have expressed their faith and want to continue my work here on their behalf. Now, Mr. Speaker, as this is our first official opposition day motion in this hung Parliament, I believe that it's very important that the opposition pick an important topic. And to me, this is 100% appropriate. The situation that we see right now, where the government struggles with its ongoing engagement with China, I think it's very important that Parliament weigh in this hung Parliament. Now, I'd like to share with this place some of the reasons why I am supportive of this motion, in the hopes, Mr. Speaker, that all members will ultimately support it. Now, let me start with stating that all must take heed that voters wanted to see more collaboration when it comes to resolving the challenges our country faces. Now, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and who I'll just take a moment to congratulate on his appointment, the Minister of Foreign Affairs takes the reins at a difficult and challenging time. Now, the Minister has said publicly that the government needs a new framework when it comes to its engagement with China. This motion is a timely response to the Minister's observation. A special committee can hear the concerns and the competing interests and recommend such a new framework to the government. The government in its previous incarnation was unable to find its feet And we're in a position in this Parliament, one where a minority government is not always in a position to lead from on high, from where Parliament, with its respective houses, can share one of its greatest strengths, its ability to deliberate. In this House, we can seize an issue grounded in the day-to-day concerns of the people and make concrete recommendations to the government in this regard. Now, before we go any further, Mr. Speaker, let's step back several years to how things have changed and why we're debating this committee's creation today. Now, in 2012, 1 year after I was first elected to this place, former Prime Minister Harper returned from a visit to China with the diplomatic gift of 2 giant panda bears. Now, at the time, some like to mock this bit of diplomacy, but let us all recognize that today we would be very fortunate if the only problems we had with Canada-China relations were visits from panda bears. Today, we all know things have deteriorated significantly since 2015. Now, there are, of course, many reasons for this. However, pointing fingers of blame at this point is less helpful and not extremely constructive. Let us instead focus on some of the challenges. We have bans or restrictions on some of our exports into China. We have the Liberals' refusal to make a decision on what to do with Huawei. Our agriculture and farming sectors have suffered significant financial consequences. This Liberal government, meanwhile, looks the other way and pretends as if there's nothing to see here. In my own riding, I have a seniors' care home that is ultimately now owned by the Chinese government. The seniors in care in this home are not receiving the care that they deserve. When I have raised this issue in this place, the Liberals point the finger of blame somewhere else. There is no accountability for the seniors in that care home, Mr. Speaker. But that's not a surprise. In the last Parliament, the Liberals blocked a proposed committee investigation into claims of inappropriate pressure on ex-China diplomats. One former Liberal cabinet minister, who the Prime Minister appointed as the ambassador to China, stated that, and I quote, "Anything that is more negative against Canada will help the Conservatives, who are much less friendly to China than the Liberals," end quote. This nudge-nudge, wink-wink approach from a former Liberal cabinet minister was never explained by the Prime Minister, who was finally forced to fire him, meaning we lost a significant amount of time with that failed approach. Now, where are we now exactly? Can anyone candidly answer that question with any certainty? I suspect, Mr. Speaker, at best we can do is to speculate. Now, to be clear, I do not want to lay all of the blame for this challenging situation at the foot of the Prime Minister. There are, and always will be, situations outside the control of our federal government. However, we must also recognize that when we have a relationship that is on the rocks, so to speak, more of the same approach is just not the solution. And if we are to be candid, who among us can clearly articulate what strategy this Prime Minister is following? I can't say. At best, it could be categorized as part wishful thinking and part hoping for a magical solution. That is not an effective strategy or approach. And I'd submit that that's why our relationship continues to fail and further deteriorate. However, here's the thing. In the last election, with this Parliament, Canadians sent us here with a new mandate and a desire for a new approach. The Prime Minister can no longer arrogantly dismiss different ideas and approaches as he did in the last Parliament with the Liberal majority. The future of this important relationship, for the first time in a long time, is collectively in the hands of the House and not the Prime Minister's office. Because if the members in this place decide to support this motion to create a new approach and a new collaborative solution to this problem, we, not the Prime Minister's office, but we have the democratic power to make that happen. And what a wonderful thing that is. This motion brings the potential for accountability and transparency to this place on this relationship, to you all as members. Now, I would also point out that this motion does disrespect the role of the government. However, it also provides a much greater role for the opposition. If we can work together for the Canadian interest, we have a real opportunity here to potentially reach a consensus. We should not lose sight of the fact that there are positives to a new and more prosperous relationship. An example from my riding is the ability to export fresh cherries into China has been of significant benefit to many local fruit growers. From an environmental perspective, many point to the potential of much cleaner burning BC liquefied natural gas being used to generate power in China instead of coal power. If we could just find ways to work together to lower emissions that benefits Canadians' interests, world interests, that is a win for all of us. Because we know that there is no carbon tax in China. So, to summarize, the current relationship is somewhat broken. There are serious challenges that need a different approach. But at the same time, there are also opportunities if we can find the ways to work together. Now, I know I'm up for the challenge. I know my colleagues on this side of the chamber are up for the challenge. The question at the end of this vote will be, are the other caucuses, the government and other opposition parties, are they up for that challenge, Mr. Speaker? I would like to think that collectively we are, and would therefore support this special committee and help the Minister of Foreign Affairs to develop a framework that is grounded, as I said, in the concerns of everyday Canadians, that deliberates our national interest, and most importantly, is not just another junket with irresponsible rhetoric about building ties, Mr. Speaker, but a serious undertaking by this House to a more collaborative, hung Parliament for the benefit of our country, Mr. Speaker, and obviously its broader interests. And if we work together on those terms, Mr. Speaker, we can succeed together. That's why I will be voting in favor of this motion. I'd like to thank all members, congratulate all members on their successful election, and sincerely appeal to them to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, there's so much that we can do in this country, and there's so much that this Parliament can do to help discern these things, to make a case for a different approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those that might be following the debate, I think it's important to recognize that the government on many different fronts has been addressing the issues that have been talked about today. On many different fronts. Many different ministers have been engaged on the issue also. We understand what is taking place, and there's a great deal of communication that's ongoing. We also had a Foreign Affairs Committee who has had the opportunity prior to the election at least to delve into some of the related issues, and I am sure quite capable and quite able a future Foreign Affairs Committee. And the very specific question I have for my friend across the way, is there anything specific that you can give as an example that this motion, this special committee, would be able to do that a standing committee, if a standing committee chose to do it, like Foreign Affairs has a history of dealing with the issues related to foreign affairs, in particular China. What is it within this special committee that's going to give them additional powers that a standing committee wouldn't have? Very curious to that.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the member on his election, on being a willing participant in today. He's standing up for most of his caucus. What I would simply say is this, Mr. Speaker. In the last Parliament, very early on, the NDP proposed a special committee to talk about pay equity, and certainly that could have been done at the HUMA committee. But Parliament decided that it wanted to have a special committee and to report back with recommendations within a timely basis. And so, as a body, we agreed to that. We voted for that, and I served on that committee. Found it to be a very good experience, Mr. Speaker. You know what? I also served on the Finance Committee when we received a Budget Implementation Act that had a provision of a DPA, a Deferred Prosecution Agreement. And when members tried to express that this was not the committee, the Finance Committee should not be looking at something that is such a radical change to the Criminal Code, it should be the Justice Committee, the Liberals used their majority, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is a different Parliament, But the same thing should happen here. Parliament, the House of Commons, should decide together on what we think is the best approach forward, and I hope that we would all discern that together. Maybe using different thoughts and different approaches, Mr. Speaker, but that this is the proposal we are proposing forward. That is my answer to that member's question. It's up to us to decide what this hung Parliament will start with.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I recall in an earlier exchange from the member from Winnipeg North, he did talk about how it's not very good that we're giving this special committee special instructions when, you know, as was mentioned earlier, we have often given committees instructions. We've given them very strict timelines to conduct a study, how many witnesses we want them to have, and so on. So it is by no means out of the ordinary to put in some kind of a parameter for what we want a special committee to study, since it's been done multiple times. To my friend from British Columbia, to my fellow colleague, you know, at the Standing Committee on Agriculture, when we were studying the sudden shut-off of the canola market for our farmers, like in one fell swoop, we lost 40% of our export market. I remember when we had ministers before the committee and departmental officials, how often we were straying so close to territory that came under the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs or International Trade, and how we wanted to really keep on going, but the mandate of our Standing Committee kept us tied strictly to agriculture. And so I'd just like to hear his comments on again, just how important it is to weave all these different threads together. This is an opportunity, as he said, for a hung Parliament to come together, to bring forward a comprehensive report, and to actually deliver some clear recommendations on what is a very important relationship in our international relations.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I'd first of all commend the member for his work as a member of Parliament and certainly appreciate his election and particularly his courage. Very few people from British Columbia will admit that I'm a friend. So, with that in mind, I just simply would say this, is that he is absolutely right. There are so many facets to this relationship. And the minister didn't ask for a trade strategy. The minister didn't ask for a national security strategy. The minister actually said we need a new framework. Framework means that there are many parts. And I believe that it's up to this House of Commons to decide and to dictate to committees. But by the way, Mr. Speaker, all committees are mandated by this place. And they are servants to this place. In fact, when a committee does not come back with the estimates, it's deemed that they've been voted on and accepted. So, Mr. Speaker, it's completely legitimate for us to task a committee, a special committee or a regular committee, to do the work we intend them to.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to specify that I'd like to share my speaking time with the member for Saint-Jean. I think that the problem with any relationship, whether it's diplomatic or a trade relationship, is based on a number of factors. But in the case of Canada and China, I would say Canada has had a hard time accepting the fact that China has really become a major world power. And it's important to really understand that phenomenon in order to understand the root causes here. The Chinese national project involved changing a historical empire into a modern country. And there were a lot of internal issues, and those played out without necessarily changing the world order. Now, in the 1980s, but particularly in the 1990s and early 2000s, there was a great deal of growth in China, and that growth led to a domination, a technological domination by China. And it's important to really understand what that power is based on. Now, China's a very special case because China has a huge reservoir of labor, cheap labor. There are a lot of demographic pressures in rural areas, and there have been for over 20 years. So a lot of people are moving to big cities. And China's policy really involves attracting foreign direct investment to China. But the factories that are built in China, many of them, involve manufacturing things that are then exported to the US, Europe, and other Asian countries. We've also seen the emergence of a Chinese middle class, which is very significant. We're talking about probably 250 million people, so a really significant number.
But we have to say that often we use China as a success of open trade, but this aggressive policy of attracting investment was largely planned by the Chinese state. They had strong control over their capital, and they directed exchange rates. And that's a problem that China will have to look at one day. After World War II, the monetary aspect of trade, well, they created different institutions to control that. John Maynard Keynes warned authorities after World War II about this. History proved right. But let's go back to China. China's strategy was always to open up trade and at the same time take active interventions. The Chinese state has a firm grip over foreign direct investment in China. And the elephant in the room, and we have to look at this, and if there's a committee ready to do this, that would be great. But we have to look at China's presence that serves many multinational companies. They benefit from the pressure from low Chinese wages, and this keeps prices down. China offers wonderful opportunities to multinationals to move to China. They benefit from this. And if you look at the parliamentary boutique even, you'd find many products that are made in China. And this affects all areas of business, not just big retail like Walmart, but it also affects biotech. China has licenses and invests massively in countries where natural resources are located, such as, well, also U.S. has a negative trade balance with China, well, has had one for more than 10 years, and this is a regional strength. Remember the G7 failure in Malbay. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization had a wonderful summit when it met in Qingdao in China. They decided to establish common instruments. The Chinese president made many announcements. And with this new empire and policy of strength in China, there's growing friction with other countries. For example, in the South China Sea. And they're also toughening the tone with Taiwan. At the same time, the regime is centralizing and growing tougher. And with all this change, Canada is not adjusting. Traditionally, bear in mind that Canada and China had a good relationship. Historically, 1 year before the Americans, Canada recognized that the Popular Republic of China was China's true government. Also remember that the Americans that China was the true representative of China, and it represented China at the UN Security Council for quite some time. They had good relationship at the time, and that the Prime Minister's vision in 2017 meant that they gave him a pet name. The Prime Minister was even thinking about a free trade deal between Canada and China. It wouldn't have been a good idea. The Bloc would have voted against it. But it showed that the relationship certainly wasn't a poor one at the time. But since this time, there's been many poor decisions and events, and the relationship has soured, and things are quite chilly. China, as we know, has adopted a series of measures of retaliation after the arrest of Meng Wanzhou. China has blocked canola imports from Canada. China, in June 2019, suspended all meat imports from Canada, and also the pork industry at the time was exporting a great deal to China, and 50% of Canadian pork that is exported comes from Quebec. And the Prime Minister tried to call the Chinese president, but his calls were not returned. And when Ms. Ming's extradition was requested, the Prime Minister said he would be ready to release her if they could reach a good trade deal with China. But Canada has always defended itself and said that the judiciary was separate from the political scene and that we wouldn't intervene. And there was also no ambassador to China, and that didn't help things. Even though this conflict with China would have a real impact on trade, we have to go through diplomacy to solve things. And for almost 10 months, we had no ambassador to China, and this is true negligence and a serious error. Did Canada have a choice to arrest Meng? Well, that's debatable. The independence of our judiciary is important to the proper functioning of our system, but this is a particular case because Ms. Meng wasn't accused of any particular crime. But when the U.S. pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal and slapped serious sanctions on Iran, they were banned from trading with the company. And Canada, like many other countries in the world, most other countries, said that they wouldn't intervene. But by arresting Ms. Meng, Canada became a partner in a U.S. decision, even though the U.S. had a strong embargo against Cuba for many years. Canada always refused to cooperate with Washington. And this would have a greater impact on the local population there than it would on the regime. But was Canada right to arrest Meng Wanzhou? That's a legitimate question, and there was a special committee set up to study the question. And this would be a welcome decision. Thank you. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood's Park, Port Saskatchewan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to my colleague. This will be my first question in French, and I hope you'll be able to understand, because I'm a bit rusty with speaking French. But it was a very interesting speech and with a lot of very important points. I'd like to ask a question about minority rights in China and particularly linguistic rights. I'd also like to discuss the decision of Tashi Wing-tuk, who is a activist imprisoned in China. Also, I'd like to discuss genuine autonomy for Tibet, the right for them to have language rights and religious rights. I'll also discuss important questions. And can my colleague, can he discuss minority rights in China? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Sorry. It goes without saying that the whole question of human rights and minority rights is very important, of course. Everyone would agree that China is not a democracy. That's not debatable. It's clear. It goes without saying. Now, yet, should Canadians be the victim of bad trade relations with this country? The answer is, of course, no. There are human rights violations, and we have to denounce them, but the boycott approach never works out in history. There was an embargo against Cuba. We even strengthened the regime rather than solving things. So the boycott approach never really works. And the same happened with Iraq. There was children being punished. They were dying. So it's not a positive approach. It's never worked. And with a major power such as China, we'd be punishing their population. And if we really want to hold up China as an example of our relationship with dictators, we have to look at our situation with Saudi Arabia. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Leader of the Government in the House.
Speaker, I listened very closely to what the member opposite was saying, and I just want to make sure that I properly understood. When it comes to the issue of detaining Ms. Meng, I'm not too sure in terms of what the Bloc Party's actually position is on that. Does the Bloc believe that we should not have? What is their actual position in regards to that issue?
The Honourable for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagot. We think, quite simply, that this is a legitimate debate and that if, in this case, a special committee could look at this relationship closer, that would be a good thing. Questions and comments?
Member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
National Bank financial analyst Peter Rutledge in 2016 said that Chinese homebuyers occupied 33% of the total housing volume in Vancouver's real estate market and 14% of purchases in Toronto in 2015. Would the Bloc Québécois welcome that type of Chinese involvement in the domestic Montreal housing market? And would the Bloc Québécois welcome the study of the role of Chinese homebuyers, their role in the Canadian housing market at large? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagot. Sorry, I just had to wait for the end of the translation. As you know, in general, we are in favor of economic nationalism. We want to defend our markets, our producers, as best possible. On this question, it's a very interesting one, and we'd be happy to look at it. Thank you for giving us the idea. I think my colleagues and myself would find this very interesting and would be happy to discuss it. We have a caucus tomorrow morning. Thank you. Before resuming debate and pursuant to Standing Order 38, I'd like to inform the House that the questions will be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes. With respect to ethics, the Honourable for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, on the forest industry, and the Honourable of Foothills with respect to international trade. Resuming debate, the Honourable for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleagues who preceded me, I would like to take a few seconds or minutes to thank people, because this is the first time I'm speaking for quite some time in the House. I'd like to thank the voters of Saint-Jean who placed great trust in me, and I will try to live up to their expectations. I'd also like to thank them after a short exile in Montreal to come back home. So thank you for this unexpected opportunity. I'd like to thank the Saint-Jean Bloc supporters, thanks to whom we were able to lead a campaign. Even though we had little resources, we were able to match previous campaigns and even go a little bit beyond them. I'd like to thank my friends, and particularly my family, who curiously discovered my passion for politics this year, and they started following me. There were surveys and done like hockey statistics. And there were many people who worked diligently and quickly to make sure I was the first MP announced elected for all of Quebec. So thank you very much. My colleagues are already getting to the heart of the issue we're discussing today. And I'd like to look more at the form of what the question is, the whole creation of a special committee, because there seems to be a consensus here in the House around the importance of having a healthy diplomatic relationship with key foreign players, and in this case, China. There also seems to be a consensus around the complexity of this issue because there are diplomatic relations and economic relations at stake, and these are closely related. So everyone agrees on this. It's important to look at the size of the economic partner that's in question here, and also to look at the economic repercussions that are at stake. And everyone would agree there's a direct impact on our people. My Western colleagues talked about canola farmers, and my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte talked about pork producers, and everyone agrees how important this issue is. Well, the role of the committee, what is it? I looked at this big green Bosquet-Gagnon book about procedure here at the House, and I just wanted to remind everyone about the relevance of committees. Committees allow us to work deeply on complex issues, and they also allow members to develop much deeper knowledge about issues. Unlike question period, which is more involves questions than answers, committees allow us to dig deeper into information because we call on experts and outside specialists. The role of committee is also to make recommendations. Committees allow the House to look forward, to improve things. For example, question period allows people to air their grievances. Well, the creation of a special committee, however, unlike standing committees that look at regular questions, the creation of a special committee would allow us to send different messages. A special committee, in this case, would stem from a decision of the House and would not get its mandate from a standing committee, which may or may not decide to look at this issue. And as we also mentioned, a standing committee may decide that the issue is not part of their jurisdiction and may push it off to another committee. So we could create a special committee here. Winston Churchill used to say that a camel is a horse designated by a committee. If we don't create a special committee, I would fear that we'll be acting without any particular framework. We won't be able to have a mandate or an answer that will be given by the House to allow us to work on this file, which is very complex between China and Canada. And one of the things we hear for people who are against the creation of a special committee on China-Canada relations is that the creation of such a committee could undermine the security of people in China and of our attachés there. Well, there's 2 points about this argument we hear against the creation of a special committee. First, if we subscribe to this argument, it actually undermines the legitimacy of the House. we fear external retaliation, we'd be preventing ourselves from doing the work of a committee out of fear of disregard from another country. And even more absurd, this could prevent us from talking about China-Canada relations. Should we prevent standing committees from deciding on examining this issue? Should we prevent ourselves from discussing this right now? So this is why I think the argument against this special creation committee doesn't hold up. It sends the wrong message to two people. First, to China itself. The creation of a special committee is an opportunity, and there's great consensus in this House, and it's part of the mandate that our people have given us as a minority government. Well, the creation of a special committee would allow us to send a message to China saying that we want to make our processes better. We want to improve the way we operate with respect to diplomacy.
The message we're sending by creating a special committee is a message that we're sending to our public, to our electors, namely our farmers in this case. Because we clearly mention that we don't want the situation to happen again in the future, that we want to examine the issue of diplomatic relations in order to clean up our ways of doing things and then to move forward. And for other types of trade, for other types of businesses that we depend on a great deal, we want to improve the way we do things. And it seems to me that we have here an especially worthwhile opportunity to work as a team, to make sure that we can do better, not only for ourselves, but also for our role of parliamentarians. And so I am ready for the questions from the House, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Speaker, and I appreciate the member's comments in regards to the committee. As she is very much aware, I've been talking a lot about the standing committees and the important role that they play here in Parliament. You know, there's over 20 standing committees for years, and I believe the Prime Minister has been very consistent over those years. We have a lot of faith in those committees. In a minority situation, opposition parties even have that much more control over standing committees. There is nothing within this proposal that's being brought forward from the Conservative Party that could not be done, for example, by the Foreign Affairs Committee if the Foreign Affairs Committee was wanting to be able to deal with it. And having the confidence in our standing committees, I think, is important. It kind of sets the tone even going forward. And my question to my colleague across the way is that would she not agree that it is important that we do send a strong message to our standing committees by saying that, look, if there are issues that you believe are important for debate and dialogue and having the studies, that we have the trust and faith in you as a standing committee, which includes identifying their own witnesses, something in which her own colleague, Mr. Speaker, had pointed out in Clause K, where this House is trying to dictate to a special committee or a standing committee who should be the witnesses. We believe we should have confidence in the special committees, confidence in standing committees, and then being able to determine who their special witnesses should be.
La députée de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I would like to thank my colleague for the question. I understand that there's many questions. I've been asked what would prevent a standing committee from studying the issue. Absolutely nothing. The term is they could. A standing committee or another standing committee could look at this issue without being obliged to do so. Whereas, if the House mandates a special committee, it will have a clear mandate. And it will have to provide recommendations to the House. I understand the question of my colleague, who seems to be open to what we're discussing today, as in the necessity to better manage our relationships with China. Let's do that without confiding the mandate to committees that may or may not have the responsibility to do so. Let's have a special committee mandated to look at this. And this committee, like every other committee, will have the latitude it needs to choose who it invites or does not invite as a witness.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've listened to the debate today, I think everyone agrees that the issue is an important issue. What I'm hearing from the Liberals is their defense of perhaps not supporting this motion is the committee could do it, the Foreign Affairs Committee. I would like to remind him and others through you is that I'll take an example, the special committee that was a motion by the now Crown Indigenous Relations for a study into the murdered and missing Indigenous women. That was a parliamentary committee that went for a whole year because the matter was important. It could have been studied by the Indigenous Committee, but it was a motion by the Liberals in this House to study an issue, and they had suggested witnesses, and they thought it was important. So this is not something new. This is not something unique. So really, their argument against this doesn't really hold water when it sounds like it's an important committee or a study. They agree. So I'd like to ask my colleague to speculate perhaps on why they are objecting in this case, but so many other times have supported this type of committee in the House.
La députée de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the question was for me or if it was more for the government side, but I'm happy to answer. This is indeed a great opportunity to give a clear mandate to a committee that will be able to study the matter rather than let it bounce around from one standing committee to another.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin on the issues of this Opposition Day motion today, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the constituents of Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner for their support, the overwhelming support that returned me to this House. Thank you to the many volunteers who worked on my campaign, and I hope I will do justice in Ottawa for them and the Conservative team. And I want to thank my friends and family as well for their continued support. And just before I get in, I just wanted to make you aware, Mr. Speaker, that I'm sharing my time today with my friend, the member from Wellington, Halton Hills. I rise today to address the motion put before the House, a motion that is timely and I wholeheartedly support, and that is the matter of China. This is an issue that has been mismanaged by the Prime Minister and the entire Liberal government to date. While all international issues are complex, and there are certainly deep connections in our industries to China as suppliers, manufacturers, consumers, and more, there are principles and values that should always be respected. All members of this House, Mr. Speaker, have taken an oath, and that oath is to ensure the safety and security of all Canadians. Now, we cannot ensure that safety and security if we ignore our duties and defer difficult choices. It is for that reason, and for the fact that the Liberal government has completely failed to act or lay out any strategy, that the Conservatives have brought forward a motion for the House, not the Prime Minister, this House, to determine the truth and way forward on Huawei, on China, on ensuring that Canada can stand up for our values and our rights. Mr. Speaker, the evidence on why there is a security threat from China is public and available for all Canadians and parliamentarians to understand. The Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security heard from experts on threats facing Canada. To quote Ray Bossever, the former Assistant Director of the Canadian Security Intelligence Agency, or Service, CSIS, on whether there is a threat from China, he said, and I quote, "There is also the issue that China is now in the age of self-admitted sharp power, and they exercise that power with very little reservations anymore. There is no longer even a question of hiding their intentions. They are taking a very aggressive approach around resources and intellectual property, and they are very clear in dealing with dissidents and academics. They've arrested some of them, and they've punished others, including academic institutions in North America, at their will. So I think there's a value challenge that Canadians have to consider, along with the economic opportunity discussion. End of quote. The sharp power that Mr. Beausevier referred to has been reported in the news and highlighted in a number of articles. For example, Beijing has openly organized pro-communist regime protesters here in this country, in Canada. One such protest was led by a former Ontario Liberal cabinet minister who CSIS had raised concerns about, given his close ties to China. China has created pro-communist regime lobby groups like the Canadian Chinese Political Affairs Committee that publishes pro-China and pro-Huawei articles, suggesting that there was a wave of anti-China hate crimes and that Chinese Canadians were living in fear. These claims were made with the support and direction of the Chinese Consulate General in Toronto. These are not the actions of friends or allies, Mr. Speaker, but rather raise serious concerns on the intent and trust between our countries. Now, not only are they working to undermine the truth and publishing falsehoods in our newspapers, but we know that Communist China has state-sponsored actors actively working to undermine Canadian economic interests. In 2013, the former Nortel campus was taken over by the Department of National Defense. There were numerous delays in moving to the new locations, no doubt hampered by the discovery of listening devices throughout the building. Nortel was studied by cybersecurity experts who directly linked the demise of Canada's largest technology company, Nortel, to state-sponsored attacks to steal intellectual property. This information was used by foreign competitors to undercut Nortel, and investigators into cyber attacks on the firm pointed the finger directly back to Huawei, the same firm now wanting to profit and build our mobile telecommunication networks. And China has also been linked to the theft of our research discoveries and pressure tactics on Canadian university researchers. Through researchers sent by China, as well as through funding agreements, China can exert pressure on Canadian academics, steal research, and direct more opportunities back into their own institutions. In 2019, Huawei funded $56 million in academic research here in Canada. This prompted a direct warning from CSIS that there is a serious security concerns over these partnerships and the theft of research and intellectual properties. As far as I know, there are still no guidelines from the federal government on how those research agreements with Huawei and the Chinese Communist government organizations should be managed. It does raise the question, though, Mr. Speaker, if our national security and intelligence service can be concerned about research agreements, surely the infrastructure that will carry sensitive commercial, economic, and social information for the next 20 years is even more critical to protect. So why hasn't the Liberal government been able to come to a decision in the last 4 years? Is the theft of research at academic institutions more sensitive than the daily banking information, phone calls, text messages, emails, and more that travel through our work and personal phones and telecommunications infrastructure on a daily basis? Are we willing to trust that the communist regime in China won't attempt to do what they have done for decades? Use technology and cyber espionage to benefit their own companies in the state. It wasn't China's repeated violations of Canada that disrupted our relationship with the communist regime. Canada's reputation and relationship with China have been declining for many years, not just because of the threats the issue in our soil to Chinese-born Canadians with family back home, or their outright attacks on Canada through cyber-based espionage, but through their open threats toward Canada's economic interests, our social systems, and the human rights and values our country cherishes. Former Chinese Ambassador Liu warned Canada to, and I quote, "stop the moves that undermine the interests of China," end of quote. And he suggested that the arrest and detention of Huawei's CFO of Vancouver was backstabbing a friend, and warned of repercussions if the federal government banned Huawei. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, China's communist regime certainly doesn't act like a friend. They steal from us, they abuse us, they threaten Canadians, they detain our citizens in their country. That's not our friends act. What kind of repercussions could China exact on us? Well, how about the ones they've already done? Blocking canola by two of our largest producers, Richardson International and Viterra, with false claims of pests. Blocking exports of soybeans and peas and pork and beef. The economic value of our agriculture exports to China are in excess of $5 billion. Clearly, China knows that they can hurt Canada. Our response to date has been almost nothing, Mr. Speaker. Farmers are losing their homes, some are selling their farms, and some are taking their lives. And the response from this government was nothing. Mr. Speaker, there is endless evidence of the threat that the Communist Chinese government poses to Canada by exerting their sharp power and overt attempts to hurt our economy, to push us to accept their way of doing things without questions. We would be fools to accept their abuse in the hopes that it might one day turn into a good relationship. Mr. Speaker, the proposal to strike a new committee would allow all parties in this House to work together, something I know the Liberal Prime Minister wants because he said so in his speech from the throne. He said that Canadians were expecting this of us in this House. Well, now it's time, Mr. Speaker, for the Liberals to put their words into action. Striking a special committee will let us look at all aspects of the issues: economic, diplomatic, legal, security, issues that would otherwise span many committees. We cannot allow another year to go by without action and a plan for Canada to deal with these issues. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this House to support the creation of the special committee and to establish it quickly so that we can get to work and address the long-standing issues between our two countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as it's my first time on my feet in this Parliament, I'd first like to congratulate the honourable member who just spoke on his re-election, and to thank the voters for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke for sending me back for a third term here in the House. And like the honourable member, I'm ready to get down to work in this minority Parliament. I think he raises a very good point that this Conservative motion on China provides one of the first opportunities for us to demonstrate as a Parliament that we can work together on important challenges that face Canada. And on International Human Rights Day, I'd like to point out that one of the arguments being made on the government side is often that, well, any committee could deal with China. But we have a whole list of human rights concerns, from the ongoing occupation of Tibet and suppression of Tibetan culture, to the so-called re-education camps of the Uyghur Muslims in China. And we have a whole list of those things that maybe might get dealt with in a Human Rights Committee, but they really should be part of our whole overall approach to China. And by having this committee, we can bring those human rights issues along with trade issues all into the same committee. And so I'm thanking the Conservatives for putting forward this proposal, because I think it will give us that chance to work together, and I think it will give us a chance to address the overall relationship of Canada to China.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to congratulate my friend on his re-election and his comments. I too would agree that striking a special committee would allow a new Parliament, a minority government, to demonstrate to Canadians our willingness to work together on issues that are critical for all Canadians, not just parts of Canada, but all Canadians. And human rights is one part of that aspect that we absolutely have to address. The other thing that I believe it does very, very well is the concept behind this motion, the Opposition Day motion, is that it's a timely response. It's not waiting for 4, 5, 6 committees to try and address things at a time and a schedule when it might fit in with other things. It is something that we can get at immediately, and that's the key. We need to get at this sort of work immediately, because the problems that we're experiencing, the challenges we're facing are not new, and they're not going to go away, and they're not going to go away in a hurry. So addressing them, coming together collectively as Parliament is what Canadians want us to do, and this is a perfect opportunity for us to demonstrate to Canadians that we're serious to work for them in a collaborative fashion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member himself just said it. The issues at hand are not new, and they're not going to go away. And if we know one thing for sure, is that we will be having 20-plus standing committees that will be convening in a relatively short time period. And they will be afforded the opportunity to sit down as parliamentarians in every committee and determine what sort of issues they want to be able to deal with. We cite Foreign Affairs Committee because that committee in itself has already started having some dialogue on this issue. There will be some background information that would be within that committee from a historical perspective. And what I'm having a difficult time with is trying to understand what it is that this committee will be able to do that's being proposed that the current standing committee, if it was constituted, would not be able to do. I don't quite make the connection here. Is whenever there's going to be an international issue with another country, are we going to anticipate that there's going to be a special committee that's going to be requested? Or can we say we have confidence in our standing committees and the memberships of those committees?
For Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from the government side on his question. I think it's important. Yes, these issues are not new; they're ongoing. But the thing that's critical is they're escalating. They're getting worse, and it requires a response that we haven't been able to accomplish to date. We've had 4 years and vast committees studying various issues, and obviously we're not getting to a point where it's making things better. Also, I think it's important that having a special committee that focuses on China issues amalgamates our efforts rather than being disjointed and disconnected with a multitude of committees and then trying to bring those together in a concerted fashion. I think we would do an injustice to the importance of this study and having a very capable group of individuals from all parties to focus solely on this issue and not be distracted by other issues of government that we have to do in each of our committees. And so I would hope that my friend across the way would see that this is something we can work on together and would actually would improve the expectations our Canadians have for us, as well as what we're trying to accomplish, and that is to care for Canadians, their security, their economic stability, as well as try and improve relations where we can. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the good people of Wellington, Halton Hills for returning me to this House to represent them, and I hope I'm able to work as hard as I can to represent their interests and their concerns here on the floor of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting this motion, and I encourage all members of this House to do so because things have changed with China. In the last year, we've seen the detention of the two Michaels, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. We've seen an increasingly hostile and aggressive government in Beijing that has put trade sanctions on the export of Canadian beef and pork and canola to China. We've seen an ambassador, a Chinese ambassador to Canada, accuse the Canadian government of being white supremacists. That's just here in Canada. Internationally, we've seen them intimidate and export their suppression of free speech and human rights by using economic blackmail. We've seen how they handled the issue when Houston Rockets general manager spoke out on Hong Kong, or when a video game maker, Blizzard, encountered a gamer that expressed his views on the issue of Hong Kong. We've seen what they've done with productions like South Park that made a satire of the policies in China, and we've seen what they've done more recently with big business in this country with Air Canada, when they threatened Air Canada because Air Canada would list Taipei as being in Taiwan rather than being as part of mainland China. So they are taking an increasingly aggressive and hostile stance and using economic blackmail to export some of the very values that run contrary to the values that this country is based on. Values such as the rule of law, human rights, free expression, and so many of the things that we cherish here in this country. They have been acting belligerently in the South China Seas, in the construction of new islands to extend their sphere of sovereignty, and in failing to recognize the treaty to which they are a party, the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Seas, under which they are signatory, as is Canada, and under which process at the United Nations their territorial claims in the South China Seas were denied, and yet they fail to acknowledge those rulings. And more broadly, as a Christian, Mr. Speaker, I feel quite strongly that people of all faiths should be able to enjoy religious liberty, whether they are Jews, Sikhs, Hindus, Muslims, or people of any particular religious faith. And the fact of the matter is that in recent months, information has come to light about the shocking concentration camps of Uyghurs in Western China. It is now being reported that up to 1 million Uyghurs are in concentration camps, and I use that term deliberately because that is what they are. They are camps that are housing families and individuals separated under austere and harsh conditions that are using torture techniques to deprogram them and to reprogram them as the Chinese state sees fit. And we, as a Western country, who 75 years ago fought on the beaches of Normandy, that fought for the liberation of Europe against the tyranny of totalitarianism and Nazism, we cannot stand silently by when we are now witness, because of this information, to the largest human rights abuse that is taking place today on this planet. And that is no longer speculation, that is an incontrovertible fact. There are satellite images of these camps. There is now well-documented evidence from people who have fled, and we now know that up to 1 million Uyghurs are in these concentration camps. And we cannot ignore that fact any longer. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we need, as a country, a new approach, and why the Government of Canada needs to take a look at the Canada-China relationship, why it needs to reset the relationship, and why a parliamentary committee, a legislative committee of Parliament, should be established to take a look at resetting this relationship. Because it's clear from the government's actions in the last year that it is not interested in resetting the relationship. In fact, reading through the tea leaves of the government's actions, it's clear that it wants to continue business as usual. It's clear in the appointment of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it's clear in the appointment of the Minister of International Trade, and it's clear in the appointment of Ambassador Dominic Barton. All three of those appointments are pro-business appointments that the pro-China business lobby wants. And that's a strong signal to Canadians and to the world that the Canadian government believes that we can continue on as usual, that the events of the last year or so hasn't made a difference in their view on how to deal with China. And Mr. Speaker, I couldn't disagree more strongly. And that's why we need a legislative committee, a special legislative committee of this House, not under the authority of the executive branch of government, to take a look at this relationship, to call expert witnesses in camera and in public, and to come forward with a report for the floor of this House to consider a reset in that relationship. Mr. Speaker, I'll finish by saying this. The Chinese government needs to understand that their approach that they've been taking with Canada and with countries like Norway and Sweden and the United Kingdom isn't working. In fact, recent polls show that a majority of Canadians are opposed to having Huawei build out Canada's 5G network. The Pew Center in the United States has done polling of neighboring Asian countries of China's in Southeast Asia and found negative and declining favorability ratings for China in Southeast Asia. They find the same results here in North America and in Europe. And the European Union has listed China as a systemic rival. So all this bellicosity and this belligerence on part of China isn't working. But it seems to me that the current government in this country is completely naive and oblivious to this changing reality. And that's why we need a committee to study these issues, independent of the PMO and executive branch of government, to take a serious look at resetting this relationship with a view to considering decoupling our relationship with China and reorienting Canada away from China and that part of the Pacific towards other parts of the world that not only share our values, but have large economies that we can broaden and deepen trade ties with.
Here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member well in the sense that he was here during 2012 when the then Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, actually took a trip down to China. And John Barrett, the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time, did a lot of background work preempting that particular visit. I believe there was an actual agreement, and I was trying to get the name of the agreement, and I think I have it. It was the Canada-China Promotion and Reciprocal Protection and Investment Agreement, which led to literally a significant amount of millions of dollars coming in terms of China buying in certain areas and specific resources, natural resources. And I'm wondering if he could just kind of give his thoughts as to what really has changed since 2012 without stating the obvious. Our hearts go out to the two Michaels, and we want to see this thing resolved. I don't think there's a person in this House that doesn't want to see that issue resolved and them coming home as quickly as possible. But maybe the member can just kind of highlight for me what he believes is the most significant changes from when Stephen Harper was there back in 2012, when he came back saying we got this wonderful agreement.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think a lot has changed. Setting aside the issue of the two Canadians detained in China, what has changed is that China has increasingly used economic blackmail, whether it's with respect to the National Basketball Association and the general manager of the Houston Rockets, or it's with video game manufacturers or producers of Hollywood content, whether it's with Air Canada, that it threatened when Air Canada listed Taipei as being in Taiwan on the signboards at Pearson Airport, or whether it's done other things in this country. It's clearly attacked Canadian farmers on the issue of pork, beef, and canola. It has, since 2012, acted increasingly in a belligerent manner to its neighbors in Southeast Asia. It is embarked on a cutthroat pace to build out a blue water navy. And most importantly, we did not know in 2012 that up to 1 million Uyghurs were in concentration camps. There is a systemic campaign by Beijing to wipe out in a genocidal manner, and I use that term deliberately because it is systemic and it is comprehensive, to wipe out the Uyghurs in Western China. That truly...
There has to be time for one more question. I'm sure the member is anxious for it. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honorable député.
The honourable member for Montarville, I believe. Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, from Churchill, Askey, Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly my question to the colleague, and perhaps to an opportunity to share some thoughts, is here we are in a new parliament, minority setting with same prime minister, very many of the same players in this government, and a chance to really speak of the way in which Canada has led to a real broken relationship here. Coming from Western Canada, I'm deeply concerned about the billions of dollars worth of agricultural products that are no longer being sold in China, the kinds of opportunities in terms of our economic well-being that are no longer being acted on, and the way in which our government has led to a key relationship being broken, something that's having a devastating impact on people in my part of the country.
A brief answer from the member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comment from my colleague. I'd say this in response to the economic concerns that have been voiced by many about our relationship with China. More important than economic concerns are the principles and values on which this country is founded. Principles such as democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And those are the very principles we risk undermining and doing away with if we continue to focus on the economic consequences of taking a reset and decoupling in our China relationship. And in the long run, our future prosperity will be assured if we get those three foundational principles of this country right and we continue to defend them.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader in the Government of the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've really had the opportunity to listen to a lot of dialogue on this particular issue today, and I wanted to try to maybe break it down into two or three parts, but to really start in terms of talking about the process, if I can, Madam Speaker. And the process, I think, is important because we do want to make sure as much as possible that we're getting off on the right foot. There has been always a great deal of support towards our standing committees. And that, I think, has been clearly demonstrated over the last 4 years. I have always advocated, even in the days in which I was in opposition, just how important the role that our standing committees play on this parliamentary precinct and the fine work that they do for Canadians in all regions of our country. And I think that often we underestimate just how important that role can be for our standing committees. So I just want to highlight some of the questions that I have actually put forward to a number of members opposite, and I've been trying as much as I could to challenge them to provide me why it is they believe that a standing committee would not be able to do what it is that this special committee that they're trying to propose and have pass through the House. Now, the House will do whatever it wants to do with regards to the motion. We'll have to wait and see for the vote itself. I can tell you that I am fairly uncomfortable with it. And the reason why I'm uncomfortable with it is because here we are at the beginning of a session, relatively speaking, and we came out of a last election where there was a fairly clear message that was sent to all of us. That message is that we want, or the Canadians want, this Parliament to work. They want to see a higher sense of responsibility, of cooperation, and so forth, Madam Speaker. I believe that I could probably, if you gave me a little bit of time, identify quite easily a dozen or so issues that I could bring to the floor for the next 12 consecutive days in which we sit. And I can say that this issue is so very important, it's vital to the Canadian interest, and by God, we should establish a special committee of the House of Commons so that they can give it the thorough debate and discussion and call the witnesses and so forth, Madam Speaker. I am absolutely convinced, and that's just on my own. If you allowed me the opportunity and the time to sit down with many of the colleagues on both sides of this House, I could more than quadruple that list. I could come up with virtually an endless list of where we could have special committees of this House. and ask that special committee, in the name of doing good for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, that we should be debating this in the form of a special committee. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that we don't necessarily need to do that, because we have very much able-minded parliamentarians on all sides of this House that if they were afforded the opportunity, and they will be afforded that opportunity, to be able to sit down in standing committees, and there is a good number of standing committees. I think it's 24 or 25. Maybe someone at the clerk's office can let me know if I'm wrong. I believe it's 24 standing committees. Each one of those committees will have a chair and several vice chairs, Madam Speaker. Each one of those committees will have opposition majorities, Madam Speaker, when it comes to setting that agenda. If you really believe in cooperation, and I hear a lot of individuals saying, "Oh yes, cooperation is good, and we want to work towards cooperation," well, does that then mean that we should achieve or strive to achieve in a minority situation a consensus as opposed to a simple majority vote when it comes to committees? Are members prepared to say that maybe in certain situations that we should be looking for a consensus on certain topics as we go into committee stages, Madam Speaker? Well, I suspect that often you will find that that decision will be determined at the standing committee in question. Depending on the personalities and the makeup of that committee will ultimately determine how that committee is going to perform into the future. Over the next 6 months, 18 months, 3 years, or whatever this mandate's going to be, Madam Speaker. And for those members that have not participated on standing committees in the past, the new members, Madam Speaker, these standing committees really vary in terms of the type of things that they're able to accomplish. I would ultimately argue we've had first-class reports that have come in from standing committees. They have done an outstanding job. When you talk about scope, their scope is very wide. If a committee wants to study X, Y, and Z, even if it's not specifically directed, it might be an indirect link to it, that committee has the authority to do so if, in fact, that is the will of the committee. What is the first thing, or one of the first things that a committee will do after it elects a chair and the vice chairs, Madam Speaker? Is it'll establish a steering committee or a subcommittee. That committee will say, okay, what are the important issues that we need to be able to face over the next X number of weeks, months, or even possibly years, Madam Speaker? I would suggest to you that if you take a reflection on some of the debates that were taking place here, in particular the one question that I had posed in terms of this is not a new issue, nor is it going to go away. Even opposition members have recognized that, Madam Speaker. They haven't clearly demonstrated the urgency. If they believed that there was an urgency, I suspect they would even be having and suggesting that there be an emergency debate on the issue. It doesn't mean that it's not important. It is critically important, especially when I think of the Michaels that are being incarcerated, Madam Speaker. Yes, China has crossed the line on several occasions, and as a government, as a legislative body, the House of Commons does have a critical role to play in this. But the issue is, do you believe that standing committees of Parliament have that role to play? Or are we going to leave it up to the House on all occasions to be able to trump our standing committees? No, we don't have confidence in that standing committee because we don't believe they will prioritize this issue. So we're going to say this is going to be studied. And further to that, now we're going to say that we're going to tell them who it is that they're going to call for witnesses. This motion clearly states that they want to see specific individuals come before that committee. I would suggest to you that we have a wonderful opportunity as parliamentarians, as legislators, to do something really positive in regards to our standing committees. In a minority situation, it really opens the door for building of consensus, for bringing parliamentarians together. I always find it interesting, Madam Speaker, you know, at times it can get fairly heated inside the House of Commons, and the partisanship hats often will come on. But if you go to some of those committees, standing committees, and you watch some of the dialogue that takes place, you'll find that in many of those standing committees, it's not the party hat that they're wearing. It's the parliamentarian hat. We all represent, or I like to believe we all represent our constituents first, and we want to do what's in the best interest of Canada at all times. But often there's a different hat that is being worn. And I would suggest to you that if we really wanted to be able to deal with this issue, which is so critically important, that the best venue to at least provide them the opportunity is, in fact, the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs. And it doesn't have to be limited to the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs. You could talk international trade. You often hear, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that myself, Madam Speaker, but you often hear that there are, in fact, other standing committees that could, in fact, be dealing with this. I think that we have an opportunity here in the House to give a vote of confidence to what it is that Canadians want us to see take place. I believe they want to see that higher sense of cooperation. They want to see more responsibility being taken in terms of actions on the floor of the House of Commons. And one of the ways in which we can do that, I would suggest to you, now the Conservatives or opposition members or some members in the House, and quite frankly it might be a majority today that are saying that it has to be in the form of a special committee. I'm appealing to members to recognize that we could accomplish something bigger by this debate today by recognizing just how important those standing committees are. And let's constitute the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs. Let's get that committee, subcommittee, or steering committee to meet and make the determination. Do they want to be studying this? I suspect that they would, Madam Speaker. They set their own hours. If they want to meet for 6 hours a day for the next 12 months, 5 days a week, they can do that, Madam Speaker. They have a great deal of authority, especially in a minority situation. So it's not fair nor appropriate to say, well, here's what's happened in the past 4 or 6 or 10 years. You know, we've had 8 years now of majority government. Now we have a chance for minorities. For those individuals that like to say, hey, look, I'm a parliamentarian, and I believe in the fine and the good work that Parliament does. You might want to reflect in terms of what I believe is the backbone of the Parliament institution, and that being our standing committees, Madam Speaker, in many different ways. When we talk about reaching into our communities from coast to coast to coast, when we talk about bringing the type of expertise that's necessary in order for us as collectively as parliamentarians inside this House to make good, solid decisions, a lot of that background work could be done through our standing committees.
Not to mention save a heck of a lot of money.
So I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that even though when I listen to the debate and I realize it's going to be tough to ultimately see this motion fail, and if it passes, I'll accept it, Madam Speaker. After all, it is a minority situation, and I will accept it. But I will be somewhat disappointed, yes, because I do believe that we've put a pass on giving a vote of confidence a vote of confidence in a very real and tangible way towards our standing committees. And I would suggest to you that that would be a lost opportunity. Now, having said that, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about China. China is a dictatorship. We all know that. We all have very serious concerns, and we're not the only parliamentarians that have had very serious concerns. This could be dated back all the way to the time in which we were a confederation, when we came together as a country, Madam Speaker, over 150 years ago. China is a dictatorship, and all the issues related, those negative issues related to a dictatorship, quite often will surface at different points in time in history. You know, it was Pierre Elliott Trudeau that made some significant steps towards trying to soften the relationship between Canada as a democratic country and China as a dictatorship. But he wasn't alone at the time. The United States of America was doing the same thing. Madam Speaker, prime ministers that followed, Brian Mulroney, Pierre Trudeau. I remember Jean Chrétien, I think it was 93, 94 in that time when he had the big Team Canada. You had Liberals, Conservatives, and possibly even New Democrats go over to China to talk about the importance of trying to establish a healthier, stronger relationship that would hopefully deal with some of the issues that go beyond just the economy. Stephen Harper continued it, Madam Speaker. You know, when the invite of the pandas, the China doesn't give the pandas because they dislike you, it's because they believe that there's a relationship. And that's one of the reasons why they gift you the pandas. And that's what China did to Stephen Harper. Does it mean during Jean Chrétien and Stephen Harper there weren't problems? Trust me, Madam Speaker, there were problems. There are still problems related to human rights, rule of law. Issues of those natures were still there, even during the 90s and the 8-10 years of Stephen Harper. You know, that relationship between Canada and China is always going to have tension in it because they're a dictatorship. We're a democracy. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in human rights. From a Liberal Party perspective, we're the ones that brought in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We understand how important the rule of law is. Freedom of speech, the whole principles of democracy, Madam Speaker. Do we have concerns? Absolutely, we have concerns. Are we happy with many of the things that are taking place? Absolutely not, Madam Speaker. You know, coming from the prairies, the pork industry in the province of Manitoba, you know, we have more pigs than we have people in the province of Manitoba, and I can tell you, we rely heavily on exporting to Asia. That pork industry is very important to us. Canola, other agricultural commodities, very important to us. But as has been pointed out, we're not going to sell out for the dollar. What's important is that we understand and we appreciate the importance of having a balance. You know, the human rights issues is something that's always a hot topic within, I know, the Liberal caucus and many of the Liberal MPs, and I suspect it is for all political parties inside this chamber, Madam Speaker. I like to think that there is a bit of a balancing that has taken place. And for some members, the balance has gone a little bit too far one way or the other, and they want to see the rectification of that. And that balancing kind of fluctuates, depends in terms of which member you talk to. Even if you listen to some of the comments that we heard today inside the chamber. At the end of the day, where there's consensus, I believe, is that Canada needs to take action. And let there be no doubt that Canada has taken action. And there is a consequence for what it is that China has been doing. We have seen other countries, and I'm thinking, Madam Speaker, countries like Australia, France, Germany, United States, the United Kingdom, NATO, all of which and more, that have recognized the injustice that has taken place between Canada and China and are on side with Canada on the issue. This, if allowed to continue on, will continue to harm China and its place in the world. And Canada and this particular government, and with the support of members, we can ensure that we have the right balance, protecting and ensuring that human rights always remains a priority for the House of Commons here in Ottawa. To conclude my remarks, Madam Speaker, because I think I have less than 30 seconds, I would hope that members across the way would agree of the importance of the issue to the degree of saying that we have within our system, our institution, a great opportunity to give a vote of confidence for our standing committees. And hopefully we'll be able to see a standing committee take on this role, because it's not going to be a one-time thing, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is something that's going to be ongoing in the years ahead. Thank you.
Member for Brampton Brant.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his comments. And in listening to him and reflecting on many of us who've been here more than 1 or 2 terms, and for him to describe the standing committees as being the solution, and he may have served on many different ones as I have, in both minority and majority. When I arrived, it was a minority. Regardless of the ideal situation in a standing committee, there is often much dysfunction, because the government has an agenda, and the government's agenda extends through its members in the standing committee. Now, a minority is different, but I've got to tell you, one of the most hostile situations was the first standing committee that I sat on. We have an issue here. Imagine if you're one of the family members. He wants to know why it's urgent, why we set up a committee. Think of the people that China has detained, and think of their families, and think how important that issue is to them. And all of the other issues that are happening to families who are reliant on that market, and many other things, the religious freedom thing. So respectfully, if it were to go to standing committees, there would be scattered information coming in without a cohesive group of people doing the work that they should be doing in this one committee.
Unfortunately, I would ask the member to maybe look at the speaker so that he can see when the time is running out for his question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's one of the reasons why it clearly indicated that often it depends on the makeup of the committee itself. I have found some committees to be exceptionally productive. Even in majority situations, they can be exceptionally productive. In minority situations, to say, well, there's a government agenda when you talk about committees, it's a fair comment. At times there's a government agenda, but equally there's an opposition agenda too. And the opposition agenda isn't maybe as wonderful or in the Canadian best interest at all times also. So, at the end of the day, we're talking about a minority situation We're talking about a mandate from Canadians saying, Madam Speaker, that look, we want to see more cooperation. We don't need to have a special standing or a special committee every time an important issue comes to the floor of the House of Commons. Otherwise, what could happen is I could be going to the member across the way every other day saying, well, how come you're not calling for a special committee on this one? Why aren't you calling for a special committee on this one? It's endless in terms of what you could be doing. We need to have confidence. And we're in a great position to have confidence because of many different factors, especially the
questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and let me offer my sincere congratulations to you on becoming the Assistant Deputy Speaker. You know, my colleague across the way, you know, a common theme in his speech was urgency. You know, if you look at the issues affecting the Canada-China relationship, whether it's, you know, the fentanyl that makes its way to our shores and is, you know, affecting our communities through the opioids crisis, what our canola producers are going through, the detention of Canadians, and of course the multiple human rights concerns. Yes, there is a sense of urgency. You know, you don't strike a special committee to study a relationship unless something is going seriously wrong. And I would argue, Madam Speaker, that the actions of the Chinese government over the past several years have pushed the House of Commons to this point. Now, we have confidence in the standing committees, but I think if the House were to pass this motion today and establish this special committee to tie all those threads together into one comprehensive area of study and report, I think it sends a strong message to the government of China that we have taken notice of their actions and we say no more. We have to put our foot in the sand. We have to let them know that we are treating this issue with the seriousness that it deserves.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, equally one could say that if the House leadership teams of all political entities inside the House came together and said that let's get the Foreign Affairs Standing Committee together and meeting, and here's when we would like to see it meeting so that they can start to set their agenda, it could be just as effective as what's being proposed here, and we can give a vote of confidence for our standing committees. The point is that at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, and I listened to a lot of the debate, I believe that there's a lot of common ground. We all members from all sides of the House recognize how important it is that we have that healthy discussion at a committee level, Madam Speaker, and that is a very strong positive. There are some differing opinions, possibly in certain areas, but at the very least, I'm appealing to members to recognize that at the end of the day, the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs at least provide them the opportunity. If they want to do it, great. If they don't, then let's come back.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question here that was asked in the speech by my colleague across the floor was, why do we need a separate focused special committee? I believe there's an angle here that we haven't heard tonight, and that is that Canadians brought back a minority government here with the largest opposition to that minority in our history, because there is not a sense of confidence in this Prime Minister's priorities, and this is one of them in regards to China relationships. He praises their dictatorship. His new Minister of Foreign Affairs speaks as though there's some kind of an amazing synergy between the two of us. My friend over here spoke about the need to put democracy and human rights and the rule of law at the priority for what we are about as Canadians. We have a Prime Minister that has used the PMO to control many of the committees. Human rights, telling us what our values must be, virtue signaling, reducing freedom of speech and thought. The rule of law, the executive branch interfered in the independence of our judicial system with SSE-Lavalin. There is a need in this House, and I can tell you from my constituents, for us to work together. There are multiple reasons for that, and one of them is that we need accountability in regards to China, and we need it to be done as a whole of government, including this side of the floor, and so we need
people that want to ask questions, and so I would ask individuals to keep the questions and answers a bit shorter. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, one of the members' colleagues talked about the government agenda, and the government agenda on this is, in fact, one of wanting to achieve a consensus, a common ground, and to work forward through this very important issue, because it's an important issue to all Canadians. I listened to the member, and I highlighted in my response, well, often there's an opposition agenda. And now, if you take a look in terms of the comments that the member has put on the record just now, Madam Speaker, it seems to not necessarily be the same sort of a common ground that's coming from all political entities. What we should be talking about, I believe, is how it is that we can expedite or have an impact on getting our Michaels back to Canada. How it is that we could ensure that we're minimizing the damage to our producers, how it is that we can ensure that issues surrounding human rights and other issues are being looked at, Madam Speaker. That's where I think that we should be looking for common ground, as opposed to trying to, point the finger and then try to, assassinate the character of any particular individual from the House of Commons.
Comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I think it's important to be discussing the issue of China in this context, because there are a lot of different issues that we're having with China, and members have brought it up on the other side. In my own riding, we have a seniors' home that is owned by the Chinese state-owned corporation now, where it had to be taken over by VIHA. So this is a health issue. We're dealing with health issues as well. How many different committees do we need to bring China to?
Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, that would be determined by the standing committee that would like to be able to do that thorough look into. At the end of the day, as I said, now we could probably have an endless list of very important, critical issues across the country. We could talk about the economy in Alberta and what's happening in the prairies. We could talk about a healthcare crisis. We could talk about our environment. We can talk about reconciliation. All of which would be wonderful, I guess. If we're saying yes to this for a special committee, should we not be saying yes to all of those items? Because are they not also important, Madam Speaker? This is an issue that's happening. It's ongoing. It will continue. We should allow the standing committee to deal with it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Flamborough. I always get it wrong with the R's. Flamborough Glanbrook.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations on being appointed again to the chair. Your desire to be nonpartisan and be fair and equitable is palpable in the way that you comport your responsibilities. So I just wanted to say congratulations and thank you for your service to the House. I'd also like to say a very personal, heartfelt thank you to the member from Wellington Halton Hills, who reminded the chamber today that economics and politics are not the only thing that's important here. Human dignity and solid principle is, and the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law is as well. And I want to thank him for reminding the House that those are the things that are important to Canadians and important, of course, to this institution. Madam Speaker, today, from the Liberal side, what we've heard, and I just want to recap that quickly and then I'll respond to each of them, is that the Foreign Affairs Committee is the place for this debate or this motion to be heard and to be dealt with. We also heard, and that was by the way, primarily from the member from Winnipeg North, but from other members as well. From the member from Don Valley West, he said this is a complex, important and sensitive issue, and the government is listening to the debate. And from the member from Scarborough-Guildwood, he said human rights issues in China are internal issues. Let me address each one of them. First off, let me address the issue that the member from Winnipeg North continues to speak about, saying that the only place to deal with our motion would be at the Foreign Affairs Committee. I'd like to quote him from 2015. And he said, in regards to a special committee on regarding the Carter versus Canada, I'd also like to make reference to having a special committee as opposed to any of our current standing committees. It's important to recognize that this is not just the Department of Justice or Department of Health or Department of Finance. There are a number of standing committees that might have some interest in this issue. The bottom line is that it is important to have a special committee of the House with the same powers as a standing committee has.
This is what happens when you talk too much.
If we agree to that, we will be on the right track in terms of being able to deliver what Canadians really want to see, and that is some parliamentary leadership on this very important issue. Madam Speaker, there are a number of committees that would be concerned about this, and that's why we need a special committee. The Industry Committee would be concerned about the Investment Canada Act. The Industry Committee would be concerned about the intellectual property. Foreign Affairs, of course, would be concerned. The committee I serve on, the Subcommittee for International Human Rights, would be concerned. The Finance Committee would be concerned with the manipulation of the Chinese currency. And Public Safety, of course, would be concerned with Huawei and a number of other issues. So I thank the member for his right and honourable words from 2015. Now, in regards to the issue being complex and sensitive and the government has listened to the debate, if the government really wants to listen to the debate, if they really believe it's complex and sensitive, then why not solicit the expertise of 338 members of Parliament? By the way, it behooves me why the executive does not do this more often anyway. These are individuals, this entire House is elected by the citizens of Canada, and to be able to bring about the expertise that is within this chamber. And if the honourable member doesn't think he has the expertise, he can exit. That's certainly fine with him, but I think everybody does. And I think forming a special committee on this would be the right thing to do and a timely thing to do, Madam Speaker, not just for human rights and our own citizens that are involved in being incarcerated in China, but also for the multiplicity of other things. So I would like to say that if the government really wants to listen to this debate, the best thing to do would be to agree with the motion to have a special committee. Also, in regards to human rights issues, Madam Speaker, I don't think whenever you persecute your own people in regards to how the Communist Party of China has persecuted Tibetans for decades, Christians, Falun Gong, and we have credible evidence that not only have they persecuted them, jailed them, tortured them, but also harvested their organs. The member from Wellington Halton Hills rightfully talked about the incarceration and manipulation of Uyghurs, over 1 million of them, and of course the International Subcommittee for Human Rights actually have done 2 studies in this regard and found credible evidence that that's going on. And of course Hong Kongers of today, and I already mentioned our own citizens, as well as a permanent resident of Canada, Hussein Salil, who's been incarcerated as well. So I think all of these issues are profoundly important, Madam Speaker. But just recently, I want to bring to the House's attention of an event that's happened most recently with a Chinese Communist Party defector who is now in Australia. Wang Liqing, and he said he was motivated to defect after realizing Chinese regime's harm to worldwide democracy. A man claiming to be a Chinese military intelligence agent has defected to Australia, bringing with him a wealth of insider knowledge that backs up long-standing concerns about Beijing's attempts to subvert and undermine opponents abroad, in other words, other democracies. Wang Liqing revealed an unprecedented trove of information on how the Communist Chinese regime funds and directs operations to sabotage the democratic movement in Hong Kong, meddle in Taiwanese elections, and infiltrate Australian political circles, according to reports on November 22nd. I could go on, but the fact is that this agent has handed over substantial evidence in that regard, and that should be very concerning to the Government of Canada, this House, and all Canadians with their capability. The fact that China's weaponizing trade and using it for economic blackmail, of course they've done it to us, but they've done it to other nations as well, should be enough concern to strike a special committee. There are credible allegations, and we've heard this several times at the Subcommittee for International Human Rights, Madam Speaker, that diplomats here, diplomats from the Communist Chinese Party, have consistently pressured Canadians who were of a Chinese origin, to go along with their initiatives and to actually intimidate Uyghurs and others who would oppose their regime. We've had credible allegations, and a special committee, and like I said, Madam Speaker, earlier in one of my questions, should the government choose to do so because they would want some of the information to be kept secret, they could easily swear in individuals on that committee to deal with sensitive issues in as far as diplomatic things are concerned, and so that shouldn't stop them as well. And finally, Madam Speaker, I think the government should answer why they appointed the ambassador that they recently appointed, Dominic Barton. Barton is a former global managing partner at the firm McKinsey & Company, a firm that once held a corporate retreat approximately 4 miles from a concentration camp holding Uyghur Muslims. Again, my colleague referred to that. McKinsey has also advised at least 22 of the 100 biggest state-owned firms in China. He has no diplomatic experience, and I think Canadians should know exactly why the Government of Canada appointed a person such as this with these kinds of connections to state-owned enterprises, knowing what he knows in regards to the Uyghur concerns, why he is our representative in Beijing. Madam Speaker, since 1949, not for the last 150 years, as the member across had mentioned, since 1949, the Communist Party has ruled with an iron fist in China. I mentioned all of the people groups and minorities in China that they've dealt with that iron fist, but one of the things that we've seen on the Subcommittee for International Human Rights is if you're prepared to persecute and harm, terrorize, and jail your own people, it's a very small step to export that kind of behavior. And our concerns that have been voiced here from many of our members in regards to China's behavior with its so-called international partners should be enough of a concern for the House of Commons, for the Government of Canada, to make sure that we strike this special committee, not wait until February when we would return until the committees are struck, and begin to gather evidence so that the government can make the best decision in regard to how to deal with the diplomatic, human rights, economic, industrial concerns that we have with the People's Republic of China. I want to make it clear on my closing remarks. The citizens of China, we have no issue with. We have a lot of Canadian citizens today who emigrated to Canada and who are contributing Canadian citizens. The issue we have is with the Communist Party of China and their behavior internationally, and particularly with the Government of Canada.
As it is 6:15, and because this is the last designated day for the business of supply, concluding December 10th, 2019, it is my duty to interrupt the deliberations of the House and to put all questions necessary for the business of supply. The question is the following one.
By Ms. Bergen, move that in light of the prolonged diplomatic crisis with China, the House appoint a special committee with the mandate to conduct hearings to examine and review all aspects of the Canada-China relationship, including but not limited to consular, economic, legal, security, and diplomatic relations. Should I dispense? No? A, that the committee be composed of 12 members, of which 6 shall be government members, 4 shall be from the official opposition, 1 shall be from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 from the New Democratic Party. B, que les changements apportés à la composition.
B, that changes in the membership of the committee shall be effective immediately after notification by the whip has been filed with the clerk of the House. C, that membership substitutions be permitted, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114.2.
Members shall be named by their respective whip by depositing with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee no later than January 15th, 2020. E, the clerk of the House shall convene an organization meeting of the said committee for no later than January 20th, 2020. F, que le comité soit présidé par...
F, that the committee be chaired by a member of the government party. G, that notwithstanding Standing Order 106.2, in addition to the chair, there be 1 vice chair from the official opposition, 1 vice chair from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 vice chair from the New Democratic Party.
That quorum of the committee be as provided for in Standing Order 118, and that the chair be authorized to hold meetings to receive evidence and to have that evidence printed when a quorum is not present, provided that at least 4 members are present, including 1 member of the opposition and 1 member of the government. Que le comité dispose de tout.
I, that the committee be granted all of the powers of a standing committee, as provided in the standing orders, as well as the power to travel accompanied by the necessary staff inside and outside of Canada.
Que le comité.
J, that the committee have the power to authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all of its proceedings.
K, that the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Canadian Ambassador to China be ordered to appear as witnesses from time to time as the committee sees fit.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Those who favor the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Ms. Bergen. Moved. Okay, no, we have a spelling mistake. I'll take care of that. That, in light of the prolonged diplomatic crisis with China, the House appoint a special committee with the mandate to conduct hearing to examine and review all aspects. May I dispense? Well, no, I cannot dispense. Hearings to examine and review all aspects of the Canada-China relationship, including, but not limited to, consular, economic, legal, security, and diplomatic relations. A,
that the committee be composed of 12 members, of which 6 shall be government members, 4 shall be from the official opposition, 1 shall be from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 from the New Democratic Party.
B, that changes in the membership of the committee shall be effective immediately after notification by the whip as being filled with the clerk of the House. C,
that membership substitutions be permitted, if required, in the manner provided by Standing Order 114.2.
That the members shall be named by their prospective whip. May I dispense? Okay, no, we can't I'm afraid we can't dispense. Prospective whip by depositing with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee no later than January 15th, 2020.
E, that the clerk of the House shall convene an organization meeting of the said committee for no later than January 20th, 2020.
F, may I dispense? Okay, I may dispense.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Here. Ms. Finley, Holman, Norfolk. Ms. Finley, Holman, Norfolk. Mr. McColman. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Barlow. Mrs. Block. Mr. O'Toole. Monsieur Hayes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Poliev. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Rempel Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Mr. Moore. Mr. Kent. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lake. Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Sézechemin, Lévis. Mr. Motz. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Lehoux. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Nader. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Upal. Ms. Gladue. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Albus. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Cumming. Mr. Richards. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Morantz. Mr. Sweet. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Barrett. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Broussard. Mrs. Vecchio. Ms. Harder. Ms. Dancho. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Aboultaïf. Mr. Jenis. Monsieur D'Entremont. Mr. Reid. Mr. Allison. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Fast. Monsieur Gourde. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Ms. Rood. Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster. Mr. Halan. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Chu. Mrs. Wagentall. Ms. Ahota, Calgary Skyview. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Shields. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Diot. Mr. Davidson. Ms. Shin. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Bragdon. Mrs. Jansen. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Currick. Mr. Lorry. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popka.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Madame Gill. Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Charbonneau.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey. Mr. Julian. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Kwan. Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Kakak.
Mr. Kakak.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Manley. Mrs. Atwin. Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Mono.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatsino.
Mr. McKinnon Getchino.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Hoda, Brampton North.
Mr. Hoda, Brampton North.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Vrani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Bissett.
Madame Bessette.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Tukakis.
Mr. Kuzmerchik.
Mr. Kuzmerchik.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Latanzio.
Madame Tanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Coubertin.
Mr. Van Coubertin.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mrs. Zan.
Mrs. Zan.
And Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Yeas pour 171, 171. Nays contre 148.
Declare the motion carried. The next question is on the supplementary estimates A. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Monsieur Duclos, appuyé par
Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Marneau, moves that the supplementary budget for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020 be adopted.
up the motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sanjin. Madame Mr. Blair. Mr. O'Regan. Ms. Haidu. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Morneau. Monsieur Lametti. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Miller. Ms. Chager. Ms. Tassi. Ms. McKenna. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Carr. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Regan. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Ms. Anand. Ms. Murray. Mr. Guilbeault. Mr. Holland. Ms. Ing. Madame Fortier. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Gould. Mr. Hussein. Mr. Mendicino. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibot. Mrs. Jordan. Monsieur Vandal. Mr. Dollywall. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Back to Mr. Easter. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Casey. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Jones. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Amos. Mr. Nandasangri. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Area. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Beach. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Lamoureux. Ms. Petitpot Taylor. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Chen. Monsieur Cormier. Mr. Bruson. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Mr. Duguid. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Monsieur Yakino. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Kara. Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
Sahota, Brampton North.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tibera.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Bessette.
Madame Bessette.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Dong.
Dong.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Toukatis.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Martinez Ferreira.
Madame Martinez Ferreira.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Zan.
Ms. Zan.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Bergeron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Charbonneau.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Monsieur Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Bulleris.
Monsieur Bulleris.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Kakak.
Ms. Kirkuk.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Ms. Finley-Haldeman-Norfolk.
Ms. Finley-Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Etchemin, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Etchemin, Lévis.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Lou.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Gallant.
Ms. Gallant.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Broussard.
Broussard.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloyd Minster.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Chu.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Ms. Shin.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Jansen.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Putka.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley. Yeas pour 205, 205. Nays contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried. Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that the bill entitled An Act for Granting to Her Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Federal Public Administration for fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020, be now read a first time. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Monsieur Duclos, appuyé.
Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that Bill C2, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. The Honourable Government Whip, we've already started.
Too early, I got excited.
My apologies. All those opposed to the... Let's start that one over. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The Honourable Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, in my exuberance to stand, I really wanted to thank the very good and generous people of the riding of Ajax for the opportunity to serve. And I thank the House for its indulgence in me slipping that in as I do something that I think this House will appreciate, which is to ask you, Mr. Speaker, to seek it, I believe you will find, to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favor.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply and will be voting no.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc agrees to apply the vote and will vote in favour.
The Honourable NDP Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees and will be voting for. Thank you.
The Honourable Member, Independent. Sorry? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I'm not a whip. I agree to apply, but as the member of Nanaimo Ladysmith, I will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
I agree to apply, and I will be voting yes.
Okay, Jody. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the independent member for Vancouver Granville, I agree to apply and will be voting yes.
Yeas pour 205, 205, nays contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, this bill stands referred to a committee of the whole. I do now leave the chair for the House to go into committee of the whole.
For the benefit. For the benefit of all new members in particular, please don't be alarmed at how quickly and efficiently we manage this part of the program this evening. Allowed? La Chambre.
Order. The House is now in Committee of the Whole to study Bill C-2. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the President of the Treasury Board please confirm that the bill is in its usual form?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are well aware and are very compassionate with the concerns of the MP of the other side. Therefore, we wish to reassure him that the bill, as submitted, is identical in the form of every other bill for the business of supply. Shall Clause 2 carry? On opposition, on division, carried. Shall Clause 3 carry?
Adopté.
On division. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carried on division.
5 carry. Carried on division. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carried on division. L'annexe 1.
Shall Schedule 1 carry?
Adopté avec.
Carried on division. Shall Schedule 2 carry? Carried on division.
Clause 1, short title carry. Carried on division. Shall the preamble carry? Carried on division. Le titre est-il?
Shall the title carry?
Adopté.
Carried on division.
Est-il adopté?
Shall the bill carry?
Adopté avec.
Carried on division.
Then report the bill. Yes? Agreed. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-2 and has directed me to report the same without amendment.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Martineau, moves that Bill C-2, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020, be now considered at report stage.
Motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion, please rise. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent
for the results of the previous vote before the Committee of the Whole to be applied to this vote, with Liberal members voting for.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
We agree to apply, and Conservative members will be voting against. The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will be voting for.
Whip for the New Democratic Party.
The New Democrats agree to apply and will be voting yay.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I agree to apply, but I will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
I agree to apply and I will be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Grenville.
I agree to apply and will be voting yes.
Yeas pour 205, nays contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried. Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that Bill C2, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor, please say yay. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion, please. We have a point of order from the government whip.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you can apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting for.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
We agree to apply, with Conservative members voting no.
L'Honourable Whip du Bloc.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will be voting for.
The Honourable Whip for the NDP.
The NDP agrees to apply the vote and will be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I agree to apply and I will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
I agree to apply and I'll be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Grenville.
I agree to apply and will be voting yes.
Yeas pour 205, 205. Nays contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, December 9th, 2019, the House will now proceed to taking of deferred recorded division on the sub-amendments of the address in reply to the speech from the throne. Madame Bessette, appuyée.
Mrs. Bessette, seconded by Mr. Weiler, moved that the following address be presented to Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada.
The Right Honourable Julie Payette, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of Canada, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada, qu'il plaise à votre...
May it please Your Excellency. Shall I dispense?
Okay, very good. Oh, that's all here. Very good. Are we going straight to a vote, or are we asking? Okay. All those in favor of the sub-amendments, please rise.
Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Blanca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Charbonneau.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Blaney, North Allen Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Allen Powell River.
Ms. Kakak.
Miss Kirkup.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Johns.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Garrison.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Qualtrough.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Ms. Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Ms. Chager.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Ms. McKenna.
Miss McKenna.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Ms. Anand.
Miss Anand.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Miss Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Mr. Nand Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Petitpas Taylor.
Petitpas Taylor.
Miss Duncan Etobicoke North.
Miss Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Zerowitz.
Mr. Nassasi.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Fergus.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
Mr. Hoda Brampton North.
Mr. Saini.
Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tibera.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenberg.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rogers. Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Madame Bissett.
Madame Bissett.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Dong.
Dong.
Ms. Jazik.
Jazik.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Francis.
Mr. Kuzmerchik.
Mr. Kuzmerchik.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Latanzio.
Mrs. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Zan.
Zan.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuber.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Bergen.
Ms. Alislev.
Alistair.
Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Rempel Gardner.
Ms. Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Lou.
Mr. Berthold. Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl. Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Albus.
Albus.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Morantz.
Morantz.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutiev.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Chu.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Davidson.
Davidson.
Ms. Shin.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Duncan. Stormont Dundas South Langley.
Mr. Duncan. Stormont Dundas South Gary.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Yeas pour 55, 55. Nays contre 266, 266.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated.
Sir. Order. À l'ordre. Nous allons continuer.
We will be proceeding. I'd like to remind members that if they would like to have any discussions, they can do so in the lobby.
To take place, please bring them into the lobby or sit quietly in the chamber. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise in the House. This is my first time outside of question period to be speaking in this session of Parliament, and it's a real honour to have had the confidence of the electors of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes return me to the House. Bravo. Mr. Speaker, the work of the last Parliament continues.
and following the following investigation by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, there was a report that bears the name of the member for Papineau, the Prime Minister. So I will go to great lengths to not use the actual name of the report in this House, but it's the second report bearing the name of the member for Papineau from the Ethics Commissioner. And Mr. Speaker, it's very concerning that there was again a finding by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner that member, the First Minister, the Prime Minister, did contravene the Act. And so that leads me to the question that I raised in the House during question period. The Prime Minister has great power that comes with his office, and so with it, of course, comes tremendous responsibility, and that responsibility includes maintaining the confidence that Canadians have in their public institutions. So when we have the Prime Minister under investigation by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, it is incumbent on them to provide all information and produce documents and witnesses that allow the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner to do their nonpartisan, important work on behalf of this House, on behalf of all Canadians. And so, when the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner tells Canadians and tells this House in their report that they were not given full access, they were in fact obstructed by the Prime Minister in their attempts to complete their report, it's very concerning. Not only did that obstruction occur with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, it also happened when the RCMP undertook an investigation and made inquiries on this matter as well. And so my question to the Prime Minister was, will he cooperate with the investigation that the RCMP was undertaking? And so it's important that now that the election is over, now that Canadians have returned us to this place, that we give Canadians the opportunity to have a renewed faith in this institution, in all of us. And so, the question is to the Prime Minister. Will he allow the RCMP to do their work on behalf of Canadians? Will the Prime Minister lift the veil of secrecy? Saying that they granted an unprecedented waiver, that is, that's a word salad that doesn't provide clear answers to Canadians. And what they want is the veil of secrecy lifted. The Attorney General was fired. The Principal Secretary resigned in disgrace. The Chief Clerk of the Privy Council, he got fired too, very much the Saturday Night Massacre referred to by the member for Vancouver-Granville. So, Mr. Speaker, through you to the Prime Minister, will he stop his obstruction and let the RCMP complete a full investigation into his interference in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin?
Great question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, just to provide two quick comments that I think are really important to state, and then maybe to provide, if time permits, a bit of a personal opinion. The responsibility of any Prime Minister is to stand up for the jobs across the country while upholding the rule of law. We have been open and upfront to Canadians about all of this. This issue was discussed repeatedly in the last Parliament. Members raised it often in question period, and the Justice Committee held public hearings and heard testimony from many witnesses. We provided an exceptional waiver to provide Canadians with transparency they deserve and fairness to the former Attorney General in a way that preserves rather than undermines solicitor-client privilege, the right to be fair hearing in cases that are currently active, the integrity of the position of Director of Public Prosecution, and the rule of law in our country more generally. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has accepted the Ethics Commissioner's report and has in fact taken full responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity through many years of watching, in many ways, different leaders' approach to the issues of the day. And one of the things that I would remind the member opposite of is that even when the Prime Minister became leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, one of the very first actions that he had taken was to talk about the importance of transparency and accountability. And it had the issue of, I believe it was proactive disclosure related to members of Parliament and the ways in which we spend money, public tax dollars. And it took a while. Eventually the Conservatives did come on board to recognize the merit of what it is the then leader of the Liberal Party was talking about. It took a little longer for the New Democrats to come on side. But the point is, Madam Speaker, from day one, we have had a leader within the Liberal Party, and today as a Prime Minister, that truly and genuinely believes in transparency, in accountability, in the rule of law. These are issues that have been important for the leader of the Liberal Party, the Prime Minister, and in fact, this government. And I believe that if you were to take a look at the bigger picture of everything that has taken place over the last number of years, that in fact we have been very respectful of our independent officers. Whether it is the Elections Canada officers or our Ethics Commissioner, we have, when there's recommendations that are brought forward, we respect, we listen, and in cases that have been cited, there have been actions by this Prime Minister to ensure that things are put into place in order to prevent incidents from occurring that might have the perception. And the Conservative Party has consistently, over the last years in opposition, taken an approach of character assassination. And this is just yet another example where they're more concerned about the character assassination of an individual as opposed to the substance, because if you take a look at the substance, you'll find that the matter has been dealt with fully and extensively.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good to see you in the chair, and good to be back. To the member opposite, through you, the honourable gentleman knows full well that their caucus was plagued by ethical scandals throughout the last Parliament, whether it was fishing contracts given to families, forgotten French villas, illegal Bahamian vacations, or of course the criminal interference or the interference in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. It's not always, you can't say that my feelings are hurt. You need to actually own up and be accountable, Madam Speaker. That's the message that they need to understand, and they need to lift the veil of secrecy and let the RCMP and the Ethics Commissioner do their work, because we know that there's more than just smoke with this Prime Minister. There's a fire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to pick up on one of the comments the member opposite said, talked about a French villa and how it was being hidden, and referencing the Ethnic Commissioner. Well, shortly after the minister that's in question, which actually recognized, there was a publication virtually weeks after, I believe it was the Globe and Mail, might have been the National, that actually talked about the home that was located in France. And, to say that it was the minister was trying to intentionally hide something, when in fact it was broadly broadcasted to literally hundreds of thousands of people well in advance, shortly after the election. Maybe a little bit of political agenda, wanting to take shots that were, I think, very personal in their nature. And we have seen that with the Conservative Party, where they like to get into the gutter and to take the personal shots at members.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the first question period in this House, I asked about the softwood lumber crisis in British Columbia and what was the government's plans for dealing with that particular issue. And to be quite frank, her answer was not very satisfying in terms of even acknowledging the extent of the crisis. So I think, first of all, hopefully the government does realize the extent of the crisis, because they certainly haven't taken any time to acknowledge it yet. But for the purposes of people that might be listening, it is a very, very difficult time, especially in the interior of British Columbia, in terms of the softwood lumber crisis. And this is not the first time I brought it to this government's attention. In June, I talked about Canfor Sawmill in Vavenby, 170 jobs, Tokol Industry in Quesnel, 240 jobs, Norbord closure, 160 jobs. And this has continued at a very rapid pace, a very concerning pace across British Columbia. It's about 20 mills, and it seems to be growing every day. And there are thousands and thousands of workers that are out of work in at least 27 communities. And of course, it's not just the workers in the mills. This impacts the contractors and many, many others. I think Canadian Press actually posted a headline on December 2nd, and they said, hundreds of BC communities and thousands of workers struggle to survive in the forest industry carnage. That is what they're describing this particular issue as. To give an example, there is a car lot dealer in one of the communities. He's, in the last while, he has repossessed 10 cars, and he said one person came in and begged and said, listen, can I trade you a load of wood for my car payment so that I can have my car at least until Christmas? I mean, these are real people, these are real families, these are real struggles. The workers sometimes have some benefits that have been afforded to them through the EI program, through severance, but there's also all the logging truck drivers and the contractors who don't have those benefits. I had another gentleman come in. He has 4 young children. He has a logging truck. He has payments on his logging truck, and he doesn't have the safety net that so many others do as a private operator. So this is a really important crisis in British Columbia. So what has been this government's response to date? Well, 3 years ago, when the bromance was very strong between the Prime Minister of the day and President Obama, they committed to getting this job done. But it wasn't in the mandate letters. Prime Minister then said his important responsibility with SNC-Lavalin, which took him to the ethical wall, was protecting jobs. It has been radio silence in terms of this particular issue. It hasn't been in the throne speech. There hasn't been a plan. And we see that the recent NAFTA, one of the biggest trade irritants between Canada and the US has always been softwood, and that was not even discussed. I mean, what a time to reopen the discussion is when we reopen NAFTA to deal with the biggest trade irritant. So I would suggest that we're looking for a plan from this government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, hundreds of millions of dollars is what we're talking about. The issue has been at the forefront and a very important priority from this government, from day one. We are proud of our world-leading forestry sector, which supports over 218,000 good-paying middle-class jobs for workers in communities across the country. The softwood lumber industry is a key component of our highly integrated forestry sector and the fundamental economic anchor for many of the communities across Canada. We are keenly aware that the forest sector has recently been facing significant economic headwinds, which has had serious impacts on workers and communities that rely on this sector. The forest sector is facing a series of challenges, including a reduction in the supply of harvestable timber and weaker demand in overseas markets, which is resulting in lower international lumber prices as well. Another challenge is, of course, the duties unjustifiably and unfairly imposed by the United States on Canadian exports of softwood lumber. The Government of Canada is standing by our industry, by our communities, by our workers, contesting U.S. measures on softwood lumber through 5 legal challenges under the Chapter 19 of NAFTA and the WTO dispute settlement system. Canada considers that the that the U.S. duties are inconsistent with both U.S. law and the international trade obligations of the United States. In past rounds of the softwood lumber dispute, Canada has always been successful in its challenges of the U.S. duties, as the U.S. claims have always been found to be without basis. We strongly believe that this will once again be the case. In fact, our legal strategy has already met with success, and panels established both under Chapter 19 of NAFTA and the WTO have already found fault, respectively, with the U.S. decision regarding alleged injury to U.S. industry caused by imports from Canada, and also in the way of the United States calculated in its anti-dumping duties. We will continue to pursue these cases intently, along with all of the others. In the meantime, this government understands the harmful impact that the U.S. duties have on Canadians that rely on this important segment of the forestry industry. We have always shown that we have Canadians' backs. This is why in June 2017, this government announced a softwood lumber action plan, which includes $867 million in measures to support affected workers and communities. The federal government will continue to work closely with provinces, territories, and industry stakeholders to protect Canadian jobs and ensure a united pan-Canadian approach to the softwood lumber dispute. Madam Speaker, this is an issue that has been ongoing far too long, and the Government of Canada has in fact been taking actions where we've seen a number of ministers, including the Prime Minister, get engaged in a very real and tangible way. We understand the member makes reference to the plight of one worker, Madam Speaker. There are many workers that are experiencing difficult times as a direct result of what we believe is unfair actions, and that is the reason why not only are we going to stand tall and stand for our workers, but we're also providing literally hundreds of millions of dollars to an industry that's in need at this point in time, and never have we wavered on the issue of supporting what is such a vital industry, because it is about people and communities. And if there's anything that this government has demonstrated quite well over the last 4+ years, Madam Speaker, is that this government genuinely cares and is going to be there for the workers and Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I would suggest those words are cold comfort. The Prime Minister did not even put the softwood lumber in the mandate letter of the ministers for the last 4 years. He promised a resolution. The Prime Minister came to Kamloops where people had lost their jobs. He didn't even acknowledge this crisis existed. SNC-Lavalin, he went to the wall. He said it was his job to protect jobs, and there has been nothing. They talk about the money that went to the softwood lumber industry for the transition agreement. It is predominantly recycled money that has always been there. So we have communities in crisis, and what we want to see is a plan for industry, a plan for communities, and a plan for the individuals that are so impacted so terribly.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Madam Speaker, and that's exactly what it is that's actually happening. Think about it. The Softwood Lumber Action Plan comprised funding specifically targeted at helping affected workers. This included, for example, a $9.5 million for a work-sharing program for employees affected by the temporary reduction in business activities, and $80 million for labor market development agreements to help workers upgrade their skills and transition to new opportunities. Furthermore, this government allocated through Budget 2019 over $250 million in additional funds to the Action Plan programs to help producers tap into new markets and diversity production, Madam Speaker. As I indicated, the Prime Minister is very much, as the Minister, aware of the issue, and we're taking proactive measures to try to minimize the negative impact and make sure, in fact, the workers in our communities are being well served. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think, building on my question from last Friday about the issue with our canola producers across Canada and their inability to access the Chinese market, I think I want to go back to the throne speech. And I think what was not in the throne speech is a very telling and very loud statement on where our agriculture sector stands with the current Liberal government. In fact, agriculture was barely even mentioned in the throne speech, which sent a very disconcerting message to our producers across Canada that the fact that we have a crisis with our trade embargo to China when it comes to canola and amongst many other products, the fact that it is very clear that the Liberal government does not see this as an issue, let alone a priority strong enough to include in the throne speech. And my question on Friday was, what is the plan, or is there an initiative by the government to address the canola crisis with China? And I just want to build on that a little bit in the fact that I want to state the extent of this issue with, in terms of the Canadian economy. There are more than 40,000 canola producers across Canada. This is more than $20 billion to the Canadian economy and more than 250,000 jobs, which are all at risk. And this has been the case for almost a year. When this crisis was first put upon us, we gave the Liberal government some very concrete potential solutions that they could follow up to try and address this issue with China, including ensuring that they name an ambassador to China, which it took them more than 8 months to do, file an official complaint with the WTO, which it also took them more than 8 months to do. And now we were saying with the WTO that the WTO itself is crumbling. The fact that the United States is not appointing judges to the WTO puts this issue in further peril for Canadian canola producers, that there may not be an avenue to resolve this issue with the WTO if that body, that judgment body, doesn't actually exist, which is certainly a possibility in the next few weeks or few months. The other issue we asked the government to do as a potential solution, or at least to show China that we meant business, that we were serious about this issue, was to withdraw funding to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. More than $250 million of Canadian taxpayers' dollars are being given to the government of China for them to build infrastructure across Asia. Those are pipelines and which are being subsidized by the Canadian taxpayer to be built in China rather than built here at home. But at least one or two or three of these positions or statements would have shown a position of force within, from the Liberal government to show that we meant business with China. So my question to my honourable colleague, the government set up a canola working group. Has the CFIA and the canola working group unequivocally ruled out that there are no pests in our canola which China has claimed or identified as being hazardous? Have they ruled out the idea of pests being a reason for the trade blockade from China on our canola?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Canada's canola industry contributes almost $27 billion a year to the Canadian economy, a contribution that has actually tripled over the past 10 years. That is why the canola trade issue with China is a top and a very important priority for the Government of Canada. Canadians take pride in this industry. Canola is a product of Canadian innovation, including our scientists at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. The government continues to work closely with industry to reopen access to the market. In April, we formed an industry government working group co-chaired by the Canola Council of Canada and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, with representation from the prairie provinces. Madam Speaker, the working group continues to meet regularly with discussions focused on developing strategies to resolve the market access issue with China, supporting the sector and exploring alternative markets. Some of the insights and advice that we continue to help us, that we receive, deal with issues such as monitoring the impact of the market access issue, engage with China, diversity markets, and supporting the sector during this difficult time. I would add, Madam Speaker, that we are working closely with the Canadian canola industry every step of the way. The member makes reference to the throne speech and issues in the prairies. I know and I can appreciate just how important, whether it's canola or wheat, that the Government of Canada be engaged with the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces and the producers and others, to ensure that our product is being treated fairly and being allowed to get to market. whether it's in the government benches within a government caucus, sitting down with colleagues, or it was when I was in opposition. I can assure the member that I have been consistent, whether it has been canola or wheat. For example, for years, in particular, it would have been 2014, possibly going into 2015, when we had so much wheat, piles of wheats in the prairies that went through the winter that we couldn't get to market. Yet we had these empty vessels sitting out on the coast in British Columbia, and the government of the day was having a difficult time getting that wheat out to market. Very much aware that how important it is that we work with the stakeholders. You know, canola is a sense of pride in the prairies. It is something that many prairie farmers justifiably sow, and science people that have been affiliated with the whole development, because there's been a great deal of work in the science community dealing with the issue of canola. We have a first-class world product that Canada leads the way. And there's a great deal of confidence, and there's so much potential that is there. It's one of the reasons why you see that we have a Minister of International Trade and Foreign Affairs that constantly look for other potential markets that are out there, because we know that we have good quality product that's being grown in the prairies. And
the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And that is not the reassurance that Canadian farmers want. He's telling them exactly what they already know. Absolutely, we have the best quality canola in the world, and it is a $27 billion industry to Canada. Unfortunately, 40% of everything that we grow here is exported to China, our most critical trading market for canola, which, because of the Liberal bungling and ineptitude, we have lost. I would like to ask my colleague, what will it take? And this is the frustrating part, I think, is that A, it wasn't mentioned in the throne speech. A, it is just the next level in the things that we've lost. Our pulse exports to India are down by $600 million. We've lost durum wheat to Italy, barley to Saudi Arabia. What does it take for the Liberal minister to meet with her counterpart in China, which she has not done, to try to address the situation?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the work that we've been doing with, in fact, the stakeholders. Responding to our discussions at the Canola Working Group, we have enhanced the advanced payment program and implemented the stay of default, and extended the deadline for agri-stability. These key changes to our programs are intended to help canola producers deal with the impacts of this disruption in the canola market. Under the changes, we increased the interest-free cash advances available to canola producers from $100,000 to $500,000 for the 2019 program year. And total advances of up to $1 million are now available for canola and all other commodities, up from $400,000. This change is permanent and will be available beyond 2019. With our provincial partners, we also extended the agri-stability enrollment deadline by 2 months. Looking ahead, we continue to diversify our trade global markets, to give our growers more markets for their canola, and to help mitigate risk of market.
Unfortunately, the time is up. I know that the honourable member certainly enjoys expressing his views and that of his government, and he'll be able to continue to do that tomorrow, because it being 8:01, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.